Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Kanyị kenebenu Kanu,
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Amadike Biafra,
Nnamdi Kanu,
Odogwu,
Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
ike agwụgo ndị ilo ihe.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Kanyị kene n'Odogwu,
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Amadike Biafra,
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Odogwu na-egbula buke.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Ike agwụgo ndị ilo ihe.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Ndị ilo ihe na-achọzi udo.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Mana oge ezugo.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Ụmụ Biafra gana.
Nnamdi Kanu,
Anyị
Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Egwu agbala nze o, egwu ikolobịa, egwu ndị kalobi, ikolobịa bi n'obodo a, mmadụ anọzi ikpe ya. Egwu ndị ikolobịa o, Biafra bala anyị, obele nwa onye fali ibegwu, Chukwu zitere anyị ya. Chukwu okike abịa ma zitelie ka ọ bịa tọpụ ụmụ Biafra na-abụ, ka ọ tọpụ anyị na-abụ Naịjirịa. Chukwu zitere anyị ya, ma ndị ilova jụziri ajụ, mana anyị nwekwa mmeri. Babụlụ obele nwa na 2015 ụbọchị enyanụ, anyị wee bebe ife dị n'ime ya. Anyị wee jebe ụlọ ikpe, chọbazie ndị mkpọrọ anyị na mkpọrọ, ndị kpọchiri anyị ka anyị na-achọ. Anyị afụrụ ofe ọnụ n'ụwa gị mmalụ, afa na-agbazi ọsọ, ọsọ na-achụzi fa, mana afa marọ na anyị nwe mmeri n'ife ọbụla anyị tinyere aka n'ụwa na-agala anyị, ya ka anyị ji bụrụ ụmụ Chukwu okike abịama. Nnamdi Kanu ho, kedụzi ife mesilu mee? Odogwu na-egbula buga abatago, obodobo nwa onye afara ife agbala nze na boyo n'ikalata. Ife mena ihe ole n'ụwa ka ibili, ị ga-adị ndụ ole n'ụwa fụ Biafra. His Majesty onye olu mmanụ na-ekwu, akụọ m ọfọ na nene ị ga-afụ ife ọma. Ebisi na anyị ga-enwere onwe anyị, wee bulie n'isi, ifeọma ga-abụ nke iyi. Ngwanụ kenenu Kanu o,
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Amadike Biafra.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Agbala nze na-egbupụlụ iri.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Eze nkọtọ nkọnyilu mkpuchi.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike.
Kịtịkpa gbala ni ọghọlụ mbuze.
Nnamdi Kanu,
Nwa Kanu,
Nnamdi Kanu,
Odogwu. ihe n'ụwa mụ
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Deputy Director
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Uche Mofo na-ekene mi
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Ọhamadike Biafra
Nnamdi Kanu,
Odogwu
Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ụmụ Biafra oge zugo Agbalanze nọ n'egwu ọ bụ egwu ikolobịa onye gbaka na ya lụ nke ọ gbalagba n'ụwa na nkịtị Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra ụkwalụ oge n'ụwa daa ife niile nwere ogie oge zugo na anyị gana Biafra ụba n'anyị Biafra ụba na nsọ Biafra bụ nke anyị anyị Chukwu gwara anyị na mgba aka na-ekwuzi ị na-akpọ m onye Naijiria bụ m onye Naija gwakene m minino ọfụ Naijiria mana Biafra bụ obodo mụ ị na-achụzi mmọnwụ nke ndị ọbụzi ndụ Biafra bụ obodo anyị ebe amụrụ anyị bụ na Biafra ebe anyị ga-anwụ bụ na Biafra nwata chọba nke ya ọbụla ajọ nwa nwata chọba nke ya ọbụla ajọ nwa mana mmejọ nke mụ n'ụwa mụ onye ọcha mma aba m afa n'ụwa nne na nna mụrụ m n'ụwa ga-aba m afa afa m bụ onye ka Chukwu Biafra bụ obodo anyị amarọ m ife bụ Naijiria ikuku ku ya lisi iguo kedu ife ọ ga-eme n'iku Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra ifimela anyị ole n'ụwa ka njikube egwu ọlụ ịlụlụ n'ụwa juru m anya isi kpọta Igbo n'ụlọ juru m anya ekene ka njibi ole n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu ekene ka njibi ole n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra onye afariwetu ịrapụrụ oche eze nna yi wee were ndụ iwe tinye ka anyị nwere onwe anyị ife ọma n'ụwa makọ na beyi ife dị mma ọmakọ na beyi Agbalanze n'ụmụ nọ n'egwu ngwanụ ka ikene n'odogwu
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
odogwu abụrụ ọka ime mbụ ma ncha
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
kịtịkpa gbara anyị ọghọlụ mbuze
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
onye afara ibeku
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ike agwụgo ndị iloyi
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ndị iloyi na-achọzi pistọl
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ndị iloyi na-achọzi dialọg
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
basi na ọ bụ reconstruction
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
mana anyị ada n'ozi oyibo
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Biafra bụ obodo anyị
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Biafra bụ ana anyị
Nnamdi Kanu,
anyị ga-ana
Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
anyị ga-ana n'oge zugo
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
onye nọchi ụzọ ife ọbụla owelu
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ife mena Deputy Director
Nnamdi Kanu,
Alfonsus Uche Mofo
Ọhamadike.
n'okwu gị bụ
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Emeka gị tụọ imo
Nnamdi Kanu,
jisi ike na-emetụ
Kanu, Ọhamadike.
edozi ada Biafra
Nnamdi Kanu,
n'ibiọrama
ọhamadike
Mrs. Uchenna Kanu
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Ifemena His Royal Highness
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Eze Israel Kanu
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Nnamdi Kanu Odogwu
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Engike Egwu na-akpọ
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Manya Bello sọ ndị na-ele ya aka
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Ifemena His Excellency
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Governor Fayose
Nnamdi Kanu
of Ekiti
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
kedu maka Femi Kayode
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ndị Igbo ka na-alala ụla
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
mana imirikiti etetego n'ụla
Nnamdi Kanu
anyị ga-ana anyị ga-ana
ọhamadike
Honorable Chidoka
Nnamdi Kanu
ike obosi ụkwala
ọhamadike
udogwu na-ekene mi
Nnamdi Kanu
mmadụ ga-eji aga o
ọhamadike
egwu agbala nze tibego
Nnamdi Kanu
egwu ikolobịa o
ọhamadike
ikolobịa nọ n'obodo a
Nnamdi Kanu
ikolobịa nọkwa n'obodo a
ọhamadike
ngwanụ n'oge egwu eluwe
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ọhamadike Biafra
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ọhamadike Biafra o
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ike akwụgo ndị iloyi
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ike akwụgo ndị iloyi o
Nnamdi Kanu Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike.
Allow me to worship Chukwukika Biama on behalf of the entire family listening right across the length and breadth of this very planet. Unu Chineke, all of you who are ordained, all of you who are destined to perform wonders, I welcome all of you. Now, I will present you to Chukwukika Biama in heaven. Therefore, our Father who resideth in heavens above, looking down upon the pain and the suffering of your children, as was foretold by those who has gone before us, that a day will come when the world will gang up, when all the children of darkness will congregate to prevail against your children. That time is now. We are in pain. We are in so much suffering that man cannot begin to comprehend it. We ask for your mercy. We ask for you to come and present and provide a way where there is none. We ask you, Chukwukika Biama, ka iwe keme amara n'ime ndụ ụmụ gị niile ndị IPOB n'ebe niile dị iche iche ruo ebe niile ụwa sọtụrụ ka ịdị mma gị na ebere gị biko gbaso ha ụbọchị niile nke ndụ ha. Ọkwa asụsụ eluigwe. We call upon you this evening. The vultures are congregating. The saboteurs are rising up. We are beginning to identify them. And we are dealing with them. We ask you to give us the strength. We ask you for courage. We ask you for every ounce of determination and resoluteness. Make us as hard as steel, as only you can do. Baptize us in your word, in your knowledge, in your truthfulness, and in your strength. Make it impossible for our enemies to come close to us. Destroy them before they come very close. We will be tempted, of course. Our defenses will be tried without a shadow of a doubt. Sometimes there may be breaches, but in the end we prevail because that is your word and that is your promise. This evening we hold on resolutely to that very command of yours. Your own spoken word. The word that you gave to your children when you said to them, that they should not worship any idol, they should not bow before any graven image. We have made mistakes in our lives. We have bowed before European idols. We have done everything but worship you in truth and honesty. But now, having realized the errors of our ways, we present ourselves before you, that you may do with us as you please. So it was prayed thousands of years ago. That same prayer will re-echo, because we are nothing without you. We are nothing without you. We can have the best defenses in the whole world. We can procure the finest anti-jamming equipment available. But it is you that will defend your inheritance. You will defend Biafra. You know that we are honest and truthful people. You know that we preach this gospel in the knowledge that your children must be free in the land of the living, that they may go back and worship you in Zion as they have done thousands of years ago. This is our prayer, now and always, because we are your children. You can't abandon us to the forces of evil and darkness. That is not your will, and it can never be. That is why today, tomorrow, and always, as you have called us to undertake this very monumental and epic task, as you have determined that your word must be preached in the land, that very land you gave to our ancestors thousands of years ago, so shall it be done in our lifetime. Allow us to be worthy to serve thee. Chukwa Biama, allow us to be considered worthy to serve you. You know we speak the truth. Our enemies are liars. They are cheats and they are killers. They are bloodthirsty bastards, all of them. All of them bar none. They have brought their lies to bear upon all their dealings. Their tongue is very spiteful against those of them who are righteous before your sight. Please don't allow shame to befall your children. Don't allow shame to befall your name, because we answer your name, we bear your name. That is why today we make this very prayer in the sure knowledge that Biafra will be restored as your own kingdom upon the face of the earth. That you will be worshipped every blessed day of our lives, as our children will do, and so will their children. Until time everlasting we have prayed in your name. Ise.
These are not things you publish. You publish it, then you never sit with me anything. 3 years of Buhari, everybody's dying, crying. Pressmen are crying, farmers are crying, workers are crying, politicians are crying, students are crying. 3 years old. But the rate of poverty is very high. People are hungry. Nigeria will never change. So you should learn to gossip with your
They should learn to gossip with us, because you chose to do that with us, and we appreciate it.
I've written to the governor of Katsina. I don't know why I have not replied, to give us land in Daura for the university. That's one. So the university in Daura, the next university will be my village. University of Transportation too. Why are you laughing now? All of you are graduates of one another. There's a common saying that when we are small, charity begins where? My own begin abroad. The president is not listening to anybody. He doesn't care. He can write anything he wants to write. The president doesn't care. Does he read? He will read, he will laugh. He say, come and see, they're abusing me here. In fact, there was one case of somebody in Odisha, a trader who couldn't sell his goods, you understand? And I was with a guy in the plane. And the man was busy abusing Buhari. Because of Buhari, nobody buying it. He said, come, what's my business with Odisha goat seller? This country will change, I swear. Nothing can, the only way this country can change is if everybody is killed. This country is going nowhere, I swear. Nothing, even if you divide the country to 10, it will still not change. No, I'm not joking. When Magnus was my SSG, I told him, this country is hopeless. and helpless. So I stop it now. Coming from a governor, nobody, don't be saying that. When 2 months in Abuja, so this country is hopeless and helpless. I say why? You say you're right. The only thing they do in Abuja is share money. They don't work.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Eyin Naya Baribe. I represent Abia South in this hallowed chamber. Mr. President, I need to thank you first by ensuring and making sure that you worked with us to put security topmost today, and that we're going to do everything that we can, each and every one of us, to discuss this problem. When I was coming, Mr. President, this morning, I saw the newspaper headline of this day. Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief expresses shock at the level of violent crime. In other words, Mr. President was expressing surprise. But in accordance to our rule 5313, I will not go into that, but I will only say, Mr. President, in pidgin English, this surprised me. Minority Leader, there should be no surprises, just go straight to the front. You have told us that on this solemn day that we are discussing this matter, that we may not at any point be partisan. And I want to tell you, Mr. President, if you didn't insist that we will not be partisan, I would have called out the presidential spokesman, Femi Adesina, who, when the CAN leaders complained about the killing of a priest, he turned around and said that the CAN was acting like a political party. Now that we are talking about it here, let me hear him say that all of us are acting like a political party when somebody is complaining about this incessant deaths in this country. Mr. President, because we have to get to the root of this matter, I can only say one thing. Those who live by propaganda will die by propaganda. Minority Leader, I really don't like what I'm doing, but I'm forced to. The issue before us and what concerns every single Nigerian today is the insecurity that is so pervasive. So I will still urge you that please let's contribute in such a manner that we are able to get solutions. I am not saying you cannot say what you want to say, but let's get solutions. What is the way forward? Because we need to take very urgent and immediate decisions and get across to the other side. So you may continue. In fact, you have 2 more minutes. No, you can say, no, this is a minority leader. So there is a discount for him. Go ahead, minority leader. Mr. President, we are very serious here. This is a matter of life and death. And I was building up to something. And I will say what I was building up to very simply. Boko Haram has been defeated. Nigeria is now safer. Everything was being done to make sure that the hard work that was supposed to be done in securing Nigeria was not done because certain people did not do their work and preferred to cover the eyes of Nigerians with propaganda. That's why I said that at the beginning. But let me go on, Mr. President, to say this. All the time that we wasted in Nigeria trying to find all these excuses for non-performance has now come to stare us in the face. Reality is no respecter of persons. And it is the reality that we are facing now. Senator Sani Musa shouting every day that his people were being killed in Niger. We just took one from Jos, a student who was murdered by a Boko Haram person in full view of everybody with a pistol. And the Boko Haram person was somebody that was more, almost, he got up to 9 years or 10 years old. And we were told that they have been defeated. Now, to go to the fact of what do we do? Mr. President, we have heard from the newspapers today where you have said and suggested and quoting you to say, oh, well, we're going to call the IG, we're going to talk about the community policing, we're going on that way. Mr. President, Nigeria did not elect the IG. We did not elect the chief of staff. We did not elect the joint chiefs. We did not elect the national security advisor. We elected the government of APC in 2015 and re-elected them in 2019. The reason why we re-elected them was that they continued to tell us that because they had the key to security and the whole Nigeria voted them in 2015, and I agree with that. And I'm saying, Mr. President, when you want to deal with a matter, you go to the head. So when we go to the government and ask this government to resign because they can no longer do anything in this country. Mr. Minority Leader, I know. Okay. Please, Minority Leader, let me remind you once again that Nigerians voted for APC in 2015, and because they saw improvement in their lives, they voted APC again in 2019. I don't want us to be partisan, and I will advise against hate speech in this chamber. Mr. President, in conclusion, Mr. President, I need your attention. Mr. President, in conclusion, yes, Nigerians voted a government into power. And that government even said, if we don't perform, stone us. We are going with the stones to stone them now because they are no longer. Mr. President, what we want is a solution. We are giving you the solution. I think the timekeeper, the minority leader. Distinguished colleagues, the situation in this country is such a serious situation that our debate should be tailored towards ensuring that we are able to get solutions.
Go ahead, please.
God will bless you, Mazi. God will bless you, Mazi. God will bless Mazi Nadikano, the Messiah of my time, the only creator of my time, the Messiah of my time. That way be say me, I believe, is the Messiah. As true is the Messiah, the truthful man on black people on this earth is the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May God Chukwokika Biama bless her for me. I want to assure everybody as a Biafra citizen, believe Biafra is coming very soon. As I said, very soon, Biafra is coming. No man nor earth can be able to stop it. No man born of a woman, no matter what they try, whatever they try, even they kill us every time, they can never stop Biafra to come. So therefore, I want to assure you this, Mazi, our governor, our South governor, our senator from South, all of you should join her together now, because I think, not that I did take this man, what's it called, Ohaneze, but you speak for us the other day. I still thank you. They say, when they take big small picking, now they'll see the dragon near body, because you now see our own. We not get matter what we can reject you all. But una waste stand as evil, as atrocity, to begin to the frustrators. Mona pack una load, go meet Hausa people. Mona pack una load, go meet Yoruba people. Mona they form one Nigeria for Hausa and Yoruba, because Hausa people said they not be Nigeria again. They are Islam. They don't Islamize them. They be full and they get Islamized police. They get Sharia lawyer. They get Sharia police. And Yoruba now, they get their Motekun where they protect them. We thank them for their support for their own self, because we know they wish them make Fulani take control of their life. We thank them. But one thing that we assure Africa is this: for full a black people in Africa, believe me, there is a new country coming to Africa. It's going to come. It's a Biafra land. It's a Biafra. I want every man on this earth to know Biafra is coming very soon. If you like, you go to pray. Now, where's a big pray for evil? No say, now evil thing, now they pray for. Others do not fake pastor. Now they pray for killing. Mona go they pray. If you pray, may Biafra not come. Mona go pray. But you can never go thank God that create earth and sky. God will create heaven and earth. You can never change your will. The problem Nigeria is facing is abomination and the evil and atrocity. If fire begin to burn una for different angles, now I see they say, oh, Jesus. Are you fully Jesus? Do you think Jesus will stand? Jesus will stand for a place that will suck a human being blood every day. Every day, that land is sucking human being blood. You are still calling the name of God. That means you are mocking God on your own. On your own. Now, when the claim say, una be pastor, so this message now for una they mocking God, because God will create heaven and earth. He can never support where killing blood of human being that God create. You are using it every blessed day to sacrifice that land, human being, and you are still praying for that kind of country. So are you mocking God? You think, you as a human being, you reason the God will create you. Is it the blood taking, or is it the God that love blood sacrifice? You tell us. We want to know. You as a Christian. Because me, I don't understand. You guys always say, oh, let's pray for one Nigeria. Since you have been praying since Britain came to Nigeria, since you have been praying, is the condition worse day by day, or is they reduce? Una know they get sense. Let me tell you, apart from IPOB, to say IPOB not come, Nigeria, not be this one that they thought so. It to say IPOB, they not come. Nigeria for not be fraud now. I just take Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to see the patient, the IPOB people say, let us focus and let us stop violence. But that violence, we must get our freedom. Either gun or bullet. Now it be waiting we believe on. But believe me, national community, they go give us Biafra. Believe me. Eze Iyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, they want free Palestine now. Make Palestine dead their lane. So you want to tell me that say They not give us Biafra. No, Biafra must restore. Before Britain come to Africa, Biafra don't they exist. We don't they exist as a people before Britain come. But since when Britain come, they kill us. After they kill us, they bring Bible to us. Say, oh, if somebody slap you for here, you give her the other side. They want to give Muslim Quran. I think they say your Quran is to kill your enemy. Kill is your portion. And we now as a Christian, oh, if somebody slap you, give her the other side. How long can we wait for somebody to killing us every day without reaction? You ask yourself as a Christian, somebody has killed. I wish now Christian they kill Muslim since then. All Christian for that white part. You see, Christian, they are betrayal people. They not even they serve God. God, they not the Christian. Una don't know God at all. Una just the first day now they go church. Or whether now I don't know what I want to call that man where the carry person they go. Whether do major. Tell your God may give us Biafra. Tell your God where you believe. Tell him to give us Biafra. Since you have been doing that church, you are never stand and say, we need freedom. You never stand. Your God not need freedom. Your God, where you they call, where you they pray for, oh God, he not need freedom. I be your God tell us, say, we're not free as a people. Your God tell us, say, we should perish. Let me tell you, one thing the Bible said, it said, my people perish for the lack of knowledge. That means now not they serve God the way people support. You need to serve God with passion. Don't wait for anybody to kill you and say you give her the other side. That means if somebody kill you, you go and bring your brother for you to still kill. After you kill your brother, you go and bring your mother for you to kill. After you kill your brother, you go and bring your sister. That is why they bring Christianity and say, if somebody slap you for here, you give her the other side. Let me assure you, all those governors now they form their yeti. The problem one that they face is from heaven, not for any person. That problem so, if una not wake up, that problem go swallow all of una. Una when they first say, una no want join IPOB, all those una govern, una no want support us. Mona pack una things go meet them for Sabisa Forest, or Mona pack una things go meet them for Yoruba. We as a Sasa people, we don't wise, so we don't tire. The way where Europe people take the best, the people Biafra where they Europe, the way where they take the best, the people where they Biafra land, not the best like that. Cause the way where we voted, they useless our people. The way where they take our people for granted, it gonna make you the cry. That's why we have every reason when we are fighting for Biafra. We have all it takes to have Biafra. Without Biafra, as a black people in this world, you can never live a human life. You see the way Black America they suffer. Your dread say black people get the way God take credit. The black people they lost their senses. Because they frustrated their senses, they leave their forefather God and began to serve white man God. Britain come to our land. It's not because of we too good or we are very special, make them name Nigeria. Because of the oil, they name you Nigeria because Nigeria is a farm. You know what they call farm? Where white people can call, you farm gari, farm cassava, you take it to your country. That's why they put that summer food now. When they say, let's pray for Nigeria, are you going to pray for Nigeria for the Fulani to die overnight? Or you are praying for Nigeria for all the Aboki to die overnight? Or you are praying for Nigeria to make sure Metiala to die overnight? What are you praying for? So pastors say, you see the way they kill now one by one, it go still reach all of Unato. Nobody can escape it. I want to assure the Yorubas, I'm not against you all, but I don't like any of your politicians. Your politician in Yoruba, they are blood-sucking people. They are sucking people blood, which is not right. And they are packing our own resources to develop Lagos. That is why Britain set up Lagos there. Not because of anything. They set up Lagos for the power of Britain. because all the goods can come there, and if you push car, it can come there. But if they want to remove our crude oil, sheep they come our land, they can't remove crude oil, but sheep now they can't they drop goods for our land. You see the wickedness. It can only drop goods in Lagos, but it cannot drop goods for our land. But they can remove crude oil in our land with sheep without nothing happen. You see the wickedness of the people. Let me assure you, some of our leaders, you are trying. I congratulate you. No, everything where they happen for that country, we they set everything from here. Nothing. See, if una no wake up, and start for fit, the fire. See, this one when the first the country they collapse, so in the lane, the one where they call so, it go consume all of you. See, Fulani, they pack all of them, they did the territory of Benin. Let me assure you this. Fulani, they did the territory of Benin. See, I don't want anybody. See, I don't want me. What I believe, because if they finish conquer the Benin, we are in trouble. That's why I'm shouting now. We are in trouble. I want every South people stop marginalize themselves. We are South. These people are Southeast. This is people are South. All of you are the same. Before Britain fight with Benin, they fight with Britain. Britain fight with Benin before they get the full power to conquer the Igbo. I wish Britain does not fight the Benin before. They will never have that power to conquer the country. That Benin, there is power lying there. But some people, the people that was born by the Fulani people that pregnant our great-grandmother, they born there. They are all traitors, they are all fools, they are all slaves, they are all prostitutes. You see the way they are now. You can differentiate it now. What is happening now? You see their people cannot speak. They are blind spiritually and physically because it's not their fault. Because they bring some Ojuju from the Yoruba to their land. They leave their Ojuju. They begin to serve the Ojuju that came from the Yoruba with the power of the Britain. That is why they get the misunderstanding with their people. I want to assure you this. Biafra is coming to Africa. No man or a woman can stop it. And if anybody try to, that person will lower a grave. You see also, I want to assure you this. If you are Sasa, you are Delta, you are Niger Delta, you are Robo, you are Shekiri, you are Idibio, you are Igbeke, you are Ekmo, you are Ewohini, you are Calabar, you are Equated, anywhere you find yourself, you are Biafra. Stop deceiving yourself with the name of one Nigeria. It can never help you. They can destroy your people, kill your people, and kill your people to rape your mother. That is the most painful thing. The one Nigeria they're claiming is for the Fulani to get access to you guys. That's why they are forming that one Nigeria. Because if Biafra come, the Fulani will not pass that territory. You all shall wake up from your slumber. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. Because this war, you talk, you not talk. If the Fulani want to kill you, they will kill you. You better talk for your people to understand that you are not against them. Stop bringing evil to your people. Stop killing your people. The Sasa governor, senator, speak for your people. Stop afraid of Fulani. Stop afraid of Aboki people in your politician. Speak out. If not, the fire that's going to consume you all. If they come, if they come, and nobody is going to stop it. Believe me, Mazina Dikanu is the Messiah, the true man, the Jesus of my time. That is the only Jesus I believe. I don't believe the Jesus white man came, he died for many years. Our people are still dying day by day. Why that Jesus can never save us? Why that Jesus did not tell us a Fulani has coming? But since you have been going to church, since our pastor, some of the witches and wizard pastor, I ever prophesied and said, this year Fulani people are coming. I ever tell you that, but they can prophesy a year 2100 who is going to win, but they cannot prophesy that say, Fulani and Boko Haram, they are going to come. They cannot prophesy that because they are eating with the devil. Your pastors, your so-called pastor, no matter you find all the pastors in our Lord, all of them, they are eating from the devil. I said, I'm not the go church, but una when they go church, una be evil because una want me Fulani kill us first before una call the first say, before una call the tell us say to react. No. We must start for our slumber. Even though say you pray for money till night, if Fulani want to take you, they will take you. Nobody's going to stop it. I thank Mazina the Kanu, the Messiah of my time. Chukwu Kika Biafra, continue to guide that for me. And IPOB around the world. Let me tell you, the way IPOB, they're angry. IPOB diaspora, they are very angry. I swear, I wish now they don't go that culture for that kutoto, if for that flat, forget all those words. We need to wake up and start to unite our brothers and sisters together. If not, we all are perish as a people, as a black people in this world. Without unity, we are finished as a people. Our so-sad governor, our so-sad senator, no matter what you are representing, are you representing APC for the Fulani to vandalize our land, or you are representing PDP for Fulani to vandalize our land? Tell us, what are you representing? You need to speak up. You need to speak up for ourselves. If not, I swear to that God when they come, it could bear on all of us weakness. If all of us still go the other side, all of us will go to hellfire. IPOB will go heaven. If you really do. Because when a pastor not tell us what they say, Fulani they come. They not tell us say X-Men they come. They not tell us say Boko Haram they come. They deceive us. Una Christian, when they found a Christian, when they found Christian for that zoo called Nigeria, all of Fulani are demon. Mona stop to the God church. Church can never save everyone. Thank you, Mazi. I speak my mind. Thank you.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Megujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Megujuku.
Special dedication to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPM families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out,
Holy, 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 holy. Olumewojuku is another Savior.
they were singing out,
Holy, 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 holy. Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Olumewojuku is another Savior.
many years after the genocide. Whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Yamadika, Yabika, Kopana, Flow. Hey, I don't make a mazuche me for. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along.
Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior.
Just sing along.
Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet. We welcome you to another seismic broadcast, another earth-shattering revelation regarding the happenings and the goings on in the damnable zoological republic, that very contraption created by the colonialists and sustained by neo-colonialists to advance the advantage of our people, and in the process impoverishing us and rendering us hopeless as a people, as individuals, and collectively as a race. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because regardless of where you are domiciled on the face of this very planet, if you have access to the internet, if you have access to a transistor radio in Biafra land, if you have access to a satellite, you should and ought to be listening to this very exciting program this very evening, coming to you live and very direct. The time now in Biafra land, which is our marker, it is our home, it is our abode, is exactly 2 minutes past 7 p.m. in the evening. Therefore, wherever you are domiciled, it is the same number of minutes past the top of the hour where you are. I welcome you, and as I do so, I will very seriously encourage you to welcome other people as well. You should not be discouraged. I would not expect any of you to fall victim to the blackmail and the shenanigans of Facebook and other social media platforms. They will do all they can to frustrate us, but we are going to prevail eventually. They will never ever succeed because they are doing everything they can. Facebook in the zoo, Facebook in Nigeria is trying to frustrate the effort we are putting into this very divine mission, this very restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. And we can assure them, whereas their progenitors may have succeeded between 67 and 70 in blunting that very media age which we possess today, everything they are doing is in vain, because they can never ever succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. It doesn't matter the obstacle we confront. It doesn't matter the scale of the problem that we encounter. Every blessed day we are making a very serious progressive stride towards our ultimate goal, which is the restoration of Biafra. Nothing is going to stop us. They are doing the best they can. Some of you who are listening to us live via Radio Biafra page may be experiencing difficulties because as you're joining, they are removing people. Sometimes when you write and you post on Facebook, things are not as they used to be. Whereas you used to get hundreds of comments previously, these days you struggle to even observe 10 people commenting on your post. Those things we are written, the algorithms we are written to frustrate you, to think that people are not receiving this very gospel. But I can assure you that the whole world is listening. We set the pace in the zoo. The discussions that we hold on Radio Biafra, the topics that we preach about on this very platform is what dictates what happens in the damnable zoological republic. Therefore, you must not, never, ever, ever allow our enemies to get into your head, because once they do it, they have succeeded. We cannot allow them to succeed. We are live and we are direct, and the whole world is listening. It doesn't matter what Facebook does in Lagos. The entirety of humanity is glued to their listening devices at this very precise hour, listening to Radio Biafra live and direct. As usual, before we proceed, it is our duty and our responsibility to pray, to call upon Elohim, to come and lead these very proceedings this evening. because we are not going to change. It doesn't matter what our enemies does. It doesn't matter what they do. It was because I can categorically assure you that we are very close to people viewing these very brokers, or should I say listening on Radio Biafra page. Now they have shut Radio Biafra page down. Facebook have shut it down. That we must proceed. We are not going to allow them to win. They can never ever prevail. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We are going to continue doing this very work that Elohim agreed that we must do on the end of time. That is why it is very, very important that you have a Biafra app. Very, very important. I say to you that you have access to all the platforms actually broadcasting this very transmission this evening. We must pray. We must pray. Do not be downhearted, because there are difficulties. They are fighting. They are attacking us everywhere. Those who believe in terrorism, those who are financiers of terrorism, those who believe that the shedding of life, the wastage that is going on in the damnable zoological republic is a price worth paying in order to ensure that the population of black people is permanently reduced. They are the ones working against us. They are the ones working with Facebook in order to frustrate the effort we are making to save lives. What we are doing here is to save lives, and there is nothing that they can do about it. We are going to pray, and pray we shall, because our enemies are numerous. We live in very difficult and dire times. Because of that, we dedicate all that we are, all that we can ever be, unto Elohim. I am going to pray in English language, not the language of heaven, that our listeners all over the world may partake in the miracle that is to come. And that very miracle is the restoration of Biafra. Because in times like this, our Creator, our Maker, our Lord, our God, our beginning and our end, the architect of all that we could ever become, it is becoming very, very difficult. Because at times like this, we do not know where to begin with our prayers. Sometimes even the art of praying appear to desert us, because our hearts are sore and it is aching. Many people are helpless, especially those of them in the north, the northern Christians in the Hausa lands, bothering the caliphate, bothering the Sharia enclave in the far north. We are continuing to cry out unto the Elohim for mercy. Your children in Biafra land, the communities who are under siege in Delta and also in Bayelsa, those who are suffering, those whose communities are being ravaged without any mercy nor intervention, we are calling upon the Elohim to do so for us, that we can once again live in our land in peace, that you may heal our land, that our mothers may go to the farm and be able to get a good harvest out of it, not surrendering their sweat to the marauding Fulani terrorist headsmen. Despite the way we may feel, O Elohim, you are forever very faithful to your children, because you do not change. You are the same today as you were yesterday, and forevermore shall you be. The same power that divided the Red Sea for the children of Israel to cross from their enemy Pharaoh and his army, that broke prison chains, mine included, and opened prison doors for many others. You that made sure that you decreed it and the dead can rise. You made it possible for even Elijah to go unto heaven without experiencing death upon this very earth. You are ever more willing to exercise the same power on all our behalf, on behalf of Biafra, because once you have decreed it, it must come to pass. We cannot allow the enemy, we cannot allow Facebook and their likes, we cannot allow the Janjaweed in the north, we cannot allow the Fulani cabal to instill fear in us. Oh, that we may get to the point where we are being consumed by it. They can consume Ohanes, they can consume Igbo politicians, they can consume the Fulefu Brigade in Abuja and in Lagos, they can never consume IPOB, because we are the chosen children. Our goal should always be to stand together in unity as one indivisible family, one unbreakable unit, as we ceaselessly pray on behalf of our nation Biafra, to ask the same God of Israel to heal our land, to strengthen his people, and to give those of us who are privileged to lead this very noble family guidance and divine strategies as we wage this ceaseless war against terrorism from the fallen enough. O Elohim, you will answer our prayers, and so we may find comfort in your promises, because we remember, according to Isaiah, that violence shall no more be heard in the land of Biafra, wasting nor destruction within thy borders, but thou shalt call thy walls of salvation and thy gates of praise in the land of the living, in that very land of our ancestors, that very land that is blessed by the God Almighty in heaven. O Elohim, we ask you to show your anger upon the wicked, who every day are wreaking havoc upon the lives of law-abiding citizens. Your word is your bond. Come and show us your salvation. Extend your grace, your favor, and your mercy. Provide us with protection and empower us with your strength. Set your children free from sin and from the resulting consequences. Bring about an awakening and awareness of your presence. Turn the hearts of your people back to you, our Heavenly Father. May your name be proclaimed, and any plan of the enemy to silence the voice of your people who share your good news be crushed beyond recognition. May your light penetrate through the dark hearts of the likes of Pandef, of the likes of Ohanes, and all those who through sabotage are working for the enemy, that your name may be praised, O Elohim, and our hearts filled with joy. Remind us to be watchful and to pray ceaselessly, lest we faint, to study your word diligently, to abide in you, and you will abide in us. For you will be willing to stand for righteousness in those that exhibit the love of thee. O Lord God in heaven, as we make a difference in our land, as this very IPOB pursues ceaselessly this very divine mission that you have set before us, we ask for your healing grace, O Elohim. Heal the brokenhearted, bind up the wounds of those who are hurting from rampaging Fulani attacks, those of them who are discouraged like Ohanes, those who cannot fight nor stand up, who are feeling very weak and there is no way for them to escape. Show yourself strong and mighty, O Lord, to those who are trapped in the middle belt. We need you now more than ever. We thank you because you're forgiving and merciful. May your name be glorified upon the face of this very earth, that you have decreed that Biafra must exist, and bring honor to your holy name. Now and forevermore we pray. The attack against us is continuing. If you're coming and hoping to join us via Facebook They are frustrating themselves and not us. They are doing all they can to frustrate the efforts we are making to ensure that Biafra is restored. The same thing that they did in late 60s, they are doing again today. But they have failed, and they have failed woefully. Therefore, I suggest that everybody should download official Radio Biafra app. TuneIn is carrying this very broadcast live and direct, and there are a whole host of other platforms that are relaying this very broadcast to the ends of the earth. You should not be discouraged. They are doing all they can to frustrate us. They cannot succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Therefore, as I welcome you once again, I ask you to welcome those who are around you, that these our enemies are doing all they can to bring Biafra down, but we cannot let them. This very gospel I will preach this very night. Facebook, they are thinking or they thought in their minds that bringing down our pages, frustrating our efforts will somehow make us to buckle. And the most painful aspect is that Facebook in Lagos is being run by Yorubas. We have made it very clear that our fight, our battle is not with the Yoruba race. If you know anybody, any Yoruba person that works for Facebook, it is in their interest to desist from what they are doing. After Tinubu must have served the North, it didn't stop the Fulanis from coming in to ravage Yoruba land. After the betrayal of the war, it did not stop the Fulanis from coming in and ravaging Yoruba land that led to the rightful formation of Amoteku. Therefore, I say to every Yoruba person who is working for the enemy, after please weigh the consequences of their actions. Because it didn't stop what Facebook is doing in Lagos is deplorable, it is reprehensible, it is evil, and should not be condoned by any right-thinking person. We must preach this very gospel. I must preach it because heaven has decreed it and it must be preached and preached tonight. They know what they are afraid of. Everybody is terrified of IPOB. They are scared of Biafra. They are scared of the truth. But that very truth we must preach. As many times as they take us down, so shall we rise even stronger. As I said before, allow me to repeat. Everybody must be on Radio Biafra app. Everybody must go to TuneIn. Every platform online streaming this very broadcast, I expect IPOB admin to make sure that the link to receive this very broadcast is everywhere. Because we cannot allow our enemies to succeed. They have not succeeded before, and we do not intend to allow them to succeed tonight. They can do whatever they like. They can never ever prevail over the coming of Biafra. Tonight we preach this very gospel that the world may hear. Their duplicitousness, their heavy-handedness when they dealt with Jonathan, and now wearing kid gloves, when it came or when it has come to the turn of the Fulani cabal to rule the zoo. All the pressures that are applied when Jonathan was in power by Obama administration and David Cameron, the same Britain, that same Britain, all of it are now absent. And this evening I take you line by line through what is happening, that you all may understand what is happening to you. Because if you do not know what your problem is, there is no way you can begin even to attempt to remedy it. We talk about the state of the murderousness and the damnable zoological republic they call Nigeria, which is a colonial contraption. I keep reminding our people of this every blessed day. If you do not understand that all the problems you're having started from the very moment Europeans came into Africa to create nations for you, if you have not yet understood that, then you are in one very almighty mess. I assure you. Intellectually you are. You are not an intelligent person. Listen very carefully. All I am trying to encapsulate every problem Fulani headsmen poor economic fortune, no good roads, no hospitals, nothing seems to be working. Life is stifled and very painful for those who are so unfortunate to be alive even. Your problem is Nigeria. Nigeria is the only problem you have. Nigeria is that demon. Nigeria is that person holding you, not your uncle in the village. Nigeria is that aunt in the village doing witchcraft. Nigeria is the witchcraft itself. Until you understand this as a sane person, you will not be able to solve your problem. That is our beginning. We'll talk about all the rest, the Amotekun, the Hopus of the man, all the rubbish, the killings going on in the zoo that nobody wants to talk about. We'll talk about it tonight as well. I come again and I tell you this. Regarding the state of anarchy and lawlessness in Nigeria, the economic hopelessness, the daily, what I would call political skullduggery, so to speak, fear and terrorism, that is tormenting the lives of our people every blessed day. There is only but one simple solution, and that solution is the peaceful dissolution of Nigeria. And tonight I will prove it to the whole world that Nigeria is the problem. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria, that person is your enemy. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria, that person is the demon in your life. Do not listen to your pastors. Don't listen to the preachers around you. The only demon you need to face is not even Satan. The only demon you have in your life, I assure you, is Nigeria. That is the only demon you have in your life, nothing else. Only Nigeria is the demon you have in your life. And this evening, I will attempt to prove it. First of all, I am sure that some of you have your pen and your paper ready. You have them handy. Because you must note this very carefully. I am trying to lay the foundation of the stupidity of Nigerians. I'm trying to build a platform upon which will rest every of their thinking and why it will never ever work. Not in this life, not in the next life, not in the life after. Do not forget that all those that went about in 66 and 67 convincing that Biafra is the problem, Igbo man is your problem. From southern Kaduna all the way to even the coastline of Biafra land, those that they deceived the Yoruba race, they deceived each and every one of you. They told Igbo man is your problem, that Biafra is your problem. Today, who is trying to conquer Yoruba land? Today, who are the ones killing us and burning down our villages in Bayelsa? Who are the people who are now driving their cattle through our farms in Akwa Ibom and killing our people? The same people that lied to you that Igbo man is your problem, they are the ones today killing you. They are the ones that want to Islamize you. Do you know why? Because you love lies. Our people love to be told lies. You love lies so much. That is why you cannot stand up and realize that Fulani has an agenda, that some neo-colonialists in Britain, they have an agenda to enslave you for life. You will never come out of it. Instead of it to come out, you are even digging the hole deeper. You are falling into the abyss. Into the abyss. I want to prove it to you. Britain created Nigeria, and that in effect makes, listen carefully to me to what I'm saying. Britain created Nigeria, not you, not Ahmadu Bello, not Azikiwe, not Awolowo, no. Not a Yoruba man, not an Hausa man, not a Fulani man, not an Ijaw man, not a man from Birom. He is not Baggy. This same man is not a Gala. He is not Jukun. This man is not from Efik. He is not Ibibio. He is not Igbo. None whatsoever. Absolutely none. Zero. They traveled for over 3,000 miles to come to a place where people already exist with their fine cultures and their tradition. They created something that is artificial and alien. The reason why you're dying today is because of Nigeria. The reason why people are being destroyed today is because of one Nigeria. You must understand this very, very carefully. And I will tell you how that is the case. Because as a Nigerian, you are a product of colonial Africa. You are an inferior human being to Europeans. Because the same thing that Europeans have done in Africa, you cannot do in Europe when you travel to Europe. Secondly, when we talk about going our separate ways for very obvious reason, some neo-colonialists in the UK will be the first. The UK High Commissioner and their friends, they will be the people say, oh, what? I say, because I'm here to preach the truth. I don't care about the consequences. I have been mandated by heaven to speak the truth, and that's exactly what I'm doing. If you have any opinion to the contrary, please present it. That is what I'm doing. Now listen very carefully. Some neo-colonialists will be the first to tell us, oh, stick together. You are in one Nigeria. Enjoy your diversity. You have population. Look at China. They have it all. Because China is homogeneous. Almost one people. Almost one people. Isn't it? They have a history and culture stretching back nearly 6,000 years. Isn't it? Are we one people? Is Nigeria made up of one people? They are asking you to stay in, enjoy your diversity, enjoy your population. But then I ask myself this very simple question. The same Britain telling you to enjoy Nigeria, your diversity, your rich in culture, they should simply open their mouth and say, all of you should enjoy the crude oil and the gas coming from Biafra land. That will be far more palatable. That will be far more acceptable. We can see reason in it. But this lie about diversity, you're diversing with a Fulani headsman that is intent on killing you. You want to discuss diversity with Boko Haram? You want to discuss diversity and rich culture with ISIS in West Africa? You want to discuss diversity and rich culture with Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb? You want to discuss rich culture and diversity with bandits in the north? You want to discuss diversity and rich culture with people that have no regard for you. That Buhari is dead, they went to Sudan. Instead of them to come to the people and say, oh, we are one Nigeria, our head of state is no longer alive, what do? They went all the way to Sudan to go and bring somebody. That same idiot is preaching one Nigeria to you, and you are listening. Let's try and make it better. An animal is better than you because you cannot reason. And here on this platform, on this radio Biafra, that Facebook is trying all they can to shut down, that everybody is accepting bribe from Nigeria to try to close down. We are telling you the very simple truth. Britain said that we should enjoy our diversity in Nigeria. The population is there, the market can grow, the economy can grow. And then there's an economy, that's my economy. It can grow, you will do very well. And then I'm asking Britain, if that is the case, if there is this love of diversity, why have you decided to leave the European Union? You talk about diversity, embracing people from different cultures. But even in Europe, you are all Christians in Europe, so we are led to believe. You all practice free market economy, isn't it? You all believe in free trade. You all believe in capitalism. You even have more in common in Europe than we have all the various ethnic groups in the zoo called Nigeria will ever have. But you decided to leave Europe. They are Christians. They believe in democracy. They believe in the rule of law. Why have you decided to leave them? And in Nigeria that you created, you want us to fuse together with people who do not believe in democracy, with people who do not believe in the rule of law, with people who believe in terrorism and violence as a tool and as a means to advance their cause. And I'm asking Britain, I want this stupid debate about diversity. You grow. If you look at all the countries of the world, those who are making it, they are big in number. Babash. How many people actually live in Liechtenstein? Do you know a place called Liechtenstein? I'm not even sure up to 500,000 people there. Are they not doing very well? Why don't they go and subsume themselves in one monolithic political superstructure? Why not? Why have they done it? We were in Switzerland a few months ago,
Is Switzerland not free even from the EU? Why is it that people cannot reason? They claim they go to school, but they cannot reason. The problem, the foundation I'm trying to lay for you is this. What is good for the geese is also good for the gander. Let me ask you this very question. If being in one huge, large family with diversity is a wonderful thing, how come Britain is not staying in Europe till today? Why have they decided to leave on the 31st of this month? Why? Ask yourself these pertinent questions. Within it lies reason. Only then can you reason. Because right now some of you are not reasoning very well. Look at Bishop Coker is complaining. The Christian Association of Nigeria is complaining. The Hausas in the north are complaining. Everybody is complaining. All we do is complain. And when the Yorubas did something about it, when they finally did something about it, you have people with the temerity, the guts to stand up and question what they're doing. The same thing that we did with BSS. The same thing that we did. It is quite pathetic that today, even Hanese is now congratulating Yoruba people for what they have done. But they cannot achieve the same level of unity in their own household. Why is that? Because they have spent nearly 50 years as boy to Fulani. They don't have the moral impetus to stand up and speak. They hide behind Yoruba, behind Amotek. Oh, you've done well. And nobody is asking them. When your people, when IPOB floated the same security outfit, what did you do? They won't ask the question. How can they ask? They will never ask. This evening we must educate the world. We must let them understand what is happening. That this is Radio Biafra will preach the truth. Here, everything happening in the zoo, Nigeria, from Amoteku to people now is from this platform, from this Radio Biafra. Without Radio Biafra, without IPOB, there will be no restructuring, there will be no Amoteku, nothing. Fulani will pick you up one after the other. That's a fact of life. Britain loves diversity. We think there is a strength in unity and diversity. You die. How, if there is strength in unity, ask Britain, United Kingdom, if there is strength in unity, why aren't you in the European Union? Why did you decide to leave? There is no terrorism. Germans are not killing French. French are not killing the Belgians. No. There is peace everywhere and there's prosperity. Yet Britain left. And you're asking us to stay in a cauldron of hell. In a hell. Oh my God. Where people are being slaughtered on a daily basis, the courts no longer operate. The police and the army is an extension of a terrorist movement. You're asking people to stay in such a union. But you left European Union that is working. I'm sure after tonight they will not talk about unity again in Nigeria. I'm not sure Britain will talk about it anymore. That is why we preach the gospel of truth, honesty, that the whole world may bear us witness. Facebook is wasting their time. They are wasting their time. If you think that because when we preach, if we see maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people listening, we will say, things are going bad. You're dreaming. After this broadcast, it will be recorded. It will be pushed to the ends of the earth. Everywhere we'll play it on Radio Biafra FM relay stations in Biafra land and in Lagos. Everywhere the world will keep listening. So you are wasting your time. You are collecting anyway. It's funny regime. They're so stupid. They'll pay money to anything to stop Biafra. They will give money to any idiot to stop Biafra. But you have never succeeded in the past. How can you succeed now? Do you know how learned we are? We're only showing you what we're capable of until we march, and then you will understand that Kaki and Lera are not the same thing. You will soon know. We are going our separate ways, not because we hate anybody, but because we want to preserve our lives. Nigeria has never been good for anybody. It was not good for the Hausas. Since the Fulani people came into Nigeria, Nigeria has never been good for anybody. They dealt with the Hausa. Those ones foolishly joined them to deal with the others, all the way to Yoruba. Yoruba joined them to work against Biafra. But now, as you know, that is why prayer, let me not say prayer before we say prayer will solve everything. No, prayer without work is meaningless, of course. Now listen, The reason why everybody is waking up now is because of the gospel being preached on Radio Biafra. That is a fact of life. If you like, deny it all you can within you. That is a fact of life. That rejected stone, that Biafra that was kicked to the curb, that same Biafra they lied against, that same Biafra they mocked. It is that same Biafra that is now raising the consciousness to allow them to mount a credible resistance against the expansionist tendencies of the Fulani Janjaweed. We must continue. Britain is telling you, remain in one Nigeria. You are all good together. We are being slaughtered every day. Have you then noticed what happened during Jonathan's regime? Go and Google it. How Britain, how America under Obama, EU were issuing statements every day. Government must do something. You must stop this. But now there is so much killing. You don't hear from them anymore. None of them is talking. Do you know why? Because their favorite people are in power. Despite the fact that everybody knows, even from what transpired a few days ago at Buckingham Palace, where Jubilee was missing, he didn't know. They will ask. If they had known, they would say that the etiquette demands that you take off your hat when you come. The cosmetic people, the what do you call it? The makeup artists would have done something marvelous before that. They never knew. Once Jubilee came and they told him, you have to take off your hat, or he ran away from that very event. And people thought, Buhari is back. He's at Asarok. He's in Asarok now. Buhari is back. From Channels TV, Buhari is back. From one to the other. Fools, they will never ask. These are journalists. They will never ask a simple question. Why did you not attend that very banquet? They won't ask. That's why we call them a zoo. They will never ask the very serious and difficult questions that genuine answers may be sought. They never ever do it. It's Biafra. They are causing trouble. IPOB wants to cause trouble for Biafrans in diaspora. That is how foolish they are. They wouldn't blame them. They are products of the zoo, and they very sad indeed. Now think about this. If belonging to a political union is always right, because of the advantages of large populations and diversity, why is Britain leaving the EU? Simple question. EU offers a larger market with bigger population, with access to markets and tariff-free exchange of goods and services. Why is Britain leaving? If being in a big family is very good. They're not being killed though. We that are being slaughtered every blessed day, our mothers being raped and killed in Ebonyi State. Because they have killed us so much, we are now immune to evil. They are killing our people, we are immune to evil. People are dying, being beheaded every blessed day. And the people are going about their businesses as if nothing is happening. Why would Britain want to leave the EU? That is the underlying problem of a Nigerian, the inability to reason. Inability to reason. This person asking me to run towards that very cage with a lion in it. Why is he running to the one with antelope inside it? Why don't he run to the one that lion? It's not that the lion is very friendly. Go and embrace the lion, but he himself is running towards an antelope. But he's encouraging you to run towards the lion. So you'll be consumed. Very sad indeed. Britain have some issues with the EU. People will be wondering, why am I going through this very route this evening? I want to establish the very basis and foundation for our discussion this evening. As simple as ABC. I want to let you understand that the way white people reason is different from how black Africans reason. That is why we never ever record any progress. Individually, we are fine. We are very brilliant. We have good scientists. We have people who can make things happen individually. But collectively as a unit, once you assemble together as a unit to do something positive for your people, you will see the enemy, they will come. They will plant somebody inside you, as they are now doing even through IYC of all places, of all movements. They will plant one idiot. They are talking rubbish. And I don't know where our people, most, I would not say blacks in general, but mostly people that claim they are Nigerians, I don't know why they gravitate towards idiocy a lot, far more quickly than they can reason. I don't know why. It's entirely up to them. I don't know why. Britain does not want to lose its hold over Nigeria. You know, as a creator, you know, you're an inventor, as Innocent is. You know, do you think Innocent will allow you to come and use a sledgehammer and destroy all his cars and the warehouse? Of course, he's doing something nice. Do you think that Innocent Motors is his own creation? He won't allow you to destroy it. Nigeria is the creation of Britain. Britain doesn't want to see its child go back to how it's supposed to be. Even to grow up, it won't allow it to grow up. But some of you don't know that, do you? Every day, we've not had light for 2 years, and we are paying NEPA bill, and that's the end of it. The solution is in the disintegration of Nigeria. So you can go to your village. You can hold your brother or your sister responsible for not doing it. And I keep saying this thing to people. If Biafra were to stand today, do you think anybody will come and loot government funds and get away with it? You can't. But if you talk to somebody that he's APC, you don't prosecute him. Like Hope Uzodimma, they accused him of embezzlement, of stealing money, and then all of a sudden he's now the governor of Imo State via Fulani Sharia ruling. All that is forgotten. Is that how you advance a country? Is that how you move people forward? Of course, the answer is no. And you know the answer is no. But what are you going to do? Maybe you resort to the prescription of Khan, which is to fast and to pray. Dara. In Nigeria, Britain is encouraging everybody to be together as one. So it will be easier for the Fulanis to slaughter all of us. Then they will come in and they will share the oil and gas. That's why we are together. You don't know that? And you that's daft, you don't know? That's what they're trying to do. They tried to come in. Let me tell you tonight so you note it down on your paper that I asked you to bring. Fulani tried to push through Benue into Ebonyi, and we stopped them. This IPOB stopped them. Some of you don't know. When we used to grow up, we used to make a joke and say to people, it is actually our people who are doing it. It's Biafrans who are doing it. So because we don't come out every day to announce what we are doing in Ebonyi, because Yoruba paper hasn't carried it yet. That is why you think nothing is happening. Maybe I should allow them to come in and take all of you one after the other. Then you will understand the amount of work and resources going into protecting Biafra land. Amoteko only came yesterday. We've been there from the beginning. Why do you think they went to Yoruba land? They came to Biafra land. There was no way for them to penetrate. They traveled to Yoruba to see if they can come in through there. Now that route is also closed. You know what they're doing? They're using what I call the spine. They are coming along the banks of River Niger, trying to take a bit of some of the idiots in Delta, and coming into Bayelsa, where it seems to me there is a concentration of the highest, the greatest concentration of idiots we have is in Bayelsa. I say it without any apology to anybody. The highest concentration of idiots we have, talking about one Nigeria, is in Bayelsa. That's how stupid they are. Some of them have never learned any lesson. They have not learned. They are like Ohaneze, they are like Pandev, they don't reason very well. This thing you are trying to do, this your one Nigerian nonsense you're doing now. Did Zik try it? Did it work? I will try it. Did it work? Do some of you know that Babangida invited Awo to come and write him a thesis on how to make Nigeria better? Awo said no. It's too late. You can't repeat. Do some of you know that? You don't know. Go and ask Babangida, he will tell you. He invited Awo to come and be part of their nonsense, new Nigeria to rebuild. Awo said no, it's too late. I won't be part of it. Some of you are talking about one Nigeria. When your DSS handler comes and gives you peanuts, 1 or 20,000 naira, You run to you call maybe a Nation newspaper correspondent in Yenagua. You give him 4,600 naira. I say, oh, write something. IPOB cannot. Don't come here again. IPOB is Biafra. Talking rubbish. That is how foolish some of them are. So foolish, it is unbelievable. So hopeless. But you are there. Your villages are being burnt. Your communities are being sacked every blessed day. All you can do is to say, IPOB is not welcome here. So you want to show that somebody from Asarok will say, that Sabo is doing very well for us. Call him, let's make him another hope. That's how foolish we are. And in the end, they will disappoint you. As they will do to Bola Ahmed Tinubu very soon, his eyes will be open. He thinks that they can use Amotekun as leverage. So they will say, okay, for them to keep an eye on them so they will not turn to a very formidable regional militia, let's give it to Tinubu so he can control them. That's rubbish. That's his game he's playing. But he is grossly mistaken. Britain is helping the Fulani to conquer and destroy everybody in Nigeria. That is a fact of life. If they say they're not doing that, they must change their utterances and their ways. They must attack this Jubril government the same way they attacked Jonathan. US must do the same as well. All those lily-livered wet Democrats who are in the USA under Obama are attacking Jonathan on a daily basis about Boko Haram. Today, there is no law. It's not just Boko Haram. There is chaos and lawlessness everywhere. People are dying on a daily basis. And we are telling you, you may find it difficult to accept, but I am telling you that the solution to your problem is the dissolution of Nigeria. Gas, oil and gas is your problem, isn't it? We'll give it to everybody for free. We're not doing anything with it. And God in heaven is my witness. We will give you oil and gas for free. Yoruba, you get oil and gas for free. Middle Belt, oil and gas for free. Anybody who wants it. We don't need the damn thing. We don't need it for anything. We have our brain, which is the greatest natural resource. We must make this abundantly clear to everybody. In case you think we are fighting for Biafra because of what is buried in the ground, then you are even more daft than the Boko Haram recruit. Remember how they removed Britain? How they removed Jonathan? This Britain I'm talking about. Remember how Britain removed Jonathan from power? Cameron and Obama. And I told Jonathan he was going to lose. I thought he was a gunner. Obama wanted a fellow Islamic fundamentalist to be in power. Did they get it or not? Today, what is happening today? What is happening today? Remember all the pressure that they put Jonathan under. What is happening today? I'm asking you. Boko Haram is busy. Not just Boko Haram. Boko Haram is coming from the northeast. ISIS in West Africa from the northwest. Then from in the middle from Chad is outside in the Maghreb. Nobody is saying anything. The same forces that conspired to remove Jonathan today, they are mute. Nobody's talking. They will bribe Reuters, they will bribe AFP, they will bribe one idiot somewhere in Europe to write a very glowing article. The hard general is trying. They have been depleted. They are sitting in their fancy offices in the West, writing rubbish about what they know little or nothing about happening in the zoo, Nigeria. All because the more you are all together, the more they target you, the more they eliminate you, the more Fulanis are advancing with their empty brain. All they have is AK-47 to decimate you. And then they will sit down with Britain and share the loot. You will get the oil, I get the gas. Because they don't have nothing upstairs. All they need is just sign contract. What do they have upstairs? I keep asking this question every blessed day. What do they have upstairs? The answer is zero. Can anybody tell me what Sokoto is contributing to Nigeria? Zero. Katsina, zero. Only Alamajiri. And now they are opening their borders and people are flooding in. Whereas in the south, all the borders are closed. And some of you are moving about, talking about one Nigeria as if you're daft. You talk about one Nigeria as if you are mentally deranged. You are mentally unstable. The borders in the north are open. The borders in the south are closed. And all of you are there. Just say, yes, we are in one Nigeria. Let's fast and pray. Unbelievable. I don't know the type of God that made you people. Common sense, some of you don't have. Common sense. Just reason. Ask yourself that question. Why would this regime of Abba Kyari, because of course Abba Kyari who's in charge, why would they shut the borders in the south? To make life difficult for you. They open the borders in the north. They lied against them. I'm not here to hold brief for Jonathan. I know some of you know how I feel about him, but I'm just trying to draw an inference to make people understand the double standards that they are fake patriotism from the north always portrays. Fake patriotism. They don't love Nigeria, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nigeria, my foot. Jonathan was removed. Obama was very happy. Today people are dying and nobody is doing anything about it. Absolutely nothing. Nobody is doing anything about it. Very, very sad indeed. Before I come to Amotekun and all the related happenings in the zoo called Nigeria, let me remind our people of Joe Robi Soko and the Shekiri extraction that all the lies Fulani Britain fed everybody through Yoruba newspapers. I'm not attacking Yorubas, of course, I'm just speaking the truth. All the lies that we are fed to our fathers from the riverine areas about Igbo domination, where are we today? All those people are saying, don't allow them, they'll dominate you. Who is now dominating you? You see, people don't learn from history. And every time I come on Radio Biafra, I keep pointing out this very fact, inescapable fact. You don't learn from history. You don't learn from history. You don't learn from history. I'll give you two simple examples. Adakaboro fought a very good fight, to be honest with you. Fought a very good fight. He was asking for independence of Niger Delta, which, believe you me, I support. That is why people must know this. If there is one thing about the culture that I was raised on, that Igbo culture, is this. If you want to pack out from your village and go somewhere and establish, they would, in fact, they will hold a party for you and tell you goodbye. That's how we are. That's why you have autonomous communities. Do you have people anywhere else in the zoo that have autonomous communities? No. We can wake up in the morning and say that this Ezinnachi community, they want to divide into two. In fact, they don't want to answer Ezinnachi again. We'll tell them goodbye, let's have fun, let's have party and goodbye. There's no problem. They lied to everybody. They lied to everybody, telling you, because you know what they lied to you about the Igbos? This is one thing that some people don't know. They lie to you because they know that it is only. I'm saying this. And when I say it now, they'll say, "Oh, they are turning the Biafra thing to an Igbo affair." The same thing you can say in England or in Britain. Is Britain an English affair? Or will you go to Germany? Will you say that Germany is a Bavarian affair? Can you say that? No, you can't. But when it comes to Biafra, they'll say, some mischief makers will say it's about the Igbos. No, it is not. I want to tell you this. The reason why they lied to you, both the thieves and the Ibiras, the Jukun, all of you from the Middle Belt coming down, and with your Willings Commission in the South, the reason why they lied to you is because they know it is only the Igbo people that will open your eyes so you can see the truth. They don't want you to. Britain don't want an Igbo man somewhere because we know what they know. You don't know that? That is why. So the best thing they did was to go before us to poison the minds of people against the occupants of what you call the Southeast. But thankfully the likes of Philip F. Young saw the light. But Ken Serewa did not see the light. Adakaboro fell at the hands of the North. Ken Serewa did not learn anything. Ken Serewa also fell at the hands of the North. And some of the idiots now acting as informants within a Joy Youth Council. Informants. They are making the same mistake. They will also fall. The more you rat on IPOB, the more your communities are being destroyed. Nobody was destroyed. 2 other communities have been destroyed. We'll go through it later. Yet you don't learn anything. The same people they are claiming is coming to dominate you are the same people fighting and dying to save you. And you claim you have brain in your skull. I very much doubt it. I speak the truth. Always. The truth. Always. And do you seriously think, let me ask, do you seriously think that if you're in your little enclave doing something about, I know about the killings that took place around, is it Omok or what? I think the deputy sent it to me. The killings that took place, you know, when they kill us this day, they say it's cult related. They'll be wasting people's lives. They'll be telling it is cult related. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. It was something that happened in a place, they said this between Ospak, whatever rubbish that means, Ospak, and a place called Ozide community. You know, the boundary between Imo and River State. These are all the same people. Ohaji especially. All the way to Omok. All the same people, one people. But the full animal will come and tell you, oh no, we are Niger Delta. You are Niger Delta. Don't allow them all. But it's your brother, answering the same name as you, speaking the same language. I don't know what went into us. Let us proceed very, very speedily, please. We have come to the news the way it should be. Now, these are the people, or should I say some of them, that complained that IPOB is here. IPOB is coming to Bayelsa. It is not Biafra. Okoko. He's actually a Yoruba boy, or Lorogun Kennedy. From his name, you know he's Yoruba. He's not even from Ejoland. And IYC allowed such a church rat to occupy a position. You are allowed to occupy a very important position in Biafra land. The George Youth Council for the Central Division. Based in Jenego. I have nothing against Yoruba, but everyone should go back to where they come from and contest or whatever. I am a firm believer in that. In Bayelsa, they made a Yoruba man the IYC chairman. He's the one talking rubbish. And now let me remind him as to what is happening in Bayelsa so he will know. This is how foolish people are. There is a group called the Ijaw People Development Initiative. It is a human rights group. Let me read it for you, please, so you understand it very clearly. And understand how foolish some people can be sometimes in this life. They are calling on the federal government to reconstruct Bilabiri 1 and 2 communities in Ekeremo local government area of Bayelsa State. What happened to Bilabiri 1 and 2? These are 2 communities. It is in Ekeremo local government area of Bayelsa State. This is for those who are talking nonsense. We don't want IPOB meeting here. This is for you, all of you. I want to showcase your idiocy, your stupidity to the world, so mankind can know how foolish you are and why Fulanis are killing you. This Keremo community is in Bayelsa State. It was burnt down by invading soldiers, claiming they are searching for criminals that killed 3 military personnel. It is now their signature. Burn down, kill, burn down, sack villages. Who are the soldiers doing the sacking and the killing? Oh, yes, you know. They are from Fulani. They are from the north. They are the same people that went to this same Keremo government area and said to them, if a man is coming to dominate you, don't support Biafra. Okay, the same Fulani has come today and burnt down not 1 community, but 2 communities. Complete destruction. Let us continue. Mr. Austin Ozobo is now threatening that if nothing is done within 30 days, that they will stop the oil flow from the coastal region of Biafra land. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It urged the government to investigate the atrocities committed by the soldiers and bring the culprits to book. In your dreams, you know it will never happen. Stop wasting your time talking as if you have no brain in your skull. It will never happen. Listen to what he had to say, a direct quote from him. These are the people who were fed the junk. Igbo man is your problem. Don't support IPOB. They want to break away Nigeria. Listen to what came out of his mouth. We have been disgusted. We have been disgusted and infuriated over the unlawful military invasion of Bilabri communities. We condemn it in its entirety as it is barbaric, senseless, and unlawful. He went on to say, we Ijaws have been pushed to the wall and we have decided to call for a total shutdown of all oil facilities in the Niger Delta to protest against the continued unlawful killing and burning of Ijaw communities if federal government fails to rebuild Bilabri 1 and 2 within 30 days. Now, this was what Mr. Ozobo said. Of course, he's angry and I respect his right to be very angry. But there is something our people need to understand. Blacks need to understand this very well, especially those who are living under dictatorships. There is something you must understand. When something happens to somebody and you keep quiet, it will come and happen to you. Why do you think the Yoruba set up Amotekun? Amotekun, I don't know the correct phonetics for it. Why do you think they set it up? Because the same thing that the Fulanis and the core Sharia North did to Biafra, they are now doing to the Yorubas. If the Yorubas knew that a day would come when they will have to raise an ethnic militia to defend their land against raping, killing, even if you had told them before that the daughter of a prominent Yoruba man will be slaughtered in the process, I'm sure that they wouldn't have been that, negative towards Biafra. But because it happened to other people, that's what Fulani does very well. It's not you, it's the other person. Can't you see? They are very bad. They are planning for your funeral. I am pointing all these things out because let me tell our people very clearly this. One, a Jaw on his own cannot do anything to Nigeria. That is a proven fact. They will go on burning down communities, you will do nothing. But together as one unbreakable unit, they will fall. Now, let me give you a very simple example. Amotekun is an instance. Had it been that one state, maybe Ekiti or Osun or Oyo, went alone to do their own thing, oh my goodness, they will bring the federal might to crush them. But once all the Southwest governors very cleverly, I respect them, I must tell you this, once they got together, and I know they wouldn't have gotten together if not for the likes of Baya Debanjo and Fani Kayode, of course. That is also a fact, to give them the liver and the metal to do what they did. They realize, Yorubas are very clever, I must give them that. They realize that if we do this piecemeal by piecemeal, they'll pick us off. We must do it together as one block. And once they did it as one block, as one whole Yoruba, one, no dissension, it was sealed and final. The Zoo government became handicapped. But let us attempt such a thing in the southeast or south-south. Believe you me, the governors will be in the meeting. Ibazu will get up, or Obiano will get up and say, I want to go and ease myself. He will go into the toilet. He will put his phone, he will call Asorok and say, not tomorrow night, stop blaming me, come and hear what I'm hearing. Go. He will put his phone, he will call Asorok and leave his phone on and bring it in to the meeting. So before you finish that meeting, Asorok will call Umahi and say, oh, I heard her in a meeting. And Umahi will say, no, sir, I'm not in any meeting. Oh. I want to inspect a new bridge they're building with Islamic bank money. And the meeting will be over. The meeting will be dead there and then. Look at the way they planned it in the West and executed it. I'm just drawing an inference, so I will let anybody planning anything, Niger Delta, you are, write it on a piece of paper now. What is today's date again, please, for goodness sake? Today's the 24th, isn't it? Of January 2020. Write it down. You are wasting your time. Many more communities will fall. There is nothing you can do about it because you have traitors in your midst. The capital of treachery in Biafra land is in Bayelsa. Treachery upon treachery. You allowed APC to come in. What do you expect? Has the governor spoken? The answer is no. How can he talk? He is a puppet of the caliphate. How can he speak? Some of you don't know anything. You don't know nothing. Absolutely nothing. Your brains are empty. How can you be talking about a job? You cannot stand on your own. You cannot defeat this monster. Fulani is a monster. You cannot defeat them. Standing and I want to stand as a John fight. So you have not learned from Adakaboro? He broke away and they killed him. You've not learned from Keseriwa? He broke away and they killed him. Don't you understand it? Do you need to go to another primary school to understand this? You want to be re-educated to understand what is happening. But they told you, Igbo man is your problem. Fight Biafra. And you fought Biafra. Today, those that ask you to fight Biafra, they are coming for you. They are coming. They cannot stop. It is in their DNA to conquer, to overrun, to subjugate, and to lay waste. It is in their DNA. They cannot help it. They are like mad people. Enraged mad people. They can no longer control their emotions. They can no longer control their reflexes and their actions. That is how they are as a people. They can no longer help it. Buhari died to tell you how evil they are. They went to Sudan and recruited somebody to carry out this very program. That's why they're crying over Motekun. Not because they don't like it, but because it is going to halt their advance to the Atlantic Ocean. We just, who are you? You are nothing. The same way that Igbo is nothing. The same way Ibibio is nothing. They can come to Africa and they pick you 111. Nothing will happen. But together as one, this same East, this same Biafra, we are impregnable. Common sense and common logic. Some of you don't know. People open their mouth and they talk pure rubbish. That is what have planted Islam in Bayelsa. Islam is in Ijoland. You think they are doing it because of the love of Prophet Muhammad? Is that what you think? You're so daft if you think so. Some of you are converting to Islam in Ijoland because they are setting you up as stooges. You are the tools. You are the willing tools they will use to advance to the Atlantic Ocean without you knowing it, because you're daft. You're not intelligent enough. I must tell you the truth because nobody else will. And nobody, if you know what I've done, if you know what I've done wrong, you tell me. I tell you the truth. You may not like it, but it is the truth. It is of no use sitting in front of this thing. You don't simply want to look against it. You cannot do nothing to Fulani. Fulani will ravage your land. You can't do nothing. Jonathan, they come up with you. They can't do anything. What can he do? He's like, go on. The more they kill, the more he'll tell you about one Nigeria. And people are dying. People are dying every blessed day because you don't know your priorities. You cannot get them right. Time and time again. Nobody in Nigeria believes there is a problem unless they are affected. Remember Khan. Khan should be the people advocating for Biafra to come. Khan should be the people at the forefront of making sure that the whole world is aware of what is happening. And the only solution is to break Nigeria into pieces. Nothing else will work. Nothing else will matter. If you divide Nigeria, believe you me, Boko Haram cannot come down to the south. No Fulani headsmen. Never, ever, ever again. But if you remain in one Nigeria, listen very carefully. Once you're in one Nigeria, they will always anchor their argument on one dead constitutional provision or the other. Freedom of livestock. We must move our livestock. And meanwhile, they have consolidated their hold on the army, on the police, on customs, on every paramilitary that is carrying a gun. That is why they don't want anybody else to carry a gun. You think they're stupid? They don't want you to carry a gun. They have Hizbah. They have civilian JTF in the northeast. They have all these things all over the place. They have Sharia police, but they will never allow you to carry a gun. Only them can. Because a gun is an instrument of coercion. If you make noise, they will kill you as they killed a boy in Imo State. Nobody is talking. Nobody is moved. No, absolutely no, only IPOB. Without IPOB exposing the evil happenings in the zoo, do you think we'll be where we are today? What would you happen? If you make noise, they come and buy the person in your village or buy a newspaper journalist to write rubbish. Or some of these idiots on 2,000 naira a week recharge card in Enugu will be writing rubbish. What do they know? Nothing. Their brain is empty. Oh, okay. There's a way you can do it. You call this politician, you call that one, you sit down and you plan it, and you turn it upside down and you plan it, and you come out. The Yoruba governor succeeded because they have the love of Yoruba first more than anything else. Whereas the political class you've been bestowed since 1970 are those handpicked by the North. That is why they are all servants. I said all are servants to the North. They can never come together to hold whatever meeting, to strategize on the security for our people. Never. Never, ever, ever. Playing it on their own. I'm in rivers. Let me do my own reverse thing. I'm in cross river. I'll do cross river thing. I'm in Aqua. Nothing is not working. The Fulanis are coming. They are killing. They are pillaging. They are sacking. They are raping as they are coming. Nothing will happen until you bind together under this IPOB. And we stop them, of course, as we have done it. Look at Ebonyi State. They are running from us in Ebonyi. Some of you don't know because you have not read it in a Yoruba paper. So it may not be happening because it's not in a Yoruba paper. That's how some of you are. Oh, can you see me? That's the way you behave. But are you going to stop us from the fight we are fighting? Of course not. They know. I tell them to their faces. They know it. If you say you're strong, you come into Ebonyi. And you're to me. Come now, you will see. I say because we don't have what's it called? All these patrol cars with siren on top. No. Ask him yet, they will tell you that we met them in Ebonyi. And they decided to try Yoruba land. Let them come. We are waiting. There are mad people everywhere. What I tell you is that I preach the truth. What I tell you is the gospel truth. Up, down, left, right, it is the truth. That is why this gospel, as I'm preaching it live now, if you go to Abuja, it is silent. Everybody, who is who in Abuja is, call them down, see if you get them on the phone. Call anybody you know that is sensible in Lagos or in Abuja right now that listen to Radio Biafra. If you can collect 3,000 naira from Ike Premado in Enugu, go my brother charge card in rubbish. Pure nonsense. It doesn't concern us anyone, they know that very well. Who are the people that kill and burn houses? Is it not Boko Haram? Is it not Boko Haram, I'm asking? Why would a well-trained soldier kill people and burn not one community but two? Why? Because they are Boko Haram. Excuse me. They are Boko Haram. It's only Boko Haram that kill people and burn houses, isn't it? In the north. That's what they've been doing. The same people you said who they have repented. Buratai, he will salute them. Rankadede military. They all join the military. And all of a sudden now the same thing that Boko Haram is doing in the north is what the Nigerian army is doing in the south. What does it tell you? That there is Boko Haram in the army. But some of you won't understand that, will you? Did this problem start today? It did not start today. Were the people warned? Yes, they were warned. Did they do something? No. You know Nigeria, it's our dumb, like Tinubu is doing. They turn off my village. I told people, once they dangle that carrot, the same presidency, they dangle it in front of they dangle it in front of them. Oh, presidency. Oh, yes, let's be good. This thing IPOB is doing. IPOB have one idiot that rise from America. Okoko. That doesn't know the road to his village. He writes, IPOB have stopped Igbo presidency with the agitation. Beke. He's speaking English. Or he's writing grammar. He's an intellectual from America. The same presidency that IPOB is stopping them from having It's the same presidency that Miet Yala is offering to Yoruba people to drop Amotekun. The same presidency. They dangle it in front of those idiots, Ohanes and Datro and Dochi, in front of even one buffoon from so-called South said he's the chief. That give it to South, let's complete our turn. And I keep asking myself, are you sure that these are Biafrans? Are you sure that they have Biafran blood in them? Who gave birth to these non-entities? The same presidency. They now dangle it in front of anybody who is willing to betray his people. They dangle it, and if you're willing to betray, and they won't give it to you. If you don't know, they are preparing Tambuwal, and they're making it here for 2023 for information. This warning have been there. Did I say something? Of course I did. Write it down on a piece of paper. That is what they want to use to get in here. Don't have to stop complaining about Hopus of them. They made him a promise that you are in good terms with Tambuwal. He's your master. So cool down. Pipe low. We'll give it to you. Tambuwal. There's a game we are playing with the Yoruba. We'll bring out Tambuwal, and then you'll be vice. After 8 years or 4 years, then you'll be president. The same old story, same old garbage. Did the warning start today? No. Did your so-called Nigerians listen? Of course not. Not me saying it. What I'm telling you today, those in the know have known from time. Those in the know, they have known from time. Who said it's Obasanjo? Buhari deceiving Nigerians. His government empowering Boko Haram. Listen carefully. Obasanjo said this almost a year ago. Of course, I've been saying it since 2014. But he's an elder statesman. He's known all over the world. So we go with what he said. Obasanjo said, and I quote, headline, Buhari deceiving Nigerians. His government empowering Boko Haram. Obasanjo. Nobody listened. But now, some of you cannot even reason and know that the manifestation of Boko Haram's involvement or government empowering Boko Haram is in the sacking and burning of villages in Biafra land. You can never ever make that connection. Because all is in your brain is Igbo man will dominate me. You know, like a deranged cannibus monkey. Somebody who cannot listen very well. A chimpanzee suffering from convulsion somewhere in the mangrove. Talking pure rubbish. Obasanjo said it, and nothing happened as usual in the zoo. Maybe by that time, Yoruba newspapers were busy trying to romance APC, hoping that their man Tinubu will get in, not knowing that the Fulani have special plan for Yoruba, special plan. To conquer and finally to conquer them and decimate them completely. And pave the way for Alamajri and Janjaweed all over Africa to come into the zoo. Meanwhile, they have closed your borders. And you're there, writing as an intellectual from America. I'm an intellectual. Or maybe in Enugu, I'm writing from Enugu, I'm an intellectual. But your border is closed. The border is closed. The borders in the north are open. Those are the issues you should be talking about. People masking their village envy and jealousy under we are intellectuals. Unbelievable. There's nothing we will not see. Unbelievable. After 1 year of Obasanjo saying that this government of Abakari is supporting Boko Haram, the Christian Association of Nigeria, what did they say? The same thing. Buhari government colluding with Boko Haram to kill Christians. The same thing. And the same thing that I've been telling every senator in it's a shame now they're engrossed in all this impeachment rubbish. These are the facts that I laid before American senators and lawmakers. I have done this. Now they're not shouting about it. But Obasanjo said it a year ago. Khan have said the same thing. Now the next logical step is, what are we going to do about it? It's not just lamenting, oh, Boko Haram is doing this, they are killing us here. What are you going to do about it? Somebody said it's improve the security of the people, improve the security of more police. The more police is Boko Haram. If you say recruit more army is Boko Haram. So what are you going to do? People must be able to reason. Oh, there is deterioration of security all over the place because the people you're bringing there are Fulani people. They didn't go to school. All they know is to shoot, to kill. They have come with an agenda to Islamize, to Fulanize, to enslave, to conquer, to pillage, to rape. What are you talking about? That's what they've come for. They're talking about security in your village. So there is a security problem in your village, and a Fulani man is coming to solve it for you. And why won't you have security issues when there is no employment? People don't have jobs to go to. So that thing they used to tell you in kindergarten, that an idle mind is a devil's workshop, you didn't know it was real? So you never knew that? They don't build factories. They don't encourage entrepreneurship. The economy is in the dust. How do you want people to eat? How do you want them to survive? I even think that it was the emir of Kano who quite, intelligently articulated it. I think it was referring to the Almajiri in the north. When they grow up, what are they going to do? They put them all in the army now, and the customs and police, and they ship them to Biafra land to start killing all of us. And then we'll go to people, and one intellectual will write from America. He's intellectualizing about how to make Nigeria work and to move ahead. Go. Not knowing that Fulani is not educated enough to understand the garbage he's writing. Obasanjo said it last year. This year is Christian Association of Nigeria. And what led to this? Because the Adamawa chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria was killed by Fulani terrorists, Boko Haram. Boko Haram demanded 200 million euros according to them from the family. Nobody was prepared to pay. They were negotiating for 50 million and the terrorists agreed. Suddenly they contacted Khan and they said they would kill him unless he agreed to convert to Islam. He said no. And the next thing, they sent a picture of his severed head from his body to his relatives. And that is the end of that news is over, it's finished. It is finished. And what we do is, Urat RIP, may he rest in peace, may he say, gentle soul rest in peace. That's the end of it. We move on until they kill somebody else the next day. This is a typical black African Nigerian for you, daft to the core. They look at the problem, they know the solution to the problem, but they will never ever employ that solution because they are afraid of the Fulani. It's only IPOB that is not scared of Fulani. They are afraid of us now. If you go to Mietiala now, you shout IPOB or Nnamdi Kanu, they will faint. Go to Mietiala and try it now, you see what will happen. There will be a stampede. Others are afraid of Mietiala. We are not. They know this. We have met them in Ebonyi. We met them in Anambra, and they know how ready we are. They know us very well. Some of you running from pillar to post, looking for political appointments, looking for jobs from the government, fooling yourselves, deceiving yourselves. Not before we used to say you're mortgaging, you're mortgaging the future of your children. Now they are sacrificing our lives. Somebody wants to be a governor. He will promise everything. He will give Dangote Imo River Basin Authority. They will give him anything. All he wants is to be governor. It doesn't concern him. If they're killing you, that's your business. That's where we are now. More like operation sell your people. That's where we are. Very, very sad indeed. Everybody is lamenting and complaining, but of course nothing is happening. And I have a very simple solution. Divide Nigeria, let everybody go their separate ways. So terrorism will stop. Once there is a meeting in England now, discussing how to dissolve Nigeria, terrorism will stop that same minute. Once they announce the meeting, that Britain, the creator of Nigeria, is now convening a very crucial meeting to determine if Nigeria has a future or not, terrorism will stop that same night. If you like, try it and see. We keep deceiving ourselves. Yeah, we are one Nigeria because of oil. People think they cannot survive without oil from Biafra land. That is all this one Nigeria garbage is because they think we cannot survive without oil and gas. Money coming from Biafra land. That is all. That is where the envy is coming from. That is where the jealousy is coming from. That is where they don't want Biafra to go. That's all. Not that they love you. They love you. You hold no position in government. They love you. They have rendered you useless. Second-hand clothing okereka is no longer coming in. Stockfish no longer comes in nothing. All our industries shut down. And the person is claiming you're in one Nigeria with him. You love him. Our dear sister Onyeko, in fact, I agree with her to an extent. She spoke very well at the Nzuzu in Lagos. But the fact of the matter remains that it is not about if you reject us. We have been rejected. I want Onyeko to understand we have already been rejected. It's not a question of if you reject us, we can't reject ourselves. No, we have already been abandoned, rejected. And IPOB is doing something about it. We are doing something about it. There was a video of that says that cultists beheading people. Now beheading is now the norm. If you come to Eche, if you come to Tobiabo, there's beheading going on. As I say, it's called, and then army came in, and there was a few beheadings. Did you see how foolish we have become? Because we did not fight for Biafra together from time. Biafra is the solution. As Melford Okiro, former MPN governor of Rivers State, told me that Biafra is the solution. As Ali Ekine did, that Biafra is the solution, no other way. They do not understand it. They will never understand it. And the wise people are busy beheading each other and beheading themselves all over the place. You know, to learn something stupid is very easy for some people in this. The craze now is to behead somebody. That is the new fashion. Oh dear me. The same Hausa police that people are telling you, why don't you beef up the security? But when people talk about insecurity in Nigeria, I keep asking myself, who and what is the cause of the insecurity? The insecurity is Fulani. They are in the police, they are in the army. They are the ones killing people. That is a fact. When I say it, Facebook doesn't agree. They say, oh no, you are, they say it's spam, isn't it? Or whatever the rubbish they call it. They want to shut me down. In Imo State, the home of the new Sultan, Hope Uzodimma. A businessman, his name is Mr. Justice Eke. He was shot dead by a policeman because he wanted to hand over a 50 naira note bribe, and the money fell on the ground. The policeman shot him dead. And who is the police commissioner in Imo State? Of course, it's not an Igbo man, not somebody from Imo, not somebody who knows the place, but it's Mr. Olaniyi Fafowora. This man was killed because he agreed to give bribe of 50 naira, but accidentally the bribe fell on the ground. And the policeman, of course, Janjaweed, shot him dead. Now, when chroniclers come, they will say, oh, there is violence. There's a loss of life in Imo. There's violence. They will never tell you that this man was shot dead by a Fulani policeman. They will never tell you. And now, they will say there is insecurity all over the place. Can you bring more enforcement? The more enforcement coming, who are they? The same Fulani. Our people are in a very serious and difficult mess. Believe you me. The sooner you realize what IPOB is doing, the sooner you realize the importance of the work IPOB is doing, the better for everybody. I assure you. The better for all of us. Because some of you do not understand. Some of you do not appreciate what we are doing. But one day you will. How do we defend the innocent? That is the. I have been able to list out all the happenings, all the very terrible things happening in the zoo. How do you combat? How do you checkmate? How do you contain this excessive Fulani savagery of the worst kind? How? Because Somebody said that Nigeria is a country where killers walk free. Not me saying it, but Archbishop, is it Bishop, Archbishop? Is Bishop Koka of Sokoto. Will this man that killed this Okereke be prosecuted? The answer is no. He's Fulani. Have you ever seen Fulani being arrested before? Of course not. They don't arrest themselves because his rank are there. Even if they kill, even if Dangote, when they use his trailer to commit very serious terrorist crime, when they commit terrorism with Dangote tanker or truck, you know what they do? They don't have the police. If they're driving through Anambra, they have the Anambra Police Commissioner's number. They'll just call and say, I'm this person, and that's it. They come and take them. They come and take them and rescue them. This Koka, he's been speaking very well. He spoke at the 3rd General Assembly and Peace Conference. Always peace. Peace with who? Somebody who wants to Islamize you, somebody who wants to kill you and rape your mother, you're making peace with. Are these people, are they well at all? So you see, you think that one day will come in Nigeria when Al-Majiri will just mind their business, or Mieti Allah will mind their business. The 4th terrorist group, largest, most deadly terrorist group in the world, they'll mind their own business. Is that, seriously, is that what you think? Is Mieti Allah not Fulani headsmen? Is that what you're thinking? In your foolishness, you're holding peace conference. Peace conference with who? To achieve what result, I'm asking? Interreligious dialogue. Are Christians fighting Muslims? Are Judeo-Christians fighting Muslims? I say it's no. It's always the Muslims killing the Christians. So what dialogue are you having? What interfaith reconciliation are you having? One person is killing the other person and you're having dialogue. These people. I don't know. I don't know for them. I don't know for them. But this level of stupidity is getting out of hand. The time now is approximately, I believe, it is 8:30 in the land of Biafra. This is a live presentation. This is Radio Biafra. We are dissecting the zoo, exposing the fraudulent foundation of the British criminal edifice called Nigeria. Criminal edifice, that's what it is. Built for criminals, sustained by criminals, and run by terrorists. That's who they are. Mad people everywhere. As they kill them, they are declaring for fasting and prayer. Fasting and prayer. Fulani is acquiring AK-47, fasting and prayer. And because they are talking about fasting and prayer, Mieti Allah will not speak. You know, this is a Mieti Allah government, a terrorist government of Fulani headsmen. Because this is nothing. But any day you form yourself into a vigilante group like Amoteku, they will start shouting because they know there is no way in for them anymore. But if you say fasting and prayer, when they come and they start shooting the AK-47 at you, they'll ask you, let that prayer save you. That was why they beheaded the camp chairman in Adamawa. Let that prayer save you now. He has AK-47, you have the Holy Bible and your prayer. Let that prayer save you. And the man was slaughtered. They are here calling for fasting and prayer. And I'm taking to Khan this very evening. The only thing that can save you is for everybody to go their separate ways. Once you do that, all this rubbish will come to an end. I've said this, but I'll keep saying it. And when I go back to the US and EU to speak to those that matter, I'll remind them again. This fear that a breakup of Nigeria will lead to a wider regional conflagration of conflict and all the rest of it is pure balderdash. I have said this to them before. They don't want to listen. I'll keep saying it. Nigeria will break and nothing will happen. Soviet Union broke and nothing happened. The only savages you have are the Fulanis. Once you control them, once you contain them in Sokoto, it's over for them. It's over for them. But there are some people looking for elected office. They want to politicians. They're like Hopus or them and all the rest of them. They want the turn of my village. Oh. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. Even the man who is responsible for drafting the constitution that empowered all these terrorists, Abdul Salami Abubakar. That is what is paining me about all these Fulani people. They think they're smart. Nigeria is presently at a crossroad with the multifarious challenges confronted. And I'm asking Abdul Salami Abubakar, who created the problems? You know, these people, I don't know how they do this. There is a problem in the country. And I'm asking them, who actually created these problems? Whose responsibility is it to contain the Fulani terrorists? You created the problem. You're asking for people to come together so we can dialogue and find how to end this confrontation, when the only people confronting other people are Fulani headsmen. They are the ones doing the killing. It's you that brought in. You are the one that put Sharia in the constitution. No Christianity in the constitution. You, Abdul Salami Abubakar. You are the ones that empowered all the parastatals to basically come from the north, whether educated or badly educated. Like Muhammadu Tanko, the Chief Justice of the Zoo. You people are responsible for what is happening in there, and you're coming out to lament as if there are people that you're struggling with. Of course not. Of course not. You people are the cause of the problem. You created the problem. The problem was created by the Fulani rulers of the zoo. You think you have a sense of entitlement. You can do anything you like in Nigeria. You can kill, you can loot, you can pillage, you can impose. What is causing the problem now? Is it not this Fulanization agenda that Buhari had before he died that Abba Kyari is now carrying out? Is that what you're doing? You're securing Nigeria for Islam and for Muslims, or should I say Al-Majiri, Fulani, all across the whole of Africa. That's what you're doing. And then you're here complaining and shouting about confrontation. You are the ones confronting people. And that is the very gospel truth. That is the very gospel truth. And they are warning. This one is warning, there's going to be civil war. Junai, that glorified Al-Majiri. Maybe the only Al-Majiri who can, if at all he's the one writing all this, who can actually read and write. Why? Because of Amotekun. Amotekun, I think that's the correct pronunciation. He said there's going to be war, because when he talks about civil war, he is counting on Biafrans, especially Igbos, being able to support the North to subdue the Yorubas. But it's not going to happen. It can never ever happen. Never will it happen. And they know it very well. I want to defend myself against terrorists, and you're telling me you will go to war because of it. You have not fought this war against the terrorist groups that all of you are funding in the north. This Junaid Mohammed is himself a terrorist. They are the ones. And ask yourself this question: how come in Nigeria you have Boko Haram, you have ISWAP, you have Al Qaeda in the Maghreb, you have Fulani headsmen, you have bandits, and you have kidnappers? Only them. Do you think if all these issues, or should I say difficulties, were prevalent in any zone or region, that they will allow a president to come from there? To some of the idiots saying that IPOB is stopping Ohnes Ndigbo from producing a president of Igbo extraction come 2023. How come Boko Haram, ISIS in West Africa, Al Qaeda in the Maghreb, Fulani headsmen did not stop the re-emergence of Abba Kyari's puppet, Jibril al-Sudani of Sudan? Yeah, but he's an intellectual. He claims, he's claiming he went to school, he's an intellectual, he can reason very well. Look at how daft they are. Terrorism, the real sponsors of terrorism, people that openly called Buhari their chief negotiator. Buhari that said to Hejrika, an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. None of that stopped Buhari from emerging as president. No, not at all. IPOB fighting for the survival of the Biafran race. He's stopping. He's an intellectual. Tomorrow he will write one garbage again, and idiots will go and read it. That's how sad they are. They claim they're intelligent, but they know nothing. Junaid Mohammed is claiming that Yoruba is launching civil war. Yoruba wants to defend itself. The daughter of their leader was killed. You're going about raping women, killing people in Yoruba land, and you want them to keep quiet? Do you seriously think that the Yoruba governors are Igbo governors? Is that what you're thinking? Or the so-called South governors? Is that what you're thinking? That you can do whatever you like and get away with it? They waited, and at the last time they launched, they are vigilante. And that is the end of the game. Is over for them in the West. The attention will now turn to the East. They will come because they are desperate. Their brethren are coming in from all over Africa, and they need access. They need control of access to the sea, and they must have it. So that is why they're jumping up and down, because what Amotekun did is to destroy their plans completely. That is why Miyetti Yala is beside itself. They cannot believe it. They never thought that the Yoruba will summon the courage one day to say enough is enough. They never, not in a million years, never dreamt about it. That's why on their throne and Dushi, they sheepishly joined in and said, we are happy now, they have reached an agreement, we are happy. This was what IPOB saw decades ago and tried to implement. He said, no, now look at where we are. A few beheadings here and there, a few killings here and there, burning of villages and communities. If you don't give them money at checkpoints, they kill you there and there. Nothing will happen. This is the result of weak leadership, compromised leadership. They cannot speak. Instead, they will kneel down before filthy Alamajiri and be begging to be made governor of a state. Men without shame. Yesterday, they told us that they have reached there's a peace accord now between Oshibajo and his 4 Yoruba brothers. That now there is a peace accord, no more, Amoteko is not illegal. But today, the Alamajiri in the government, Alamajiri there at the meeting, Malami, is insisting that it cannot continue because they know that their plans are over. Everything they planned has been destroyed by one simple formation, because all the Europe, not 5, all the 6 governors spoke with one accord, one unity, and that was it. And do you know why they said to them to go to your state assembly and try to pass laws? And that's what do you know what they want to do? What Malawi wants to do is, once that process begins, they will start lobbying the lawmakers in the West, promising them presidency, promising them minister, Speaker of the House of Representatives, President of the Senate in 2098. And the idiots, these are black people. They will accept the money and the empty promise, or should I say promises in this case, and they will betray. Once one state votes no, the whole thing unravels. You see, people don't understand Fulani the way we know them. It's a trap. That's what they always do. The same thing they did to us. Oh, come into politics. Why don't you come into politics? Let's play it there. Then they're waiting for you at the Supreme Court, so you can win all you like in your state or in your locality, and they'll just tell their puppet, oh, don't worry, bring it to the Supreme Court. At the Supreme Court, one Kudirat Abdullahi will say no. That somebody that came 5th is now 1st. Well, what will you do? Nothing. You say, let's leave it for God, and as Khan will say, let's fast and pray. I'm giving Yoruba free advice tonight. Yoruba, only go to your state assemblies to ratify this if you are sure you will carry it. Because, listen, mark my words tonight. Today is the 24th of January. If one state votes no in the West to Amotekun because they have the money, they can go to China and borrow more money. They can bring more money and promise those people who will give you DSS security, as they did in those days, how they convinced Akintola to fight Awolowo. We'll give you everything you need. Don't worry. We'll even give you houses abroad. If the heat is too much after the vote, you can fly abroad, no problem. That's what they will do. They will target just one state. They will target one predominantly Muslim, Yoruba Muslim state. They will get that House of Assembly to say no. Once they do it, the whole Amotekun unravels legally. I'm giving them free advice tonight. Do not go to your state House of Assembly. If you do, make sure that you have the numbers, or else this whole Amoteko thing will be unraveled. Because the argument that Malami is making is that it is not backed by the weight of law. But the contention is very simple. You don't need the backing of the law to protect your life. You don't need it. Somebody is coming, raping your mother, abducting your wife, and you be on the phone calling the speaker of our State House of Assembly. Please, speaker, make a law to enable me to defend my family. Does that make any sense to anybody? The Yorubas are saying that you're coming into their land and you're destroying their way of life. You're killing people. They are stopping it, and you're asking them to go and get the law to back them. Can you believe such rubbish? And they've gone ahead and have done it, and you're threatening war. Go let Fulani go and fight Yoruba now, let's see. Go and fight them now. Is it to be shouting war? Go and fight them, let us see. An order will be given. You know that no Yoruba in the army will fight their people. No Biafran in the army. No Biafran will issue the order on Radio Biafra. No Biafran in the army will go to Yoruba land and start killing people. For you, Fulani. It's not possible. You think you're smart, but we're smarter than you are. No room for Amoteku in Nigeria. Federal government insists. But yesterday they said they had reached an agreement, but today they're saying, oh, it's no longer valid. We insist. You must break it down because they need space for their people coming from all over Africa, and Yoruba land is included. If the Yorubas had known this, what they know now, in 1967, do you think that Awo would have betrayed Ojukwu? The answer is no. It is called benefit of hindsight. That thing that Ojukwu fought. You know, people come and they lie. They say, oh, and Ojukwu went to war. We were on our own, and they brought the war to us. Through Nsukka. They brought the war to us. Oh, and Ojukwu went to war. Who told you that? Now you can see what Ojukwu fought for. Ojukwu fought this same thing now. You are now confronting with Amotekun. This same thing now. The same thing that the thieves are facing in the Middle Belt, that the Jukun are facing. The same lamentation of T.Y. Danjuma. You know that Gowon, his hand is so soiled with blood that he has no conscience anymore. T.Y. Danjuma was complaining that killing his people. Now you see why the Biafrans went to war? There must be, instead of calling for prayer and fasting, I think the Khan should call for open day of confession and asking of forgiveness from Biafra. Or should I say Biafrans? Nigerians should, at least the Middle Belt and the West, they should kneel down and ask Biafrans to forgive them. Because what you're going through now is exactly what we passed through. But then we are telling you, a combination of Britain, you know, a white man drinking tea with you, telling you Igbo man is bad, Biafra is bad for you. You agreed because it was an opportunity for you to sit with a white man and to drink tea. But the truth of the matter is that what Ojukwu fought for, what this generation of Ojukwu is fighting for, is still the same thing. Not even the domination. They've been dominating us, no one is complaining. They brought death and destruction upon their domination. They've been dominating us, no one is complaining. Did we complain? No. It is they brought terrorism on top of it, and now telling us we must convert to Islam by force. That's why we said no. It won't happen. Have they not been dominating us? They dominate, they take over every parastatal belongs to them. They don't go to school, but they head every institution. No problem. But even the small existence we are trying to eke out for ourselves, they are saying no to it. Oh, come on. Where do you want us to go then? We must defend our land. We must defend it. No room for Amoteku. They are joking. And Junai Muhammad is saying that there will be war. Just imagine. My people are being killed. I'm rising up to defend them. You're saying that there will be war. That means they own you. What these Alamajiris are doing, Miyati Yala and Junaid Muhammad, what they are doing in essence is to tell that they own you. You belong to them. And those making it easy for them to make such outlandish, ridiculous claims are the Ohaneses of this world and your stupid, compromised governors. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you think if they come into Imo State to keep what Hope Solomon will do anything? Do you think he will do anything? That is a continuation of that selection they've been doing. Of course, I'll come to Hope Solomon later on and look at their stupid judgment, because we have it. We have their stupid published judgment. Useless set of people. They say, I'm not insulting you, I'm telling you the truth. If you're foolish, I'll tell you you're foolish. Tomorrow you like Biafra. It took them 50 years to realize that Biafra was right after all. What they are going through now in the West was what we went through 50 years ago. Because Britain told the Fulanis the best thing to do is to attack the Igbos and subdue them. Once you attack them and get them, the rest will be loyal. And the rest foolishly joined to attack Biafra. That's what they did. And today everybody's paying the price in one way or the other. Communities are being burnt. People are now complaining. If you don't do this, we'll do this. If you don't do this, we'll do this. But when our fathers were telling you in 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, you never listened. Too little, too late, as they say. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and we are direct. It is 10 minutes to 9, actually, in the blessed land of Biafra. This is a live presentation of Radio Biafra, dissecting the zoo for what it is. I want Biafran governors, let me put it that way, the whole of South, South, and Southeast, all of them, to listen to what I have to say. Very important. I want to quote what one person said, one of the governors of Yoruba land. And I have respect for this man. In fact, I'm so glad that sensible people like this actually exist in Yoruba land. I'm overjoyed. I'm so happy, honestly. You know what he said? I never thought I would live to see or hear the day that, that a politician will rise up in the zoo to utter these words. His name is Akeredolu. He is the chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum. He said, I am not bothered if Operation Amotekun will cost me second-term ambition. What else do you want him to say? Do you see an Igbo governor saying this? He said this, cost me my second term, where I'm serving my people. It's not possible. That's how you know people that love their nation. He loves Yoruba people, and I commend him for it. I like him for it. I can even say that I love him for it. This very man. This is how patriots speak. They have realized that Nigeria is a joke, is a sham. If you come to Abuja, you lie to me, I lie to you, we go our separate ways. But they are brave enough. A politician in Biafra had been accumulating wealth for the past 18 years. After governor, they went to Senate. They've been making money for 18 years. For 18 years non-stop. They cannot stand up and say such a thing. Never. But Yoruba man said it. And I admire him for it. Honestly speaking, I admire him for it. Very, very much so. You have governors from the East that conspired to destroy DSS. No, they didn't destroy it actually. Our operation didn't, we wanted to be more visible. These days we are not visible anymore. But the work is still going on. As I said, if you are in doubt, go to spend some of your time and go to Ebonyi and ask the villagers who are those fighting to defend them, and then you will know. In Biafra land, cattle destroyed a farmland where they have rice worth 17 million naira in Enugu. But from the same Enugu, you have one idiot on 2,000 naira from a Premado every week, writing notes, writing epistle, writing rubbish. Pure rubbish. They write one nonsense or the other. Farmland destroyed. Livelihoods laid to waste. Who are those responsible? Those who are responsible are the same people telling you about the politics heating up, there is confrontation, there is insecurity. They are the ones causing the insecurity. They are the ones expected to tackle the insecurity. Isn't that very perverse? The same people causing the insecurity are the same people that people are relying on to bring an end to it. How is that possible? Just please explain to me in layman's terms. How is that possible? The same people creating the chaos. This farmland has been destroyed, 17 million in Enugu. We are not there to save them. We are not there because we have very limited resources. It's only IPOB worldwide that contribute the funds we use to fight all these battles across Biafra land, defending our land. Without IPOB, by now would have been gone. And the intel didn't come in on time. The farmland is gone, is destroyed. But mind you, they have 14 settlements in Enugu. The Fulani, they have 14 settlements in Enugu. And so somebody's in America writing rubbish. Somebody's in Owani writing nonsense. But there are 14 settlements. Not the way you go in the north and you rent a house or you buy a piece of land and you build it. No. 14 settlements down the ground in Enugu. And next month, they say, oh, what was IPOB doing? Now, IPOB should have done something. They are mad people. Mad, insane people everywhere. Look at it. But of course, we'll go into Enugu to make sure that such nonsense doesn't happen again. Of course, the volunteer command, they know what to do. They must go into Enugu to make sure such rubbish doesn't happen again. So we are working. It's not because that we are not in the open that you think that nothing is happening. Of course, we are doing something. We are doing something. It was because they couldn't get through us. That's why they went to Yoruba land to try their luck. And now they have a motekun. So they are caught between devil and the hard place, to be honest with you. And the people doing these killings and their family members in the army and the police supporting them. I'm saying it, I've been saying it from day one. Nigerian army, Nigerian police, they are the same thing as Fulani headsmen, Boko Haram, ISIS in West Africa, and Al Qaeda in the Maghreb. Have you not asked yourself this question? How is it possible that in one country, from one particular region, from one tribe, you have 4 deadly terrorist groups? 4 operating at the same time. 4. And you're telling me there's hope. You can salvage Nigeria. Let me ask, how are you going to salvage it? Are you going to put every Alamajiri in school in the north? That is not possible. What sort of social provision are you going to, what are you going to do? Are there factories or industries or what are you going to do? The answer is nothing. Let's stop deceiving ourselves that somehow tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow will get worse. It can only get worse. That led the CAN, this same Christian Association of Nigeria, to ask the government to declare Miyetti Allah terrorist group. How can the government declare itself a terrorist group? Miyetti Allah is the government. The government is a terror government. This Nigerian government, they are exporting, they are financiers, sponsors of terrorism. You need to understand that. How do you want them to now declare themselves terrorists? But they are the ones that rushed with the help of Igbo governors to declare IPOB a terrorist group. Sometimes, don't you people wonder sometimes the faces of, sometimes I wonder what the look any of these governors will be wearing on their face when they are talking about Amotekun and what their Yoruba counterparts are doing. Are they not ashamed of themselves? If I'm any of them, I will not even come outside anymore. If I am a governor, with the exception of Wike, if I am a governor in Biafra land, I will not come outside anymore. Shame won't allow me to, but they have no shame. They have no shame whatsoever. Shame will not allow me to come outside if I am a governor. Shame. To come and do what? So you are telling me that the governors of the West, those Yoruba men, they have more balls than you have. Is that what you're telling me? They are more manly than you are. But you have all the useless titles in the world. You do nothing for your people. You can't defend your people. And you say you're a governor. This same Miyetti Allah that is a terrorist group is the same group that Obiano is saying they are working with in Anambra. I want our people to reason. I need them to understand this. Those of you that have said that they voted for Apoga, you voted for Obiano. The same people that is in Obiano's government, the Christian Association of Nigeria, of which I believe Anambra is part of, is telling you that they're a terrorist group. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. People are so shameless. They are shameless. Shameless. Christian Association of Nigeria is telling you to declare Miyetti Allah a terrorist group because they are a terrorist group. They are Fulani headsmen, the fourth most brutal terror group in the world. Now I think they are number 2. The beheading is now fashionable because of them. That Obiano, the governor of Anambra, is telling you, I am working with them, but Khan is telling you that they are terrorists. And this Khan, especially their chairman, is not even a fan of Biafra. He believes in Nigeria of Yakubu Gowon, that one day everything will be okay. Of course, he's dreaming. That is why Britain doesn't want you to separate. You know, it's like, have you seen where killer whale is attacking sardines before? In fact, actually dolphin. Let me get it absolutely right. Have you seen before a school of sardines being attacked by dolphins? They head them into a pack. They get them to converge into a pack like a ball, and then they start attacking them, picking them off one after the other. By the time the feast is finished, there will be no single sardine left, because they huddled them together. Instead of them to disperse and run away, no, they keep heading them, getting them into a ball so they can feed off them. That's what Britain is doing to all of us. Britain said, oh, Nigeria is good, Nigeria is fine, one Nigeria, diversity, culture, and so Fulani is doing their work, slaughtering us. And they're busy telling you, oh, one Nigeria, Nigerian student did well in America. Nigeria said, meanwhile, back home, the squeeze is on. By the time they finish with us, there'll be nobody left. And then the Opoko in America writing in the epistle, writing rubbish about IPOB. You won't find him anymore. That is how they flow. That is how they work. These people being declared that the Khan is asking or pleading to be declared a terrorist group. They are the one that I'm telling you that they're all one. When I tell you something, I can go together. When I tell you something, I prove it. I don't just say anything. When I say, that is why they bribed Facebook to shut down my Facebook page. That is why they bribed Facebook. Any very strong Biafran activist on Facebook try to deny them space. Which is why I don't see the post of some of you anymore. When I tell you something, you believe me. With all the evidence available, it is very, very clear that who are the Miyetti Allah? They are the people that move cattle now. They're the Fulani headsmen. Are they not a terrorist group? Of course they are. Everyone knows that. Now listen to this. The presidency of Nigeria said in a statement by Garba Shehu that Miyetti Allah is a legal stakeholder in our nation and should be respected. What else do you want to hear from me? That the fourth most deadly terrorist group in the world is a legitimate legal stakeholder in our nation and should be respected. Which nation are you talking about? A Fulani nation? I hope the whole thing is making sense now. Hope it is making sense. And I've been told that people are asking what is the way forward, as if they didn't join this program on time. There's only one solution: the solution of Nigeria, the solution of that very PLC, the solution of that abomination, the solution of that contraption. I keep saying it over and over again. If you like, you go and take a rope and hang yourself. I don't give a damn. Anybody who believes in Nigeria is lower than an animal. If you call yourself a Nigerian proudly, believe you me, a dog is better than you. I don't see you as a human being. That means you cannot reason very well. You can never ever reason very well. Miyetti Allah is a legal stakeholder in Nigeria. Miyetti Allah is the fourth largest terror group in the world. But they prescribed IPOB. Malami, who is a terrorist himself, prescribed IPOB. And some of you were clapping. And I'm sure that a tinge of shame must have afflicted all those in Yoruba media that supported the prescription of IPOB. The Igbo governors. They ran immediately. Hey, tell us what to do. Please, Abba here. Tell us, what do you want us to do? We'll do it for you. They said, go and kill him, Namdekano. Go to his house and kill everybody there. Please go. Let's prescribe them first. Let's look at Yoruba governors. And I saw another idiot wake up tomorrow morning and tell you, the governors are doing very well. Can't you see? Our governors are doing very well. But compare their activities with that of their counterparts in Yoruba land. And to reinforce what I'm saying about working together, Autumn of Benue State, if you go it alone, you will fail. Get all the other states around Benue, around the Middle Belt, to form your own Amoteku. The same thing should happen everywhere. Everybody should have the right to defend themselves. Once you do it, you see Fulani will retreat. But will Nigeria get better? Of course not, because they are there everywhere. How are you going to do it? As one person cleverly wrote, I'm telling you, some people are very funny. Somebody wrote today, and I was reading it before I came on air. Some people are too intelligent. He said, you are talking about presidency going to an Igbo man or whoever, or maybe Tinubu. All they need to do, the North will do, is they will just increase their bombing here and there. And once they do it, UN will say, things are not working. Remember how UN used to speak under Jonathan? Things are not working. We need a strong general from... Who are the generals you have? I don't know, all from the North. Maybe Buratai will then run and contest and he will win. Tinubu's media will wash him and present him to you gullible fools in Nigeria, and you accept. You swallow it hook, line, and sinker. Somebody who came out and said, I will support Sharia openly to advance the Sharia cause in Nigeria. Somebody came and told you he's a reformed Democrat and you agreed. That shows how useless you are. You are very, very foolish. That is why you're suffering. You are suffering your stupidity. You are suffering your hopelessness. You are suffering your greed and your envy. You think, or you thought you were spitting Biafrans. You thought you spit IPOB. You're spitting in Namdekano. Let's go and be one Nigeria. Look at the result now. Let's say to go. You'll be lucky if you come out with your head in it. I'm sure most of you, your livelihoods are gone because you are in a zoo, because you have refused to reason, because you have refused to accept the inevitable, which is that the zoo will break. It will break, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. What do we have? What do we have to counter them? The only group you have, the only people you have to defend the entire East, not just Southeast, but South, is IPOB. No other set of people can. We have the numbers and we have the men. Who on my command will die any day? I command it. If I give command, everywhere will there be chaos. Don't you know that? Is it because we kept quiet all this while? Waiting for the right time. Waiting for the right time. As I said, within 2 weeks we'll be in Sokoto. I assure you of that. Write it down on the write it down on the Sokoto. Within 2 weeks we'll be in Sokoto. And we'll see that monster. I want to see that thing they kept in Sokoto. I want to see it with my 2 eyes. Kenyan Hados and Sokoto. What is it that the caliphate kept in Sokoto that is holding everybody bondage? Everybody's acting like an idiot, like a fool. I want to see that nonsense myself. And that time is fast approaching. Some idiots hiding under the very respectable and hallowed Ijaw Youth Council is there accepting crumbs from DSS. Your DSS handler is a Fulani man. Fulani people are in your village killing people and you're giving him information. Are you not a fool? Are you not a fool, I'm asking? Are you not an idiot? Serving one Nigeria, whereas your village is under siege. Nonsense. You issuing stupid statement. Who is the idiot that can say you ban IPOB in Biafra? Are you drunk? Nigerian government could not ban IPOB. Nobody could stop IPOB. Talkers of one riffraff who's not had a clean bath in weeks, talking rubbish about IPOB. I will find you. You've done nothing about your villages being burnt, about the communities we have in Biafra being burnt in a Jaland to write rubbish about IPOB. Some idiotic journalists agreed to publish such nonsense. Useless fools. When it comes to Biafra, you found them out to talk. When Fulani is in your house destroying you, you cannot say anything. You start looking for IPOB to come and fight for you. Who do you think will save you? Who do you think if we allow you to, if we ask you to go tonight and raise an alarm, let us see how many people will answer you and ask IPOB to do the same thing, and you see what will happen. Then you know how strong we are. Go and collect money from DSS and issue another. They'll write another useless rubbish for you. Maybe this time regarding maybe from. They'll go and get one idiot from Akwa Ibom to write another rubbish. But of course, Akwa Ibom won't fall for that crap. After all, they are even more Biafran than we are. This is the advantage that the Fulanis have, the Caliphate have over all of us. Some of us, peanuts, chicken change. You betray your people, you betray your life, you betray your family, you betray your friends, you betray your nation. Because of peanuts. Because of peanuts. The Fulani people are desperate to command an access route to the sea. Let me repeat. They are very, very desperate. The worst thing the Yorubas can do is to water down Amotekun. If the Yorubas attempt to water down Amotekun, if they give up, if they cave into this blackmail, we will never ever work with them forever and ever. Listen very carefully. The Yorubas must understand this, please. With so much love and so much regard and respect, we will do all we can to support. In any way imaginable, we'll do so. Never, ever, ever, ever retreat. Because if you retreat, they will encircle you. Write it down. Today is the 24th. Write it down. Today is the 24th of January 2020. If you water down Amotekun, they will move. They will take your land over. They will have access to the sea. Once they have done that, the rest is just a joke. We're all gone. Understand this very well. Understand this very, very well. Very, very critical. Understand this. As long as you remain strong, I worship is my witness. We will commit everything committable to the cause that you're pursuing, which is to defend lives and properties of your people. And let me also say this. When next we come out in public, because we will, in time to come, in a grand style, we'll come. When we do, I want to let Nigerians understand one simple thing. BSS was formed to defend our land against Fulani invasion, not to divide Nigeria. Must understand this. I personally, as the leader of IPOB, will not sanction nor allow any carving out of Biafra from the zoo without the consent of the people of Biafra. They must give us their consent first before we do anything. Very, very critical. You know the Mama Rukweti. Oh, who did they tell? They are doing their own. You know how some of them are. You know them. So any security outfit that we do have is purely to secure our land and has nothing, I repeat, absolutely nothing to do with secession, breaking, division, war. Because these are the favorite words. Secession, breaking the union, the unity of the country, war, anarchy. They love all these words. It's just to defend our land. Our people, Biafran people, must decide. By Biafra people, I mean all the Biafrans in Igala, the Biafrans in Benue, the Biafrans in Edo, the Biafrans in Delta, the Biafrans in Anambra, in Enugu, in Ebonyi, in Abia, in Imo, the Biafrans in Cross River, the Biafrans in Akwa Ibom, the Biafrans in Rivers, and the Biafrans in Bayelsa, and also Biafrans in Delta. They must all vote and agree ethnicity by ethnicity, clan by clan, to say we want to be part of Biafra. Let me make this very clear for that idiot, that Yoruba boy in IYC. I don't know how he managed to get that position in IYC. I want to make this very clear for everybody to understand. Our referendum will be based on ethnicity. Igbos will vote to join Biafra or not. Idoma will vote. Igede will vote. Ibante will vote. And Nyoma will, everybody will vote one clan by clan to decide. Maybe at the end of the day, the Igbos may say they want to be part of Nigeria. And Ibibio will say they want to be part of Biafra. If that happens, I'll simply pack my things and move to Ibibio land to go and live. As simple as that. I want people to get this into your skull. We are not going to force anybody. Nobody is forcing anybody to do anything. At the right time, we will ask the relevant questions. Do you want to be part of Biafra or part of Nigeria? Choose one. End of story. Everything we are doing now is to secure our land security-wise from the influx and the invasion that is coming. That's what we are doing. Anything we are doing in terms of security is to secure our land, not to carve out Biafra. No. Hold me to these words. It is not to carve out Biafra, not at all. Biafra must come via a referendum. We must ask our people their mind and their opinion, and they must give it freely. In a ballot. That is the only way we can get Biafra. That's the only way I intend to pursue Biafra, no other way. Peacefully. But I will also get to Sokoto eventually. We'll go there and see that thing that is that made it possible for illiterates to be ruling over people who are educated. I just want to understand the magic they did. How was it possible? How? I want to know. Our people must be very, very careful. As usual, they have come with their religion in. I must emphasize this. The Al-Majri have come with their religion inside Bayelsa. Very, very important. Most of our people in southern Biafra has fallen for this con. It is a very massive fraud. And have duty to protect our land. They must understand this. Most of them have also converted to Islam, which is a precursor to paving the way for Islamic invasion of our land, especially the coastal areas. In effect, parts of Niger Delta will be turned into Fulani vassal colonies in years to come if some of these informers and caliphate agents are not rooted out by IYC. I am telling IYC today so they understand this very well, because I have a lot of regard and respect for IYC. Heaven knows this, I do. IYC must be very, very careful. There are Fulani agents who are within. They will sell anything for money. And we must not allow them to gain a foothold. Some of them are following in the footsteps of those who have gone before them. Betraying Biafra never pays. Go back to history. Betraying Biafra never ever pays. If the Yorubas, as I said earlier, know today, if they had known before what they know today, they would not have betrayed Biafra. And I say it again and again and again. Our oil and gas will be placed at the disposal of the United Nations. A committee will be formed to ensure that everybody receive what is due to them. We are not fighting for Biafra because of oil and gas. We are doing it just for our freedom. The world must understand this. We will gladly hand over our oil and gas to a United Nations supervised committee. Gladly. We just want to be free, to build a civilization that the whole of Africa will be proud of. To let the world know you don't need to depend on oil and gas in order to make a living. Anybody that betrayed Biafra is suffering today. The Yorubas, if they're not suffering, they won't have formed Amoteku, will they? The Middle Belt is ravaged, almost gone. Even our own flesh and blood, our fellow Biafrans in Bayelsa, Some of them that said no to Biafra via Edwin Clark, because I speak the truth. Edwin Clark was a traitor during the war. Edwin Clark was a saboteur during the war. He was offered commissioner for information. Go and ask him. And he accepted it to betray Biafra. Today, his Bielsa is burning, isn't it? That is the truth. I tell you the truth. Go and ask. He was made the federal commissioner for information because he betrayed Biafra. And they say, oh, you could never consult anybody. How can you consult anybody when enemies are at the door? You see that the governors of the West have convened Amotekun. Amotekun, I want to, please forgive me if I get the pronunciation wrong. They never informed their houses of assembly because they know if they do that, it will leak. They moved very speedily to go and form it. The same thing happened to Ojukwu. There was no time for consultation because our people were being slaughtered in the north. The same thing that is happening today has happened before because, as I told you a while back, history has a very funny way of repeating itself all over again. What is happening today has happened before. What has happened before will always happen again if you don't take time. That is why we are trying and seeking to stop it. And we must. We must stop the advancement of the fallen, or else we are finished. So all those, there is hunger everywhere. We know that everybody is hungry, everybody is suffering. Kidnapping will not save you. Will not save any of us. A life of crime will not save any. Rather than belonging to a cult, belonging to a kidnapping group, rather than doing all, why don't you channel that effort into a revolution? After the revolution, everybody will be comfortable. I don't know how black people reason. Instead of us, everybody struggling on their own, trying to make ends meet. You're into kidnapping. This one is into cultism. This one is into selling hard drugs. All those things are a waste of energy and resources. We put it together. We fight this monster. We fight this deprivation. We fight this poverty together. We fight this Fulani backwardness together. And we win. We emerge. We build a new nation. Everybody will have a job. There will be homes, schools, hospitals. Oh dear. I don't know how else they want us to do this, honestly speaking. How else do you want me to explain this to you? How else? How else? Unbelievable. What are you smoking Indian hemp for? What are you taking drugs for? You are in the village. You are doing cult in the village. Fulani people are coming to your village and killing people, and you're doing cultism. Just tell me one single benefit that will bring to your life. One single one. Because you have no shame. That's why you're doing cultism. When Biafra comes, there will be jobs for everybody because we will build Biafra for 75 years. We will build Biafra for 24 hours every day. We will build roads every blessed day. Morning, noon, and night, we are working. We will work for 75 years. Some of us won't be alive by then. For 75, Biafra will work to build that very nation. That the world may know that we are hard-working people. You're joining cult. You're joining this group. Are you not foolish? Are you not foolish? If you don't have anything to do, you go and join IPOB volunteers and go and fight Fulani headsmen in Ebonyi. We have vacancy. We can accommodate as many people as possible. We feed, we clothe, we arm. For your information, you are busy doing cult in a township. When Fulani people are in the farms raping our mothers, you are in the town doing cultism. Are you not foolish? We must behave. We must behave. Betraying Biafra will never pay anybody. And if you're in cult, you're also betraying Biafra anyway. Because that time you're using in cultism, we could use it meaningfully in driving and pushing the Janjaweed, Miyet Yala, Fulani terrorists back. Nonsense. And what has led them to be making all these useless comments about us? Because Southwest and Southeast traditional rulers gave support to IPOB. That they want Biafra. That's what our royal fathers are saying. That they want Biafra. And Biafra we shall have. Who's going to stop us? Who is going to stop us? Now the zoo is in the ban. Because of the activities of Minyeti Yala, because of the activities of Fulani people, now if you want to go to America and have a child, it's no longer possible. Because the name of Nigeria is going on the list of the countries that are going to ban. Some of you go to America to have your kids, isn't it? It's no more going to happen. What's your prayer? Why? Because of Fulani, the same people. They have taken everything from you. They have taken your life, taken your economy, taken your reasoning, everything. Even that one that you can afford to give your child a good start in life. But I'm not condoning it. But Nigeria is a zoo. We're full of wild beasts. So if you have an opportunity to go and give birth to a child in America, why won't you do it? Why not? Because Nigeria is unsalvaged. You cannot save Nigeria. Who can? Nobody can. Trump has now added the zoo to their list of countries under their travel ban. You can no longer go to US to go and have babies. Not possible. Courtesy of Abba Kyari and Jubril Al Sudani. And tomorrow you say I'm a proud Nigerian. There are mad people everywhere. And they have started their charm offensive. The EU commissioner came to Asarok. They say he saw, of course, it's Jubril. They said he saw Buhari. The same Buhari that never showed up in London. He never appeared at the banquet. He never showed up. Jubril. Because they didn't prepare him on time to look like the dead Buhari. He's saying that people were treated in the most humane way during Biafra. People underestimate IPOB. Do you seriously think we just fold our arms every day? We're going on social media and broadcasting. So you don't know we are doing something? Do you know why the EU commissioner asked him about the Biafra war? Do you know? For those who said, oh, they didn't go to EU, they were treated in the most humane way, which is a lie. And in the fullness of time, don't they know that? They know. It was reported by an online newspaper. Listen very carefully. I assure you of Nigeria's commitment to enhance and deepen cooperation with the EU in all areas. Our priorities in the next level is to ensure that internet displaced persons who caused IDP to start with. This is Abba Kyari. Let me say Abba Kyari. This is Abba Kyari talking to EU because Abba Kyari is the ruler of Nigeria, not Jubril. Their concern is not the terrorism that they have established in the zoo. It is the IDPs. These are people who fled from their homes to escape Boko Haram onslaught that these same people financed. Now, the problem they're telling the EU is the IDPs. And sometimes I believe that the world is also, maybe they don't want, not maybe, of course, some of them don't want Biafra to come because they know that if Biafra comes, Africa will get developed. And that's the truth, honestly speaking. And they don't want it, so they prefer to be dealing with idiots from the north. It's better for them, these idiots that will keep Africa very impoverished, keep Africa very primitive and very poor. That's what he's telling him, telling EU commissioner. I think his name is Hannes Lenachich. Said if I were capable of fighting a 30-month war and organize our country, I wonder why people are thinking that Nigeria cannot do it. Can you believe such nonsense? Yeah, 30 months. Yeah, this is the rubbish that angers me all the time. I want to let the whole world understand, and again and again and again, that the likes of Obasanjo, Danjuma, Murtala Mohammed, Babangida, Usman Hassan Katsina, you people never defeated Biafra. Stop deluding yourselves. You never did. It was Britain, Russia, Egypt that ganged up and defeated Biafra, not you. Stop ascribing this relevance to yourselves when you don't merit it. We fought under international blockade, air, land, and sea for 3 years. And we held out against Russian MiGs. We held out against Kalashnikov assault rifles of all makes. We held out against Egyptian pilots. We held out against OAU troops. That same Biafra. You're here boasting. Can you fight a war? Ordinary Boko Haram, Chad is helping you, Niger is helping you, and you claim you defeated Biafra. In your dreams, who told you? Who is the bastard that will say they defeated Biafra? Who is the idiot that will say that? Which Biafra did you defeat? I ask. Which Biafra is that? The Biafra that Britain was conniving with a communist country, with USSR, to supply arms to Nigeria. When they go and they say no arms to any side. Bloody liars! You defeated which? Who defeated Biafra? Who is the person? Who is the person? Harold Wilson, maybe, not you, or those of you speaking on behalf of a dead man somewhere in Saudi Arabia. Funny people, no shame. The press cannot ask him, where were you last Saturday in London? Where were you? Were you at the banquet or not? They cannot ask. They have reported, Buhari said, but Buhari was not at the banquet, which means Buhari is not alive. It's very simple thing, common sense. The time now I've been gone, I don't know, I hope that people can still stay a bit further because we have a lot to cover, to be honest with you. I don't know if they want me to close, I will close. But this very gospel is very, very critical. Very, very critical. Very, very critical. I don't know if those of them listening to us via Radio Biafra page is still there. I need confirmation that Radio Biafra page, that our streaming on Radio Biafra page is still on, please, because from here it is indicating that it's not on, so I need confirmation, please. Deputy, can you confirm that Radio Biafra page is on? I need confirmation that Radio Biafra page is on. I want it confirmed. I need it confirmed that we are live and direct on Radio Biafra page. I need confirmation. Very, very important, please, because I cannot see anything. I cannot see anything here. If that is the case, then we may have to restart that all over again. Facebook is doing their best to shut us down, but we are speaking the truth, and that truth is that the zoo must fall. The zoo must fall. It doesn't matter what they do. Eventually, the zoo will collapse. They will try as much as they can. They will get tired of trying, and we will prevail. We will prevail. We will prevail. We will prevail. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and we are direct. Facebook cannot stop us. They cannot shut us down. We are going ahead. We are marching forward. Miyet Yala is under retreat. They tried the Yoruba. They have failed as well. There is nothing they can do. Igbos can only produce a president with the blessing of the North. You don't even need the North's blessing. They will lie down for you and you march on their heads. Anything you want, they will do for you. You don't even need to dangle anything in front of them. They will do anything you ask them to do in order to become relevant. When Danjuma said, defend yourselves or die, what do you think he was talking about? I think he said it precisely on when did Danjuma say this? Danjuma said this sometime in 2018, and that was the man that they lied to. He killed Ironsi. They lied to him and told him that Igbos are the problem. They will dominate you. He joined his Fulani masters to do the hangman's job for the caliphate. Eventually, they came to his hometown and they killed his people. Betraying Biafra never pays. That is, I'm just reading out all these things so that the world will know that betraying Biafra never ever pays anybody at all. You will end up regretting it. Even Miyet Yala themselves, the terrorists, they have said, they don't put notice, Yoruba, you must leave the North. If you do Amotekun, you leave the North. That is what they always do. Once you rise up to fight and defend your right, they say you must leave the North, as if there's something in the North. If there's something in the north, why are they driving their cattle to the south? This they are not. You leave the north. If there is, and the north is only Sokoto. Outside the Sokoto, which is Gobe, that belong to the Hausas, before the Hausas, foolishly, I must say, the Hausa people, foolishly, the same thing that the whole push of the mass of this world are now doing, the same thing that some idiots in IYC are now doing, the same rubbish of Hausa did, and Fulani overran them. Fulani overran them. The Fulani is only Sokoto, Gobe only. They are saying the north, you think they own everywhere. No, they don't. It's just that they have subdued the entire Middle Belt because they lied to them that the best people to fight are Biafrans, and they joined them. And look at where we are today. They are talking about IDP, whereas Boko Haram is taking over places. The Boko Haram is now setting up checkpoints everywhere. So we no longer know which one is a genuine army checkpoint and which one is a Boko Haram or terrorist checkpoint. Nobody knows anymore. The zoo is in a mess. Nigeria has effectively collapsed. The only place holding the zoo together are some of the Biafran people living in the north and just Abuja. Only, that's all. The rest has fallen to terrorism. Who brought the terrorists in? Who brought them in? The same people, the same Fulani Cabal, the same Caliphate, the same Sultan of Sokoto. They want to conquer people, they want to take over people's homes and their lands. They have failed very woefully. They have failed completely. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever will they succeed. They will never ever succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Because we have IPOB and we have opened the eyes of the people. They thought they didn't reckon on IPOB coming. They didn't reckon on IPOB coming. Thank you, Kechibu from Israel. One of us telling me that we are streaming okay on the Biafra page. I'm very, very grateful for that piece of information. Residents flee as Boko. These are the people that told you that Boko Haram has been weakened. We have defeated them. I'm asking Britain, where are you? Madam High Commissioner, you no longer talk. The US Ambassador to Nigeria, you can no longer speak. All of a sudden, a Muslim is in power and all of you are paralyzed. Or should I say a Muslim? Should I say a Fulani Cabal? You can no longer speak. You can no longer talk. This is the same lies. Give us arms. Want to fight Boko Haram? You give them arms and they bring it down to the south. All the arms that America is giving to this regime in Nigeria, this satanic regime in Nigeria, they bring to the south to kill innocent people. You pump money to the north, they come to the south and they are destroying lives and properties. And whilst Boko Haram is taking over areas of the north. This is from their own paper, Daily Trust. This is from their own newspaper, Daily Trust. Residents flee as Boko Haram takes over the Maturu Medigri Road. This is more IDPs. This is, as they say in my villages, Akanship and Madhonu. They thought they had escaped. You know, they were seeing Biafran children, Biafran refugees, and they were laughing and clapping for themselves. Today, they have the refugee crisis. You know that our God is miraculous, very wonderful God. As I said, in 2012, everybody that ever rose up against Biafra will suffer. Go back to my broadcast, I said it. Once you rose up, I don't care if you're from Sokoto, you're from Gombe, you're from Adamawa. Once you rose up against Biafra, you will suffer it. Are they not suffering it today? Before the Yorubas from Namoteku, did they not suffer it? They suffered humiliation as well. Our own flesh and blood. Biafrans, our own nation, Biafrans, are they not suffering it today? Who is not suffering? Tell me who rose against Biafra that is not suffering today in the zoo called Nigeria. Everybody is. Everybody is. That is why Boko Haram is wreaking havoc. You can never solve the problem forever and ever. You know the funniest thing about this God that we worship, the same God of Eri, the same God of our ancestors, the same God of Abraham, of Jacob, of Isaac, the same God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, the same God. Never change. Change it not. It doesn't matter. It never ever changes. He will use people to punish his children, but eventually he will visit those people with calamity upon calamity. Go and ask anywhere. So my happiness today as a Biafran is that after all said and done, God loves Biafra more than any other group of people. Go and put it there. Say, I told you so. That is why I'm telling, I said it in 2012. I want Chinasa, the deputy HMF, go and find that very broadcast. I said, everybody that had a hand in the suffering of Biafran children will suffer. I said it. Is it not happening today? How many IDP, how many refugees do you have in the north? Out of shame, they cannot even say it. All Junaid Mohammed does every day. Al-Majri, come out and talk rubbish. You're starting war. You're causing war. Rubbish. And the idiots will say, elder statesman, Second Republic statesman, writing rubbish. Nonsense. Elder statesman, you cannot cure the disease that you planted in your own society. You wanted to get rid of Jonathan, and you wanted to prove to your Arab friends that Nigeria is a Muslim country, so we must go in. Let's bring in our troops, our terrorists. Now that terrorist is like a cancer and is devouring you. You can come push the south as much as you like. If the Yorubas like it, they can let you in, but not in Biafra land. You can't. They've tried it, but they couldn't get in. Enugu is where it is leaking. Enugu now. The same way Enugu stupidly fell only after 3 months. Enugu is now again succumbing. But we must go there. We must go there. We are live and we are direct. If your data finishes, you go and join your neighbor. If you don't have data, go and join your neighbor, go and join your friends. And listen to this very broadcast. It's very important. Very, very important. Because the whole world, I said the whole world is listening. When we preach this gospel, the world comes to a standstill. Even heaven will testify to this very fact. We are under divine instruction. All I'm doing is to pass a message. That is why everything we say comes to. It must come to pass. Why would it come to pass? We are under divine instruction, so it must come to pass. Why wouldn't it? Do you think I'm somebody waiting for APC to bring money or PDP to bring money so I can talk rubbish or get information from Supreme Court and talk nonsense? Everything we say is precise. Absolutely precise. And it comes to pass. They invade and they burn. In the north, they're streaming into refugee camps. And we no longer know who is who. People must actually sit and ask themselves these questions, especially Khan and T.Y. Danjuma and all the rest of them. Are you fighting Boko Haram? Are you fighting Fulani headsmen, which is Mieti Allah? Are you fighting Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb? Are you fighting ISIS in West Africa? Or are you fighting bandits? Because when did this one? This was around, I think it was around the 16th of this month. Bandits killed 29 in Zamfara village. Zamfara is on fire. Even that girl that used to work for Channels TV, the Hausa girl, I don't know what her name is. Is it Ahmed something? She ran away from Zamfara. They are no longer there. I can see how they go on. The hand with which they dealt poison to Biafra that made Biafra to lose 5 million souls has gone into their mouth and is consuming them. The wrath of God is upon them. They can never escape this very judgment. 29 killed in Zamfara. Everywhere there is death and mayhem in this zoo. Death and destruction every blessed day. And you say you have a government? And you claim you have a government? You must be dreaming. You must have taken leave of your senses. You do not have a government. You have a band of terrorists in charge of governance in Nigeria with the help of the British. That's all you have. And it will consume everybody. Unless you rise up and you fight it. Unless you rise up and you fight it, it will consume everybody in the process. And as some of them are beginning to say, that rabble rancer, that troublemaker, that Nnamdi, he's right after all. Of course, I've been right all along. Don't you know that? You thought I just got up and walked into a radio station and started broadcasting? We are under divine instruction, for goodness sake. We are under divine instruction. The common Boko Haram they cannot defeat. Ordinary, which they themselves funded. They, when Buhari was alive, all of them, they got together with the Sultan of Sokoto. They planned and they funded Boko Haram. They started all these terror groups. When Boko Haram targeted only Muslims, I shouldn't say only, when Boko Haram targeted both Christians and Muslims in the north, the same Buhari formed, called Al-Banawi, and formed ISIS. He formed ISIS. They think they're dealing with children. They don't know who we are. They don't know the extent we go to dig out information. They have no idea. Only if they know. Fighting us is meaningless. The only solution is Biafra. Let everybody go and be free. If you want our oil, I swear upon my life and before God in heaven, all the oil and gas in Biafra land will be made available to each and every unit that comprises the zoo called Nigeria. I swear it. So oil and gas is not our problem. Take your bloody oil. We don't need it. We don't need it. I'm telling you the truth. We don't. Nigeria cannot defeat ordinary Boko Haram. They have gone to Egypt again. Nigeria army to strengthen military cooperation with Egypt. You know why? Because the soldiers from Chad left. The ones from Niger, they have gone back. That is why you see Boko Haram all over the place. When Chadians were there, Cameroonians were there, and they contained them. Now they have gone. They have run to look at Buratai. Buratai never commanded. My goodness, I don't know what is wrong with us in this UG. Buratai never went to. He didn't have a distinguished career. Never went to war anywhere. Never commanded troops in battle anywhere. The highest battle he has ever fought in his life was the storming of my house. The highest battle Lieutenant General Toko Buratai ever fought in his life was to come to Isiama Afara to storm my house to kill unarmed people. 28 of my men. That is his battle. A general. Some of you that live in civilized countries, people with common sense who can reason. How many times have you heard about a general? Anywhere in the world, once you're in a civilized country, have you heard of somebody called a general on TV talking rubbish? A general before? Unless they are going to war. Unless there is war. Then they appoint an overall commander. You will hear from him. And he will tell you, we are going to do this, and they will go and they will come back. This one is just here, running from Ondo State to Ogun State, running from Ogun State to Adamawa, running from Adamawa, saying he's a general. In your country, you're a general. An army. The constitution was designed, the constitution said that the army must fight to protect the country from external aggression. External aggression. But the Almajiri, they didn't go to school. They don't know. All that concerns them is anything that can keep the oil and gas money coming to the north. That's what matters to them. That is why NNPC is theirs. For the idiots who, some of them who went, is it OYC, talking rubbish. No, IYC, sorry. Who control? They said Igbos are going to dominate. Who is controlling NNPC? Who controls it? Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, whatever rubbish is called. Who is there? Is it an Ejo man? Is it an Equated man? I'm asking. Is it an Ogoni man? But the person occupying it is the same person that told you Igbo man is your problem. Do you see how foolish you are? Do you see how hopeless you are? Do you see how daft you are? This is a very simple truth. You may not like it, but it's the truth. Now they're in Egypt. They claim that the giant of Africa, this giant of Africa is now in Egypt begging. Some of you claim giant of Africa, and I'm telling you that the world knows that Buhari is dead. Because you know what is called international diplomatic protocol? Do you know that the zoo, by virtue, Nigeria, by virtue of his stand in Africa, that anytime there is any official photograph, especially the one that was taken in London, he should be on the right-hand side of the host, which is British Prime Minister, or the anybody appointed by the monarchy to represent them, in this case, Prince William. How can you claim you are the giant of Africa and they have regard for Rwanda more than you? You know, the Nigerians are so daft. They claim they know something different. No, honestly speaking to God, they know nothing. Then their brain is empty. Are you telling me that U.S. government will go to NATO meeting or go to maybe the World Economic Summit in Davos, and then Trump will be on the 3rd or the 5th from the chief host? You're dreaming. They are the giant of the world. You will have to be very close by, next to that very person. This one is giant of Africa. There's I don't know if it's Egypt or Ghana to the right, and to the left is the Rwandan president. And then you saw the cockroach Jubril. They put him there, and he was struggling to try and run away. Not the banquet, I mean the photo call. It was when he now went to the banquet that they said, you must remove your hat. You know that Yoweri Museveni was there as well. I'm sorry to digress. You know, he wears the same cowboy cap from Texas. I don't know if they have Texas Rangers in Uganda. I have no idea. But he wears a Texas hat, Texas Ranger hat. Yoweri Museveni, the president of Uganda. He got there and they told him, you must take it off. And he took it off. Once the Jubilee had that you must take off, he first of all detoured to the toilet. From there he ran away. Jubilee. He couldn't come out. That is a giant of Africa. Our president is back and receiving the EU. Why didn't you show yourself in England, in London, where they did your surgery? Why didn't you show yourself there? Because they know who you are. After all, you did the surgery there. The Queen wrote a condolence message to the dead Buhari. That is why you can no longer pretend. They did a photo op of Photoshop, of Jubril looking another way when the Queen was shaking the hand of one Alamajiri lady like that. Unbelievable. They have gone to Egypt to go and beg. Tomorrow they say, oh, we defeated Boko Haram. Our boys are fighting. But you have gone to Egypt to go and beg. Because Chad is gone, Niger is gone, Cameroon is gone. Boko Haram is now everywhere in the north. That's why you've run to Egypt. Our army, our boys. I'm looking at the idiots, our army, our military men. Go there and let Boko Haram do mincemeat with you. And in your next life, you will learn not to fight for Alamajiri. They created Boko Haram, they should go and fight it themselves. They should go and fight it themselves. Restructure to avoid civil war. That's all they know. Go on. The restructure that IPOB made possible as a discourse in the zoo. It was, you may not like, some people may not like it, but it is the truth. Without IPOB, there will be no talk of restructure. None whatsoever. And they know it. That's why they're terrified. Let's rush and prescribe them. But when Boko Haram was killing people, bombing innocent people to smithereens, Jonathan wanted to prescribe Boko Haram. Buhari said no. But in our case of IPOB, it was actually the Igbo governors who were encouraging the government. Oh, please come. We are here. We are your loyal servants. We will serve you any way you want it. We will give it to you, but please ban them. And today, women are being raped to death in Ebonyi. People are being slaughtered. Farmlands are being taken over in Enugu, 14 settlements, and people are there. They cleverly divert the attention away from the crux of the matter, from the main issue at hand. Who betrayed IPOB? Amongst the governors and Ohanese, who betrayed IPOB? Shame won't allow them to come out in the open to comment anymore. Shame. The governors of the Middle Belt have said that they will do something resembling Amotekun. Have they said anything? The answer is no. They copied it from us. From you. From who? Where? When? How? Very funny people. Very funny people. Indeed. Very funny people. And they said, oh, we need more people. Keep us. Oh, but why do you want to have a Moteku? You have the police, you have the army. Oh, is it the same police that are selling people to ritualists for 80,000 naira that you want to run to defend you? Is it the same police? I want to ask them. People say, oh, we have of course, Fulani headsmen. We say, oh, we have the police here. We have the army. Is it army that is busy burning villages and police busy selling people in Kwara State that you want to run to defend you against terrorists? I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you. This is Nigerian police reported by the commissioner of police in Kwara State, Lawan Ado, yesterday said the command had redeployed policemen at the Adewole Police Division in Ilorin over an allegation against them. Ado explained that some residents had alleged that some of the policemen in the division had been selling suspects. It's not funny, but Nigeria, God in heaven, who made that place? I hope that Lugard is roasting in hell. Honestly, it's not funny. I do seriously apologize. Honestly, I apologize. They are selling one in Nigeria. One detainee is 80,000 naira. 80,000 naira is about $220. I'm sorry. I don't want to laugh, but it's perverse, honestly. In Nigeria now, if you're having kidney issues or you want your pancreas changed or liver or kidney, you come to Kwara State in Ilorin. The commissioner of police there is Lawan Ado. You approach him, you give him 80,000 naira, which is 80,000 naira. Sorry, it's about maybe $270. They give you one live, healthy man to go and do with as you please. $280. We give you one healthy man, a healthy Nigerian man in Kwara State. You can cut him up, you can behead him, you can cut off his arms, you can decide to conduct an emergency surgery, cut open his stomach, take out all his entries. No problem. It's 80,000 you've paid. Nigerian police. These are the people you want to defend Yoruba land. Maybe as the Fulani headsmen are coming, they'll be capturing people and giving to them for 80,000 naira. This is the police. Nigerian police selling people for 80,000 naira. They are the people that you want to defend Yoruba land. Please carry on with your Amoteku, please, Yoruba people. Don't listen to those Janjaweed and Amajiri from them. They are just making noise. They can't do anything. My offer still stands. 1 million men. Don't go back. 1 million men. If they want to know if we command such men, they should try to invade Yoruba land. Some people don't understand. They keep saying, oh, you have not done your own. I say, because you're daft. You don't know history. Yorubas were the people that supported the Fulanis to attack and kill Biafrans. Now it's biting them. Allow them to start it first. It's up to them to start first. And we support. And that's exactly what we are doing. And that's exactly what we are doing. We must do it. We must do it. Very, very important. They are selling detainees. Only some of the news. What are the ambassadors actually doing in Abuja? Are you telling me they're not aware of all these things that is going on? And when you thought it couldn't, I know that people are complaining about their data. If they want me to stop, I will stop. If our people are complaining of data and they want me to stop, I will stop. But I have to proceed. Our children in Katsina. Hey. The whole thing is, it gets messier and messier. And people are saying that they're Nigerians. Our children in Katsina are not Nigerians, according to Masari. The governor, Aminu Masari, the governor of Katsina State, the state from which Buhari comes from, is telling people there that the children there, 996,000, maybe just in the capital alone, they are not from the state. They are from Niger. And Your Honor, these are the people that people are saying, let's build Nigeria and grow the economy. Or Commander, are you counting all these people as well from Niger? You might as well annex Niger Republic and then develop it at the same time, then it will make sense to us. Are these the people? Are these the people that you're telling me you are one Nigeria? Let's close the border. If the borders in the north were shut, how would you have 1 million children from Niger Republic in Katsina? But in the south, your borders are closed, and all of you kept quiet. Oh dear. And this is the Nigeria that Britain wants you to build and grow together in diversity. Let's diversify. Let's embrace diversity. This is it. Oh. Let's embrace Niger Republic. Diversify into Niger Republic. That's what they're asking you to do. And some of you don't have any sense. Tomorrow you'll be shouting one, I'm a Nigerian. What we Nigerians? Don't you have shame? Call yourself where you come from. If you say I'm a Yoruba man or whatever, Kanuri man, I can have respect for you. I'm a Nigerian. Does it include the 1 million out of school children in Katsina from Niger Republic? I don't know. This UG black, unbelievable. The shameful role of Britain 50 years after the war. Of course, I'll deal with this later. Written by Frederick Forsyth, who incidentally was a spy for MI5, wasn't it? I think it was a spy for MI5. Or was it MI6? I don't know. Military intelligence, I think it's 6. He was a spy for them, but he wrote very well, saying what happened, how the North were boasting. Everything is here. Look at Jubril speaking for the dead Buhari, saying, I fought war. But here you have Frederick Forsyth telling you the truth. And it was the British that fought the war, not Al-Majri. Let me ask people, is Al-Majri more intelligent than an Al-Majri more intelligent than a Biafran? Are they more educated? Are they more, how can I put it, battle-hardened? I want to ask, in what way do you think, how did you come to the conclusion in your life that Fulani Al-Majri with their vassal Hausa states defeated Biafra during the war with a sprinkling of Yoruba officers? Who told you that? Here is Frederick Forsyth putting the record straight. I want to circulate it in the Guardian of UK. It's also here. Ojukwu went to Aburi, agreed a deal. Ogowon went back to the north. The Fulani Caliphate got hold of him and told him, no, don't agree. And that was what happened. The restructuring that should have happened then. This same restructuring now, that my dear father, Paya Adebanjo, is pursuing, the 1963 Constitution, which is the genuine constitution of the genuine, allow people to develop on their own, was what Aburi, because Ironsi and all the coup took Nigeria into a unitary system of governance, went to Aburi and negotiated to go back to 1963 Constitution. The North said no. They have tasted the forbidden fruit. They said, oh, power is sweet. Oh, power in the hands of one man. Hey, no, we want it. And from that day till today, that's what has happened. And some idiots are running around. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian without shame. No, any dignity. No, any honor. I'm telling you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. War against corruption at the Africa Summit. Is anybody believing that they're fighting corruption? Who Uzodinma is wanted for, is it 21 billion naira fraud? They elevated him from the fourth to the first, gave him Douglas House, whereas the governor of Imo State, which means forever and ever, he's a Hausa slave. Sorry, how I keep saying, he's a Fulani slave, forever and ever. And some people will say, we'll call him Your Excellency tomorrow because of peanuts. Unbelievable. Some of you without shame. Some of you without shame. The same jihadists, they have bombed the UN office. Have you heard UN say anything? Has UN said anything about the office that they bombed? They attacked UN facility in the northeast. UN have not said anything. Dear. Under Jonathan, the news would have been everywhere by now. Very, very sad. That's the conspiracy that removed Jonathan. Not that I feel sorry for him anyway, because at least it allowed everybody to see the necessity of Biafra and why we had to defend our land. We didn't fight anybody. They came to us and we defended ourselves. We defended ourselves. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and we are direct. The time now is, oh dear, I think it's 4 minutes past. It's 4 minutes past 9 p.m. in the land of Biafra. We are continuing. I don't know if people are tired. Uchaga Philip said we shouldn't stop, we should continue. He was writing on my page, said we should not stop, we should continue. Akanimo Umo said we should continue, that we shouldn't stop. Somebody said there is no sound coming through. I don't know how true that is. I do not understand. I don't know. They said there is no sound coming through. Okudele Obalago said there is no sound coming through. There is no sound coming through. Jubril ran to, once he came out of the car, he saw Jubril at the banquet. This is exactly how it happened. Once Jubril came out of the car, he looked ahead. They saying and saw Yoweri Museveni taking off his cowboy hat. He said, "Oh no, not me." He immediately ran to the toilet. From there, he disappeared, and they asked Onyema to go and stand for him. That was exactly, he never knew. They asked him to take off his hat, and he ran away. He ran away. The zoo is in trouble. They are panicking. I don't know if the sound is back. I want to know if the sound is back. Please, Equated will confirm for me on Radio Biafra page. Is the sound back? I want to know if the sound is back. Facebook is attacking us. They are wasting their time. I need confirmation that the sound is back on Radio Biafra page, because we have to preach this very gospel. I didn't plan to stay this long on the air, but we have to do it. We have to speak the truth. Always, 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 always. I need confirmation. I need confirmation that the voice is coming out, that there is audio coming out on Radio Biafra page. Mark Zuckerberg and his, who are those working for him in Lagos, they are doing their best to justify the money they took from Aso Rock. But they are wasting their time, because we are live and we are direct. Thank you very much, M1S, one of us from Ishekiri. We tell them that they don't know about Biafra. They thought we were joking. Biafra is everywhere. People from Benin are more Biafran than some of us. They want to be free. Biafra is about freedom. Freedom for everybody. We gave the zoo called Nigeria Autonomous Community. It means freedom. If you don't want to stay in your village anymore, you want to answer a different name, you are free to go. We are not holding anybody. They said I shouldn't stop. I must preach this very gospel. I have message from heaven and I must give to the living. That is my job. That's what we are here to do, and we must do it this very night. Until maybe some of you will not be able to come online from tomorrow onwards, because there will be no data. But I think it is something well spent, if you ask me. We are live and we are direct, and this is Radio Biafra. Oh dear. Let us look at Hope Uzodinma and the terrorist verdict that came from the Supreme Court. Who delivered the verdict? The Justice Kudirat. They are part of the conspiracy. A Supreme Court judge, part of a government conspiracy to Islamize and diminish the people. To Islamize and to diminish. That is sound, Equated. Thank you very much. To Islamize. A Supreme Court judge. And the husband is an APC chairman. Nigeria. Some people said pray. Pray for who? There will be civil disobedience in Imo State until they call for fresh elections, because the figures do not add up. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I have with me a copy of the Supreme Court judgment. I have it. with me. And for those of you that may have it as well, I don't know how many people have this very judgment, but I am trying to do the best I can, even doing more than one thing at a time to ensure I get this right now to my secretary, to Maka, and also to our deputy, to make sure that this is placed everywhere. I want it placed everywhere because I want to analyze it. I want everybody to place this very document, the Hope Uzodimma versus Emeki Ihedioha. I want to analyze it to let the world understand how daft and how foolish Nigeria is. When I call them animals, baboons in a zoo, some people get upset. But I want to justify it this very evening. Anybody with that very document, Ikechukwu has it as well. Our own able deputy chairman for Anamake will circulate it everywhere. So those who can open the documents, the PDF documents can open it. And please, you go to page number 44. Page number 44 of the Supreme Court judgment between Hope Uzodimma and Emeki Ihedioha. I want the whole world to listen to how stupid black judges are in Africa. I want the whole world to understand that the problem we have in Africa is inherent genetic stupidity. I want the world to understand that Africa is in a very sad state because of some human beings who cannot reason. I want the world to understand that what is happening in Nigeria is not a travesty of justice. It is the enthronement of abomination. Enthronement of abomination upon abomination. Please go to page number 44. Go to page number 44. Page number 44. Very, very critical, very, very vital. You go to that. I know some people are telling me that the zoo people are hiding under the bed and listening to this broadcast. They are in dread because they know we preach the truth. That the foundations of the zoo has been shaken, laid bare for the whole world to understand the stupidity of an average Nigerian. And everyone is lower than a monkey, I tell you. It's the truth. Because they cannot reason, and I want to go to their own Supreme Court, papers, to prove to the world that Nigeria is indeed a shithole. I want to prove to the world that the person you see wearing a horse wig, saying that justice, supreme justice is pure, they are hopeless idiots. They know nothing in their brain. Some say you insult. Why won't I insult? You're an animal. Why won't I insult you? You're an animal pretending you're a human being. I have to tell you who you are. Useless set of people. From page 44, please, if you may. From page 44, if you may. I am reading what this woman wrote. She is the lead Chief Justice. Dear me, unbelievable. Her name is Kudirat. Her name is Kudirat. Dear me, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me read it for you. Page 44, please. This is, I'm now reading the Supreme Court judgment that made a fourth-placed man to become number one. I've never heard of such before in my life. From number 4 to number 1 in Imo State. And I have, if you know Emeka Ihedioha, you tell him that there is need for him to fight, to keep on fighting, not for his sake, but for the sake of those who are going to be at the receiving end of Fulani rule in Imo State. Let me read. In the circumstances, it's not my grammar, it is theirs, the Supreme Court, please, quote correctly. In the circumstances, I hold that there is merit in this appeal, that is the appeal of Hope Uzodimma against Emeki Ihedioha. The appeal is allowed. The judgment of the lower court affirming the judgment of the Governorship Election Tribunal is hereby set aside. They have cancelled the appeal. Court ruling. It is further ordered as follows. 1. It is hereby declared that votes due to the appellants, i.e. Senator Hope Uzodimma and APC, All Progressives Congress, from the 388 polling units were wrongly excluded from the score ascribed to them. Now listen carefully. What this woman is saying, the wife of an APC chairman, her justification for taking away the mandate given to Emeke Ihedioha and handed to Hope Uzodimma is that there were votes from 388 polling units that they were wrongly excluded from the score given to Hope Uzodimma from 388 polling units. Were they accredited voters? The answer is no. Where are these 388 polling units? Nobody knows. It doesn't exist. But miraculously, and in keeping with the miraculous nature of Nigeria in terms of their hopelessness and their stupidity, this woman and Supreme Court conjured up 388 polling units. They said polling units. How do you know how many people voted in those polling units? 388. How are you sure that the whole 388, that's assuming that they are right? Well, of course they are wrong, but I want to take them on their own stupidity. You said votes were excluded from 388 polling units. How are you sure that everybody that voted there voted for Hope Uzodimma? And do you know the funniest thing? None of these numbers that they're throwing up were accounted for by INEC, either as a result of accreditation or as a result of cancellation. In other words, they amongst themselves decided to conjure up in their brain 388 polling units. Bumping up the INEC said, listen carefully, INEC said the number of people we accredited to vote was 800 and something thousand people. Accredited, both rejected, accepted, damaged ballot paper, everything. And you know what the law says in Nigeria? The law says, oh dear me, Nigeria, oh God, such a very terrible place. The law says in Nigeria that for your vote to count or for you to be considered eligible to vote, you must be accredited according to law made by the National Assembly of the Zoo called Nigeria, the National Assembly. Now, in a court of law that is meant to interpret the law, you know, the essence of court is to look at the law and interpret it. They have now, Supreme Court, the apex court in the land, they went to Supreme Court is now saying that what the law says doesn't obtain here. Because INEC said we accredited 800 and something thousand people to vote. And Supreme Court issued their own number of voters in Imo State and came up with 900 and something. They asked them, where did they get this thing from? They said, oh, there are 388 polling units that should have been given to Hope Uzodimma. But the question is, those 388, were they accredited as the law says they should be? The answer is no. So why are you adding them up? And where did they get the numbers from? Nobody knows. But it is Nigeria. Anything goes. And tomorrow, they will say, God bless Nigeria, and things will just move on. And they complain that things are not working for them, not knowing that they themselves are an accomplice to the fraud that is happening every blessed day. Did INEC exclude votes from 388 units? The answer is no. But they went on to rule. It is hereby ordered that the appellant's votes from the 388 polling units unlawfully excluded from the appellant score shall be added to the results declared by the third respondent, which is INEC. 388 units, nobody knows. No names we are given, absolutely nothing. Were they accredited to vote? The answer is no. We are not accredited to vote. Now, Supreme Court, how did you know that all these votes belong to Uzodinma? Did you see any ballot paper to prove it? The answer is no ballot paper exists. Can we inspect the ballot paper upon which you based? Because law is based on evidence. What you don't see, you cannot rule upon. How did you get the 388 polling units? From where? Nobody knows. That's how Uzodinma is in Douglas House today. Just from nowhere, it is hereby declared that the first respondent, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha, was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast at the said elections. But INEC is saying that the votes cast at the said elections was 800 and something thousand, and they accounted for it. So where are you getting all these numbers from? Oh, but it's one Nigeria. God has put Opus of them there. That's what those idiots will say. God put him there. Let him continue. Do you see the mess that IPOB is fighting? Do you see the level of primitivity and hopelessness that IPOB is fighting on a daily basis? Do you see the injustice? Do you also see the evil? That is why we exist. These are the things we have come to correct. These are the things we have come to consign to the dustbin of history. This is why we want Biafra. This is why we need transparency. This is why we are prepared to fight for it to death to ensure that our children and our children's children do not encounter this level of idiocy from a Supreme Court. It's very sad indeed, extremely sad. There are a few special announcements before we bring tonight's edition of Radio Biafra special broadcast to an end. I want to assure everybody who have been raised or brought up to attack Biafra that they are wasting their time. IPOB is exceptionally formidable. Exceptional. Ask Asorok, they will tell you. The zoo is in trouble today because of IPOB. We are formidable to the core. The zoo government of the Nigerian government, that zoo government will keep wasting their money for nothing. Facebook can pull my page down or up, down or suspend the ban, remove people. They are wasting their time. One thing is certain. They will never defeat us. Biafra must be restored in our time. I want to hastily announce this evening that we have a new IPOB national coordinator in Ireland. His name is Mazi Charles Mbala. Mazi Charles Mbala is our new national coordinator in Ireland. Mazi CJ Duranyawu is the new IPOB Dublin zonal coordinator. All of our exiting officers must arrange an immediate handover of all documentation and materials to the national coordinator, Mr. Charles Mbala, and the new Dublin zonal coordinator, who is Mazi CJ Duranyama. I also wish to announce that we have a new woman leader in Abia State. Very important. Her name is Chinyere Ozaro, popularly known as Adamaz. Chinyere Ozaro is the new woman leader in Abia State. And on that very note, I wish to reassure our friends and foes alike that we are undefeatable. This very IPOB, this very ordained mission, this very divine project to restore Biafra must be accomplished in our time. Because unlike any other group of people on this very earth, Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our religion. Here on Radio Biafra is where we worship, because Chukwokika Biama Prumi Henine is our God in heaven, presiding over the affairs of men on this very earth. That is why Biafra will come in our time.
from me, from here, it is good evening.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it, obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or a permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there are, there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be on this panel with people who are putting a lot of energy and, in some cases, I think, their lives on the line to tell the truth about what's happening in Nigeria. Let me build on what has been said by my distinguished colleagues. I believe that what is afoot here is jihad. It is a concerted, systematic, organized, and increasingly genocidal effort to remove from Nigeria, and most especially from the areas of Nigeria that are resource rich, Christians who are, by definition, under this Sharia supremacist program that drives jihad, enemies of Islam and people that can be eliminated or otherwise removed at will. And this creates not just a very strong contradiction to the party line. The party line, I'm afraid, is not confined to the government of Nigeria. It is also the party line of significant parts of our own government here in the United States, namely that, as has been said, this is just farmers and herdsmen who can't get along. And they're somehow mutually responsible for the bloodletting that seems to be virtually, if not entirely, confined to the farmers. How does that work? Well, it works if, in fact, it is jihad. And the herdsmen, the Fulani militants primarily, are armed to the teeth, as well as doctrinally, religiously, if you will, but I think of it more as ideologically driven to engage in this religious, ethnic cleansing of those who are not with the Sharia. Our challenge, it seems to me, is to be truthful about that reality. I'm very pleased to be co-sponsoring with this team this particular event, but we also had the privilege of working with specifically the International Committee on Nigeria a few weeks ago, and sponsored a delegation from Nigeria we called the Nigeria Crisis Delegation, and had the opportunity to introduce some extraordinarily brave men and women who, again, had come here to tell the truth, to bear witness to what they had personally experienced in some cases and what they had seen in their communities in the way of this kind of genocidal effort to remove Christians from their lands. They were vilified by the government of Nigeria, even by the vice president of Nigeria, who was invited to what I call a come to Jesus meeting with our own vice president, Mike Pence, after his chief of staff and others on his staff heard from the Nigeria Crisis Delegation. And after that meeting between the two vice presidents, the embassy spokesman for Nigeria once again vilified those who were truth-telling about what's going on in their country. So it brings us to what do we do about this? The congressman has identified, former congressman, just for the record, he didn't start serving in 1918. I believe it was 1981. It was a long time, but it wasn't quite that long a time. And I'm sure it felt most days like it was about that long a time. But he served with great distinction, of course, and he has been a tremendous leader on all of these issues, both in and out of government. And what he has said is so true, that there does need to be findings of fact, specifically that genocide is taking place. And genocidal activity building to full-on genocide is taking place in other places, not just at the hands of the Fulani, but of course at Boko Haram's, as well as the Islamic State of the West Africa province. That would be the Islamic State that we think we have defeated, some do, in the Middle East. That will be the Islamic State that we hoped to deprive of their caliphate in Iraq and Syria. And that would be the Islamic State that, together with Boko Haram and together with the Fulani, joined as they are by this shared commitment to imposing Sharia on the entirety of Nigeria, and for that matter, I believe, the Lake Chad region beyond. They are seeking to reestablish a caliphate on a vastly grander scale and with considerably greater money and therefore power than ever would have been possible in the parts they occupied of Iraq and Syria. So think about that. It's not just the nightmare of possibly tens of millions of Christians being driven from the country into these refugee flows with ripple effects for Africa, for Europe, almost certainly for this country and beyond. It is that what will be filling the vacuum that's thus created will be the jihad of the Islamic State. And I think it's fair to expect that it won't be confined to Nigeria or even the Lake Chad region. It will be spreading throughout West Africa and far beyond. So what do we do about it? Very quickly and very superficially, perhaps. We believe at Save the Persecuted Christians that it is incumbent upon all of us to hold the persecutors accountable for what they're doing. And more to the point, to create costs to them for their crimes against humanity. President Trump, to his credit, took this basic proposition out for a test drive not so long ago. Last year, he called to account the regime of Recep Tayyip Erdogan for the persecution of one specific Christian, an American Christian, a missionary by the name of Pastor Andrew Brunson in Turkey. He not only held him accountable, but when Erdogan refused to release Pastor Brunson, to impose some very punishing sanctions on the steel and aluminum industries in particular of Turkey, the effects of which are still being felt in that country, by the way, even though Pastor Brunson, thank God, is now out. In fact, I had a chance to visit with him briefly this weekend in Denver, Colorado, where he spoke very powerfully about the need to hold the persecutors accountable, as was done with great effect in his case, but now needs to be done on a far larger scale to stave off this disaster in Nigeria. Let me close by saying that in addition to holding the persecutors accountable, we should also be holding those who enable the persecutors accountable. I happen to be wearing a pin, there are some outside if anyone would like one, that features prominently the letters SPB. On the pin, it stands for Stop Persecuting Believers. It's also the acronym for one of the most prominent law firms and lobbying operations in this city, Squire Patton Boggs. We have made it our purpose in the Save the Persecuted Christians initiative to use this upcoming ministerial, whose margins we're meeting today, as an opportunity to raise the visibility of what Squire Patton Boggs is doing on behalf, not of Nigeria, fortunately, but, alas, communist China, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Cameroon, in the Lake Chad region, I believe, and the Palestinian Authority, lobbying on their behalf to protect them from accountability, to get benefits from the American taxpayer, and otherwise to prosper even as they engage each and every one of those regimes in systemic, state-sponsored persecution of Christians and usually other faith minorities as well. They are not alone, to be sure, in such representation. They just happen to be particularly egregious in doing it. And last week, Save the Persecuted Christians and a coalition of 44 other groups came forth to tell Squire Patton Boggs to cease and desist.
Of many on this very earth, you are listening to us. We are coming to you live and direct. We have come to preach the gospel of the restoration of Biafra. We have come that the will of heaven may be fulfilled by the sons of men on this very earth. We have come to make sure that those who derive pleasure in sadistic eradication of the righteous are not only held to account, but they will pay very, very dearly for their crimes against humanity. We have started our journey. There is no back, there is no turning back. Our destination is Biafra. Our destination is freedom. Where we are going is a place where all men will be equal before God in heaven and the laws of man on this very earth. Where there will be no Alamaja in a land where there will be peace, there will be freedom.
there will be justice, there will be democracy, there will be accountability, and everyone, I repeat, every citizen of Biafra, all those who subscribe to our value system and our way of life, will understand that civilization is possible in the darkness that Africa has become. I ask you to ask those who are around you to participate in this very program this evening, and for them to also tell those who are around them to be a part of this very glorious presentation this very day, because here, the greatest university on this very earth, we not only lecture, we make sure that you depart with common sense after listening to us, because here we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on this very hallowed platform. We continue as always to not only be upright, but to make sure that we are scrupulously clean, whiter than white and whiter than snow. It doesn't matter what the enemy does. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they concoct. We remain who we are from the beginning, unblemished. Unblemished. That is why everything we touch turns into gold. That is why this very movement, that is why this very IPOB is unstoppable. Our enemies understand we are unstoppable. And the only way that we can bring what we are doing to an end is if they give us Biafra. I say if they give us Biafra, because if they don't, they know what the consequences are, and they are going through with as we speak. Therefore, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to some of you, because unlike any other radio station, unlike any other broadcasting platform, Radio Biafra, as I see it on this very chair behind this microphone, every time zone around the world is listening. Biafrans and non-Biafrans alike, lovers of freedom, and those who would like to see a semblance of civility be enthroned in Africa for the very first time. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over the world, and by the very special grace of Elohim, Chukwokika Biama Purimi Henine, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Our job is to propagate this very good news. Our job is to lead our people into freedom, and that is what we are going to do. It is a responsibility we will not abdicate, not now, not tomorrow, not ever, because we are unbuyable, we are unbribable. Nobody can deceive nor deflect our attention away from this very noble mission. And before we proceed, as always, we must hand over our proceedings to heaven. Unlike those who do not know about the existence of God Almighty, here we proudly proclaim that Chukwokika Biama, the supreme creator of all that is made, is at the center and at the heart of everything that we do. That is why we are successful, and that is why wherever we go to, doors open. That is why Biafra will come in our time. And that is why I proclaim with every ounce of conviction within me that Biafra is the kingdom of heaven upon this very earth. And therefore we pray, O Elohim, the giver of life, the creator of everything that is made, who out of nothing created this very universe that mankind inhabit, only a very insignificant, tiny portion of it. Why have you abandoned your children, we Biafrans? Why is it that your anger is still raging against us? That you allowed people who are not worthy to lord it over us. You must remember this very Biafra that you yourself made. You must remember the sacrifices of old. You must also remember how only you ensured that Islam will not find any food in the land of Biafra. Every other place in West Africa has been ravaged. They have been conquered, but Biafra remains sacrosanct. Biafra is your entity. And as God, the creator of not only the universe of mankind itself, we call upon thee, we beseech thee to remember your promise to our ancestors of old, that we belong to thee and to thee alone. The Vandals cannot have any portion in our land. They cannot prosper in light because they represent darkness. Elohim, you must remember that Biafra is yours. That is why we are blessed. That is why other races are envious of what you have bestowed in us. That is why you have not taken that grace away from every Biafran, regardless of where they are domiciled in the world. Our blessing goes with us to wherever we go to, because we are a blessed people, we are a blessed race. Your blessing can never depart because your word is yea and amen. If you have given it, you never take it back. In the case of Biafra, you cannot take it back. You remember the house of Israel and you took them back to Zion. The same way that Biafra shall be established in the land of the living, that your name may be praised and adored, worshipped and exalted forever and ever. We pray. He say, sometimes I wonder how we ended up being ruled by people that drive cattle from place to place, people who are natural illiterates. I do not understand it. Sometimes I wonder, and unless the grave of Ezekiel is dug up and his skull burnt, this curse will remain with us. Because despite every warning, every protestation, despite the effort of those who are genuinely educated to draw his attention to the promise of God upon the lives of his children, that those who are called, those who are blessed, those who are chosen, they do not expand beyond their boundaries. They do not look for anybody else to control or to rule. Never. The scriptures tell us that the Israelites will conquer nations and God will ask them to go back to Israel. You must go back to where I have given to you, to the land that I bequeath to you. Ezekiel came and decided that the best thing for himself and for his family is to destroy Biafra. They have not succeeded and they will never, ever, ever succeed, because we are here and in our time Biafra is going to come. There is nothing the enemies can do about it. This evening, before I proceed, you must have your pen and paper ready, because we want to lay a foundation, the groundwork. We know a lot of people are traveling. We know that a lot of people are heading back home to the blessed land of Biafra for the seasonal celebrations, and we wish them well on their journey. Not minding the effort of the army of darkness to make our lives miserable and intolerable, we must continue to march on, and Elohim shall be with each and every one of you. I know that some people are complaining about the hike in fares, but it's only those who do not understand economics. It is called demand and supply. when people who are ignorant, people that the zoo dysfunctional educational system has rendered hopeless, when they offer commentary, when they offer opinion on things they know little or nothing about, I laugh in amusement. It is called demand and supply. When you demand for something, basically when the demand outstrips the supply, the price is bound to go up. Of course it will go up. That is the law of nature. That is the way life functions. That thing that people crave and want so desperately, you always see that the price is always very high. As simple as that. If you wish to travel around this very period, expect to experience price hikes because there are many people trying to purchase that same seat. Common demand and supply, these armchair, highly opinionated, ignorant people do not know. Something as simple as demand and supply, rudimentary economics, elementary economics, they do not understand. They think they can use it to divide our people. They think they can use it to mock us. They think they can use it to deride what we are seeking to accomplish, is the unity, undividable unity of our people. Now the Janjaweed understand you cannot divide us because we are one. I said, get your pen and paper ready, because our preamble this evening is an article written by Financial Times, the very highly influential Financial Times of London. It doesn't concern Biafra. It concerns what is happening in Afghanistan. But there was a statement contained in this very article, which is why I want to begin with it. And as I'm beginning with it, I know for sure, I know for definite, that every member, at least the political officers and attaches in every foreign mission, especially the Western world, currently in the zoo, by which I mean the USA, EU, Britain, and all the rest of them, they are listening to Radio Biafra this very evening, and I wish to educate them that the same mistakes and failures of Afghanistan is what is being replicated in the zoo, Nigeria. This is an article, very influential, Financial Times of London. Go and seek for it, you shall find it. This very article this evening, I am going to attempt to analyze and to explain to our people, to our global audience, how not to intervene in an intractable problem, as you have in the damnable zoological republic they call Nigeria. The British Zoo, the only place where people are happy because they were created by a white man. That is how sad, how backward, how useless and how hopeless they all are. Anybody who calls himself or herself a Nigerian is an utter disgrace to humanity itself. And I'll prove to you why this very evening. This is a very fine article, as I said earlier, written by Financial Times. It is called the Afghan Papers. They had to go to court in the USA to obtain these papers. Listen very carefully, because I want to use it to build the foundation of our discourse this very evening. I want to use this very article for those who are intelligent enough, for those who are discerning, to understand how imperative it is that we all join hands together to liberate ourselves from that very cage that the British built for us. Afghanistan is a very typical example, and I want to tell you the analysis, or should I say the conclusion, that influential scholars have drawn, and how things should not be the way they are anymore, because the whole world is watching, humanity is watching, and we are doing all we can this very day to ensure that Biafra is restored in our time. And as I said earlier, if you don't have a pen and paper ready with you, then very, very definitely you are missing quite a lot. This is a live presentation from Radio Biafra this very evening on the eve of the Christian celebration that they call Christmas. This is a very interesting article, but there is one takeaway from it. This very article, listen to it very, very carefully, implicated both the George Bush regime and that of Barack Obama, the administration, not a regime. Do you know what they said? That the war in Afghanistan is meaningless. They have been sacrificing American blood and treasure for a goal, listen very carefully, for a goal of a prosperous, listen, for a goal, the reason why America has been prosecuting a war in Afghanistan with nearly 4,000 American military personnel dead, countless civilians murdered. Listen to it this very carefully and relate it to the zoo. Because this evening we are about to teach those who are dumb what they do not know about international politics. What they said here is this. This is a summation from the Financial Times of London. They said the reason why, because the American, no, I wouldn't say, not the, it was Trump who released it, so I wouldn't say American government. They've been hiding these documents. They've been hiding it. That the Washington Times had to go to court to obtain it. And after studying the entire document released by the court, the Financial Times of London came to a very damning conclusion, and it pertains to the zoo as well. They said that the reason why Americans died, nearly 4,000 of them, their soldiers, with countless civilians blown up, is because of the desire of some people some policymakers in the Western world. They said they want to see a prosperous, pluralistic Afghanistan. Pluralistic means multiple ethnic groups living together as one. I repeat, multiple ethnic groups living together as one with different value systems, all competing for the central geopolitical space. What do I mean by that? Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to assert him or herself. Everybody wants to project their own value system. And rightfully so. A country with divergent cultural, social, and economic value systems. Afghanistan. Do not forget that they have one common religion. One common religion, which is Islam, all of them. But they are not the same people. The key thing is that they are not the same people. The same way the zoo is made up of multiple ethnic groups, even this time around, with no monolithic religious affiliation. Everybody is free to worship whoever and whatever they wish to worship. It's only now, belatedly, that the feudal North, the Fulani, are trying to impose their form of Islam on everybody else, which we are resisting, and rightfully so. And we have scored some successes, which I'll come to later on. I need you to understand this. The same thing we are encountering is what the ordinary people, the Pashtuns, and all the other ethnic groups in Afghanistan is encountering. When they tell Western diplomats, what you're doing cannot work, the West will say, no, we want you to be in one prosperous, pluralistic Afghanistan. Do you know the funniest thing? According to this document, according to this very document, the document says that even those that deal it up, even policymakers on Capitol Hill, they know that these goals are unachievable. Now my question is this. If this pluralistic, prosperous, multi-ethnic Afghanistan that has one central religion, which is Islam, if they cannot survive as a nation, if they cannot survive as a people, how much more a Nigeria that has no central religion, no central language, no central value system, no central socio-cultural, call it whatever you like. There is nothing holding us together. The only thing that binds Nigeria together or Nigerians together is the fact that a white man traveled from Scotland. He was in Hong Kong as a mercenary. They sent him to stop the Western advance, or should I say Eastern advance of France. The only reason why you have Nigeria, the only reason why Nigeria exists is because the British wanted to stop the French from going past Dahomey. Let me repeat. The only reason why Lugard was recalled from Hong Kong and posted to Nigeria was to stop the Western advance of France. Or should I say the Eastern advance of France? Because France, we are coming all the way. They had already taken over Benin Republic. Dahomey was called. Moving to Badagry, taking part of Badagry, and they were coming. They signed treaties with Yoruba leaders in those days. British Foreign Service recalled Lugard from Hong Kong and dispatched him to go with the West Africa Expeditionary Force to go and stop the French from moving any further. That is how you become a Nigerian. That was how you were created a Nigerian. The only thing you have in common, the only thing we have in common, Biafrans or Fulani, Hausa, Yoruba, name them, is the fact that one single white man was recalled from Hong Kong and posted to the Bight of Biafra to stop the French army from advancing. That is all. That is how you became a Nigerian. That is all. Nobody sat down anywhere to discuss it. Nobody consulted the local populations. Absolutely nothing. That's how you became a Nigerian. Why am I pointing these things out? Is to let you and the whole world understand that they have the same dream of one Nigeria, multilingual, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, pluralistic society, coming together to jail as one, which has never ever happened in history before. The world must understand this. The type of prescription they are asking you to swallow has never worked anywhere else in the world. I will give you a very simple example in Africa. When the whites were dominating in Africa, in South Africa, it was their value system, their way of life. Everything they did was in the African way of life. Now that the ANC have taken over, everything they are doing there is the ANC way of life. The projection of South African black value system, of course, which is corruption and all the rest of it. Here you are. The people asking you to remain in one pluralistic, multilingual, multi-ethnic one Nigeria, where they come from, life is not like that. Everybody knows that in Britain, England is preeminent. The ruler of the entire Britain her primary title is the Queen of England. That's her number one title. And by virtue of their huge population area and of course historic military preponderance, it's English value system that you see everywhere. When you talk about Britain, people talk about England. That is no Wales. It's only recently that Scotland is now beginning to assert their rights, so to speak. And very soon they'll be free. And nobody is stopping Scotland from going. I need you to understand one thing this very evening. That the nonsense they are feeding you. Work for one Nigeria. Let us be one. I'm saying this because Shore is about to be released, and of course he will be released. And I said it before that he will be released. We did a lot of work on his behalf, and they know this. He will be set free. It doesn't matter what SSS or whatever their name is. It doesn't matter what they do. They will free him eventually. He will come out a hero for the Yoruba race. The worst mistake he will ever make, the worst of all mistakes he will ever make, is to try to serve the zoo. Then he's gone. But I'm not sure he will make that mistake again, as one discovered to his horrors yesterday. What I'm saying to the world this evening, and Biafrans in particular, is this. The only reason why people are called Nigerians is because Lugard was recalled from a military assignment in Hong Kong to come and stop the eastern advance of France. That is all. The only reason why you are a Nigerian. That is all. And the same thing they are prescribing for you now, this very night. American policymakers have released documents to the court published by Financial Times of London detailing precisely their skepticism and their doubt that they could ever achieve a coherent, or should I say a cohesive, Afghanistan. Not possible. Now my question is this. If Afghanistan, that has Islam as its primary religion that binds them together, cannot survive as one nation, as one people, look at Nigeria. How can it survive? Let me also repeat the conclusion of those that actually submitted the documents to the US government. They said that you have sacrificed American blood in Afghanistan for nothing. The treasure, they call it a treasure. The same thing Britain is pursuing in the zoo called Nigeria. The treasure is, let us have one more, all the boundaries of the colonial masters must be respected. We are asking them tonight, why is it that your prosperous, pluralistic Afghanistan that you have sacrificed American lives and blood for is now unachievable? They have written it on a piece of paper saying it is unachievable. Unachievable. And you refer that to the zoo, or compare that to the zoo, you will see that we are in the same mess. The world, our people must understand something. Their so-called Nigerians must open their brain to understand something. If you do not collectively believe in something, you're not going anywhere. America is not multicultural. You see, it is not multicultural. Sometimes people actually think that giving racial coloration to issues somehow simplifies it. No, it doesn't. For you to become an American, you must swear an allegiance, an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. So it doesn't matter who you are, you have one common value system, albeit politically. You must believe in the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, democracy, laissez-faire economics, and all the rest of it. So by the time you are swearing an oath to become an American citizen, it doesn't matter if you're from South Korea, if you're from China, if you're from Mongolia, it doesn't matter. You are now subscribing to one Judeo-Christian value system upon which the United States Constitution is based. Do you understand it now? So when people say USA is can't you see we can be like USA? No, you cannot be like them. Because believe it or not, they have one religion. They still swear their president in with the Holy Bible. They still do. So it doesn't matter who you are. Once you come in, you must swear to something by faith. Once you come in, it doesn't matter if you're coming from the Islamic Brotherhood. It doesn't matter if you're a Janjaweed in the zoo. It doesn't matter if you're a Fulani feudal cabal lord, whatever nonsense they are. Once you come in, you want to be an American citizen, you will respect the right of women to drive cars. You respect the right of women to dress in whatever way they like. But it is not possible in your own land. Therefore, people telling you that because you have diverse races in America, therefore you have multi-ethnic, multicultural, divergent values, it is a lie. Pure and absolute lie. For you to become an American, for you to become a United States of America citizen, there are some things you must subscribe to. It doesn't matter if you're an imam, if you're a sheikh. It doesn't matter if you're a monk. It's irrelevant. There are basic fundamental values you must agree and adhere to. That is one activity. They go to war. That is why there is conquest. Once you conquer somebody, a group of people, you impose your way of life on them. Exactly what the Fulanis do to the Hausa people. That is how you spread your value system. And that's what we're witnessing till this very day. They think they can do it by war, by conquest. Not that the world has moved on and left them behind. That is why they are complaining. That is why the zoo is complaining, because all these things I'm telling you, We went anywhere we go to on our diplomatic mission, we sit them down and we explain all these things to them. It doesn't matter how much you have spent on the zoo. It doesn't matter how much you pray. It doesn't matter how much you fast. It doesn't matter how much wishful thinking you have inside you. It is irrelevant. Nigeria can never be one because the people are not one. They are not the same. There is no commonality. There is absolutely nothing binding them together apart from corruption and criminality, or perhaps hypocrisy. That is the only thing binding. Apart from that, absolutely nothing binds them together. These are the things you must understand as a student of modern politics. You must understand this. Once nothing holds you together, you're finished. People ask me all the time, why is it that the boundary of Biafra is in Kogi, is in Benue? And I say to them, because we have at least culturally, socially, we have one thing in common. They say, what is it? Our mothers tie two-piece wrapper. It's as simple as that. No other people does that. It's only us. Our boundary starts from where the women tie two-piece wrapper to where it ends. As simple as ABC. A commonality. There is something you have in common. We have nothing in common with the rest of the zoo. We Biafrans, we are different. That is why they are envious of us. That is why they are jealous. That is why every blessed day they are looking for ways to pull us down. Every blessed day. Since 1945, it didn't start today. Every day they've been struggling and fighting to put us on the ground. And I'm grateful to Elohim that they have never succeeded and they will never ever succeed. They killed Biafrans during Trump rally at Equated, if you have forgotten. 20th of January 2017. They killed us at Equated. They never knew that USA. Do they think that I am somebody that you will kill IPOB and I will keep quiet? The fact that I don't talk about it doesn't mean we are not fighting for justice. Of course we are. Do you think you will kill IPOB and my humble self and IPOB leadership will just fold our hands and say, let's leave it for God? No, of course not. We brought it to the attention of the US government and we shall keep doing so. All the time, regardless of what the zoo is doing, they go about bribing people, recruiting top, high-end consultancy firms, high-end lobbying firms in America. Anywhere we go, they follow us. Anywhere we go, they go after us. And what I told you during my town hall meeting in Baltimore was what was contained in Jubril, or should I say Abakiari's response to USA Today. That USA is listening to propaganda. And I told you this thing during the last town hall meeting. On Shabbat, Saturday gone. I told you a few days ago that anytime we go into an office in Capitol Hill, they go in after us and they say, oh, don't mind them, it's propaganda. Don't believe in them, they can and IPOBs. All the same thing that was repeated today to tell you that we are holding them in a very bad place, I'm telling you. How we can't let go. And they know it. That the zoo is crumbling. We have destroyed their image. Complete destruction with facts and figures, the truth. Because those that understand what we are doing know that we preach the truth always. Anything I tell you is gospel. If you go around and say it is a lie, then there is no God in heaven. Why should I lie? What for? And now the world have begun to understand it. But I'm telling those who may see. Yeah, of course, I met some people that said to me, oh, why don't you try, devolution? They will give you, you can have Biafra, but within Nigeria, devolution, so you can. I said to them, they're talking nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Absolute rubbish. There is no way we will agree to anything other than outright independence and sovereignty. Impossible. Anything else, you better kill all of us. And they know that time is coming as well. Of course they know it, are they stupid? Of course they know it very well. You want to kill Biafrans celebrating the inauguration of Trump, and you think Trump is stupid and he doesn't have conscience? You think he has no mind of his own? He will just allow you and you'll be doing as you please. And some of them are still in detention till tomorrow morning in Equated. Because the prosecutor said we should give him money. We told him we don't give bribe to people. Charge us to court. And every day is adjournment. Because the presiding judge has a hand. He wants money from IPOB. The prosecutor wants money from, and we said to him, we can't give you a dime. We can't. We will not bribe you. That is why they're still in detention. Ever since Donald Trump was sworn in as the USA president, they've been in detention till this very day. Who did that? Is this regime that is running, this cabal, shameless cabal, running the zoo to the ground in the name of Buhari that is long dead and buried in Saudi Arabia. Some of you pretend you don't know what is happening, but you know the truth. Because you are innate cowards. You are cowards within. You are not human beings. You are black and you're low down and you're cowards on top of it. That is why Abba Kyari is messing about with every idiot. After Abba Kyari messes about with it, they will hand over to El Rufai. He will continue the whole nonsense. And every blessed day, I'm in Nigeria. You're not ashamed of yourself. Then you're a complete fool. Complete and utter fool. This evening, I shall sanitize your brain so you can reason like a human. You can now begin to understand why we are IPOB. You can't deceive us with very flimsy argument. You can be together and go, who told you? Name one country. Look at Spain. They will not allow Catalan to go. Why? Because the House of Castile is in charge till tomorrow morning. They fought a war and they conquered Catalonia. They fought a war and they conquered the Basque region. Don't you know that? The House of Castile till tomorrow morning, they are the dominant value system. That's how it was done in the olden days. If you don't know, let me tell you. People coming and telling you rubbish. Oh, we can be in one Nigeria. Oh, I'm married from Ugombe. I'm from Imo State. My husband is from Ugombe. What do? You are a fool. Haven't you seen people who are married to Russians? People who are married to Eskimos in Alaska. Does it mean that Alaska and Biafra should be one? Because you're married from somebody from there? Well, how do people actually reason? How do you reason as a human being? You think you will kill people celebrating Trump and Trump will keep quiet and be watching the zoo? Is that what you think? You are mistaken. Only 2 trips to America and the whole place is only 2 trips I made to the US. The zoo is already shaking. Not to talk of when Biafrans in America rise up and do exactly as I tell them. The zoo can't last up to 2 weeks. Not up to 2 weeks, the whole zoo will crumble. I'm sure they will learn. Britain, who is the colonial master, the creator of the zoo. You know, they love it. People don't know that. They love it. We created, that's your creation in Africa called Nigeria. Oh, we love it. That creation in Africa. We created Nigeria. Don't touch it. Oh. You don't know that you're making Britain, not all British, of course, there are very wonderful British people, wonderful, wonderful people. Morally upright, sound people. As I keep saying all the time, Britain to me is the most civilized country on the face of the earth. I keep saying that all. Once you bring reason, logic, and argument before them, they accept immediately. But you're making them feel very big, that they are God. Oh, you know that thing? Even a few days ago, Macron, the French president, said colonialism was bad. What we have done to these poor, wretched monkeys from Africa is very bad. Even you, an African, you can't see it. That's how foolish some of us are. You are so blind. You are so hopeless. The education system in the zoo have dragged you down into the gutter, into the sewage, into the sewer, I should say. You are blind. You cannot see. The people that created all those mushroom enclaves you're in, you call a country, they are regretting their actions. But you, the moron in Africa, you cannot see anything wrong with it because your brain is not working properly. I say this to you. Ever since this whole nonsense started about absence of rule of law, now that Abba Kyari is now dealing with Tinubu and the Yoruba people, has Britain ever complained? You see the way the American senators are coming out writing for Showore. When I was detained illegally, did Britain fight that way for me? No. Ever since this has been happening, have they said anything? The answer is no. Because they know what they have done. I'm not against Britain. God is in. I mean, I happen to be a British citizen. How can I be against? I'm an Anglophile. How can I be against Britain? Of course I'm not. But Britain will not allow me to go to Britain to create a nation for them. It's impossible. Instead, they will all die. They won't allow it. Have one nigger from Africa come to talk rubbish. They won't have it. But why should you allow it? Oh no, because you feel inferior. You are an inferior being. That is why you will allow people to create a nation for you, and you will belong, and you're clapping, carrying green, white, green flag. I'm a Nigerian. Shame unto you. Shame, I say a very big shame unto you. Because you have no brain. God in heaven knows you have no brain. That is why I call you people are animals. You are in a zoo, trapped in a British created zoo. Britain allowed Scotland, should I say England allowed Scotland to have a referendum. But they won't extend that courtesy to you. Because to the British person, you are not a human being yet. You are just an animal in a human form. Because if they regard you as a human being, the same thing they allowed Scotland to do, they could have allowed everyone to do it in the zoo. But no, don't touch that. It's the most popular zoo. Democracy is a force for stability. All rubbish. Russia divided, the world did not fall. Russia, or should I say Soviet Union, had the largest nuclear warheads on earth. They broke up into pieces. Nothing happened, for goodness sake. Stop giving me that crap that Nigeria is a most populous democracy in Africa. If it collapses, pure nonsense. Unless you see us as less than human beings, which some of you do. They hide their racism behind very warm words, carefully crafted, politically correct, nuances to make you feel good. That is all rubbish. Anybody addressing you as a Nigerian, the person is actually calling you a baboon or a monkey, because the person knows you're an animal, you cannot reason properly. They know that very well. Because if you are, you will challenge it. We keep asking this question all the time, they'll never answer us. Which country or nation did our ancestors belong to? Or they were not human beings until the white man came? Is that what you're telling us? We are here to educate you, and you must be educated. Why can't Britain come out, as US senators have done, to say what Abba Kyari is doing in the name of Buhari through Jubril is wrong? Why can't they? Will never say it, because they created the zoo. They actually enjoy watching all of you killing yourselves. They enjoy watching. You know, it's like if you go to a zoo now, go to a common zoo, you will see. Don't you love to see the monkeys jumping from one branch to the other, playing? Sometimes you give them banana, they eat. Sometimes they give you aid. They call it aid, grant aid to help you. And they're busy laughing at you. But as a baboon from Africa, well, what do you know? Because you're not self-critical. You are not self-aware. You don't tell yourself the hard truth. It's the same thing happening in the zoo right now. T.Y. Danjuma knows that Buhari is dead. He knows it's Jubril who is there. They know this very well, but they can never come out to speak the truth because they are black, they are Africans, their brains don't function properly. I want to ask Britain this evening, why this condescending attitude? Why this level of hatred towards Biafra? After all, we Biafrans, we embraced British education. I was raised in an Anglican church. Anglican means England, the Angles. That's the meaning of Anglican church. For those of you going to Anglican church back home, it means England. Anglican means the Church of England. A church conceived for English people. Are you English? Are you English? These are the questions I asked myself many, many years ago. I was raised in an Anglican church. Not at the temple in Arochukwu that they destroyed. After destroying our temple, they said to us, you have no history. But they saw the pyramid in Udi. They saw it. They said, no, you have no history. And when they asked them, when I was first asked them, British Oyibo man, but we have a temple here. He said, no, you have no history. Because they don't want you to know who you are. Because they don't want you to know that Biafra is a very special race. They don't want you to understand how intelligent God made you. They don't want you to understand the abundance of grace that lives within you. They don't want you to know how special you are. That is why they tell you all that nonsense. But sadly, some of you believe them. I know we have a history. We have history. We have history and we'll continue to make history. I read. As my brother said in Boston, some of you don't read. I read very extensively. Extensively, I read a lot. We had history. They came, they destroyed our temple. The same person destroying the house of God in Arochukwu then turned around and said, you have no history. And then I'm asking him, where did my knowledge of God come from? Then, why do we answer Chukwu? Chukwu became, why do we answer all these names? If we don't have an original knowledge of God, nobody preached to us original knowledge of God, how come we answer Chizoba? Which is the same name as Jesus Christ. Of course, Yeshua, not Jesus, Yeshua. That some of you will celebrate his birthday tomorrow. His name is Chizoba. We use our name to glorify God in heaven. Britain, they answer Brown, Smith, Winterbottom, they answer all these names. Do they praise God with their name? The answer is no. You come to people that praise Almighty God by the name they give their children, by the name they give their clans and their kingdoms and their villages. And you're telling them that they don't know God. That is how some of us end up in Anglican Church, which simply means England. And now listen. Those that want you to be in one pluralistic, everybody do your own thing. But when it was time for Roman Catholicism to lord it over the whole of Europe, they said no. Martin Luther King said no. King Henry of England said no. People went and formed their own churches, Methodist Church, Lutheran Church, Presbyterian Church, Baptist Church, just name it. All over the place. So why didn't you remain with Roman Catholicism? Because you were exercising your God-given right to freedom of choice, freedom of religion. You want to do what pleases your spirit. The same thing we are doing with the pursuit of Biafra. Doing what is right. The prosperous, pluralistic Afghanistan is no more. According to official government papers in America, they were hiding it. Washington Times had to go to court to go and obtain. Just Google the Afghan papers. It's on Google. Google it. And you will see. You will see. Isn't it very funny? The British love those that answer Boko Haram, which means Western education is bad. The British love those that never converted to Anglican Church. The Fulani. They love those who never embrace Christianity. The Fulani. They love those, even as of today, that the Fulanis are the ones funding, sponsoring 4 terrorist groups. 4, not 1, 4. Yet Britain loves them. I leave you to determine for yourself. I leave that to you to determine for yourself, especially this young generation, who you are. Because any day you wake up and you say, I am a Nigerian, you are piling curse upon your ignorance that you have already. Here I enlighten you. If you like, you take it. If you like, you leave it. But everything I say comes to pass. I told you before, even whenever Locking Show, I told you, show will be released. He will fight for Yoruba emancipation. The zoo will be torn to pieces. To pieces. You are in a country where another nation or another nation is writing to the Attorney General and asking him to release somebody who has committed no offense. And some of you are saying you are Nigerians. And I'm asking you, before you open your mouth to say you're a Nigerian, don't you feel shame inside you? You have no shame? Anyway, some of you are, I don't know how to describe you. When I went back to the religion of our ancestors, most people couldn't understand it. And this is the same zoo. 1 minute they are begging. Next minute they are challenging USA. Buhari government wants USA to stay off Nigeria affairs. Can you imagine such nonsense? people that depend on borrowing for survival, despite the abundance of coal, of gas, of oil, and our brain, of course, the greatest natural resource. When you put a Fulani man in power, he's stark illiterate, no school, no certificate, nothing. They're the ones running for the presidency of the country, and he is your president. They said I were in the USA. As I would destroy them. Not me, of course, IPOB, with the grace of God in heaven. This is just the beginning. This is an introduction. You know, if you buy a textbook, you have introduction, and then, or you have a prefix, and then you go into the main substance of the book. What they are witnessing is an introduction. We will showcase their primitivity to the whole world. Every nation on this very earth, once you see somebody and the person says, I'm a Nigerian, they will be spattered because of the work, the very satanic work the Fulani cabal are doing. Some of you deserve pity, and I pity some of you. They have won the USA because USA Secretary of State Mike Pompeo revealed that the zoo was added to the list of nations that are persecuting Judeo-Christians alongside Cuba, Nicaragua, and Sudan. And because of that, the zoo have been mouthing their usual rubbish. They go to behind their back. They come outside. They give interview to that hopeless TV station called Channels. And they carry it. And some of you, you know, especially the Alamajiri, they'll be jumping up and down. The administration of Donald Trump also designated Boko Haram as an entity of particular concern. Look at them: ISIS, Al Qaeda, Al Shabaab, all of them Islamic. Those in Africa sponsored by the Fulani. The only thing to understand is jihad, is war. The sooner all of it, the sooner Theophilus Danjuma understand this, the better. And let me say something too. You remember, I used to say this before, that this God that we worship, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the almighty, omnipotent creator of everything that you see around you. Because I don't want to, I used to study, this is just a slight, should I say, deviation from what we're saying. Somebody said there is no God, and he's a scientist, and I said to him, can you create something out of nothing? He said no. I said, but when you trace the origin of universe back 13 billion years ago, you said that there was a bang, the Big Bang they call it. Everything we are seeing today all around us came into existence. And I said, from where? He said there was a Big Bang. I said, what banged then? He said he doesn't know. Oh, but don't tell me about God. And I said, but something existed before the universe started expanding. If not, there will be no bang, is there? He said, yeah, I think you have a point. And I referred the person back to the scriptures, to Genesis chapter 1. You know, scientists, they said there was a big bang. There was this hot, you know, almost plasma-like heat, you know, that's a flash that exploded, and there was everything everywhere. And that we've been expanding till this very day. And that is true. Because this very lump of wet rock you're sitting on, regardless of where you are in the world, called Earth, is traveling at over 70,000 miles an hour. But you won't feel it. I'm not sure some of you know this, do you? And I said to the scientist, go to your Genesis chapter 1 and read it. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. And there was Big Bang. Big Bang was a light, and there was light everywhere. I think that's a discussion for another day. We must continue this very evening. Speaking on that same Yoruba channels, that most, I don't know how to describe Channels TV. I don't know how to. Buhari's special advisor went on Channels TV, is the preferred APC mouthpiece, Femi Adesina. He fought the decision of the USA to add Nigeria to the list, stressing that nobody appointed the USA policeman of the world. because he doesn't read. If he's been reading his textbooks or journals, we know that USA is the #1 country in the world. We know that whoever occupies the Oval Office in the White House is the most powerful man on earth. Even somebody who claims to be the spokesman of the Fulani cabal ruling the zoo doesn't know this. Who appointed you policeman of the world? Femi Adesina is asking United States, who appointed you? Stupidity everywhere. Unbelievable stupidity everywhere. Why won't they be concerned? Why won't they police you? You will see what will happen to this very regime of Abakari. Britain is lobbying for them, don't get me wrong. They have money. Britain is the one pressing USA, don't do anything. These are monkeys from Africa, they can live in harmony. These are, like a bunch of monkeys, throw them some banana, they'll be okay. And America will say, okay, we are watching. Until IPOB went there and laid everything bare. And let me tell you, everywhere we went to, we won the argument that the zoo is unsalvageable. Nigeria can never be redeemed. How? Just tell me how you're going to redeem it. How? By giving every position to Fulani Janjaweed. That's how you improve things? Unbelievable. Chris Smith, if you know him, he's a congressman in the US, of course, we met him. He's now saying that Buhari, of course, that's the name there, because even if you bring Bingo and say Bingo is the president of the zoo, they will take him. Say Buhari must account for the murderous attacks by Fulani headsmen. Have you heard this before? This is from Chris Smith, US Congress. Have you heard this before? I'm asking you. You have not. Only 2 trips I made to Capitol Hill. Only two trips. They are now calling the devil by his name. Fulani headsmen. Miyeti Allah. Only 2 trips. Only 2 trips, so I went with my deputy chairman and the rest of the crew. Only 2 trips. Talk less of when I take up residence in the USA to pursue this. You know what happened to the zoo? The zoo will confess. We have finished them internationally. They are worth nothing. Nothing. This is the beginning. I warned them when we started our diplomatic offensive that IPOB would lay the zoo bare, Nigeria, for the world to understand the atrocities taking place within it. Lai Mohammed is also busy crying that the US government has been misled by propaganda. The same thing they're saying. Who are the people that are calling propaganda? This is IPOB now. Nnamdi Kanu. Don't be misled by propaganda. You people are evil. You support evil. You kill people. There are checkpoints in Biafra as I speak. As I speak, they said they will dismantle the checkpoints. They're still there. They say one thing and they do another. And you want us to be in the same Nigeria with you, to be happy with you, so you can have unfettered access to all the rich mineral deposits in Biafra land, which we are prepared. I say it every day. We will give it to you for free. Because you know you will do nothing with it. You only have the feudal lords. The cabal will sit at the top, and the little ones down will be doing Rankade Alamajiri, like for all the days of their life. That's how they are programmed. I feel sorry for the Hausa race. You must remember they said IPOB is a propaganda machine. Now they're crying to the USA because we are ripping them apart. We are tearing the zoo. We have that dossier. We have information that you will not know ever exists. And once we see congressmen in America, senators, we give it to them. We play them the videos and they see it with their 2 eyes. The evil that the Fulani has brought upon the lives of peace-loving people of Biafra land and the rest of the South, as a matter of fact. And also Middle Belt. When we go to this meeting, I don't leave anybody out. Aside from Southern Kaduna, to explain to the people that we're meeting exactly what... I said I don't leave anything out. There is no office I went to in USA, I did not ask them to fight for Showore. No office. Dasuki and Zagzagi. No office. Anywhere I go to, my 3 examples, not minding IPOB fan members, my 3 examples are always El Zagzagi, Showore, and Dasuki. All the time. Because injustice is injustice, evil is evil. Everywhere you take it to. And whichever way you look at it, evil is evil. We are fighting enemies. This IPOB that people sometimes don't quite understand. If we tell you the battles we are fighting, you won't believe it. Monstrous battles all over the place. And the funniest thing is that we are winning. Shockingly, surprisingly, we are winning this very battle. Because Elohim is with us. Is the one piloting this very effort. Not man. Not man. Their paper also have said very cleverly, they're alleging religious persecution. Presidency tackles USA, says no one appointed America as world police. I'm saying this so the American ambassador will hear it, because they'll go to the back to beg. Or they'll go to Britain and Britain will say, oh, leave them. You know they're not educated. These are Janjaweed, they don't know anything. It's Alamajiri from Fulani, they know nothing. Please forgive them. And we are in one almighty mess in the zoo. One almighty mess. And to compound their stupidity, you know what DSS does? Once they are under the cosh, once they are under pressure, they go and rent a mob. And they rented a mob to beat up somebody campaigning for Showore yesterday. That's what they have done. They went and rented a group. The group, I don't know what they call themselves. They said they are center for, I don't know, center for whatever it is. What they call again? They said the center for human rights or whatever it is. They wrote to Trump are demanding an apology within 72 hours. The DSS. they are so funny. It's unbelievable. So funny. So funny. Center rights. Trump demands apology within 72 hours. A country that cannot feed itself. You import toothpick. Common toothpick. You cannot make pencil. You sell oil and gas to buy everything that you need. Creative industries from Biafra land, you have decimated all and shut all down. You are owing the world. Everywhere in the world, you are in debt. And you're telling America to mind its business. DSS went and hired some idiots. Center for Social Justice, Equated. How they manufacture them, I have no idea. Like how good they replaced me when I was in prison. How they come up with these people, I have no idea. They made this request in an open letter addressed to President Trump on Sunday. They joined the federal government to rubbish. These are newspapers writing rubbish in the zoo. They joined them to rubbish the religious violation tag on Nigeria. The person writing this, I'm sure it's from Middle Belt. The average have been sacked. But because he needs to feed himself, he will collect 7,200 naira to write whatever DSS have asked this useless group to mouth. They said, I told you, it's always the people killing them. His name is Comrade Eba Isaac. He doesn't exist. Eba Isaac. So you would think it's from maybe from Enugu State or maybe Ebonyi. Eba Isaac. Enugu. So this Eba Isaac didn't see or hear that Miet Yala came to Ozowane, came to Nimbo and massacred people. Isaac Eba. Because he doesn't exist. That's what they do in the zoo. You know what I do? You know, when we go to all these meetings, I package all these things. And I give it to them, and I say to the senators and the congressmen that I meet and all the other people, and I say to them, the think tanks, I say to them, this person, Isaac Eba, doesn't exist. Go and find out. If he exists, if I come here again, don't see me. And they will go, they'll find out the idiot doesn't exist, and they'll come back and say, oh, you are right. The zoo is digging the hole we are burying them in. They are the ones digging it. Every checkpoint, the video of every checkpoint, every police, everything they have done is in America, is a dossier. Everything they have done. Once a policeman shoots somebody dead, our people in America, they know about it. That is why somebody came for the first time, a congressman, and mentioned Fulani headsmen. You know, they were lying to them. Oh, it's water resources. It's a lack of... You know what I said to them in America? I said to the Congress people that I met in America, if it is lack of water, when did this drought begin? People don't know that the Sambisa forest you're hearing today was set up, or they started deforestation of Sambisa to check desert encroachment. Go and check. Almost 40 years ago. I said to the Americans that I met, the policymakers on Capitol Hill, I said to them, so do you agree that this global warming, this climate change started more than 2-3 decades ago? They said yes. I said to them, so how come under the regime of Babangida, Abacha, Shoneko, for the time he was there, I don't know how many weeks he was there for. The regime of Abdul Salami Abubakar, the regime of Obasanjo, Yaradua, Goodluck Jonathan. The effects of this drought did not drive these murderous Janjaweed, the Fulani headsmen, into the south. How come it is under this present administration? Everybody went quiet. I said, answer me. Did climate change start with you when Buhari was sworn in 2015? The answer is no. So how come it is under his regime that they have brought their cattle down? And he said to me, because there is no road infrastructure. And I said, but who has been in power all this while? It's the same Fulani. They control everything. Do you see how we puncture their lies? I wait for them. They tell all their lies. They go, they have a very powerful lobbying firm in DC. Turning out all their lies. One meeting only. 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes. I destroy all their narrative, all their argument. Only 30 minutes. That is why the whole world is now speaking. And as I always say to them, has it ever happened before? The answer is no. Only 2 trips. This thing now happening, now that they're holding the zoo to account, has it ever happened before from America? The answer is no. When did it start happening? After IPOB went to Capitol Hill. And some people question our potency. Watch the zoo unravel. Now they can't hide anything. Very soon, the whole Jubril saga will be reopened. You see what will happen. They don't know what I'm waiting for. They know that very soon the whole Jubril saga will be reopened in a grand style, that the world may know that thing Danjuma is afraid to say, that IPOB Nnamdi Kanu will always say it, and we have proof. Although that Nigerians may not understand it, but the world does. They are writing a letter. I am telling the U.S. ambassador, the U.S. State Department, that any group coming out attacking anybody speaking the truth is from DSS. They are the ones funding it. They went and beat up a young man that was campaigning for Shori yesterday. Very sad indeed. It doesn't matter what anybody does. Once justice is at stake, you must rise up and defend those who cannot defend themselves. That is what makes you a Biafran. Don't join animals to mock somebody who is down. Pray for them to repent, as I'm sure they have now started repenting. You must go and fight the good fight. You must go and make sure that our enemies don't derive any pleasure or joy from attacking those who are vulnerable. They went yesterday and they hired thugs, as they always do. You are warning USA to stay off watch list. The zoo is finished. The zoo is finished. One even said that the US is sowing mistrust amongst Nigerians. I don't know why this people can never learn. You are accusing the USA in the 21st century, the year 2019, of showing mistrust in Nigeria, whereas the Baba of Fulani politics in Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello, was the one that said he will not give a job to an Igbo man. He will give it to a white man rather than give it to an Igbo man. So who was sowing the seeds of mistrust in 1957, 58, 59, 60? The period that Ahmadu Bello was mouthing all those rubbish. So it was USA, it was Donald Trump, yes? When Ahmadu Bello was talking all those nonsense, the father of hate speech, Fulanis are the people that brought hate speech into the politics of the zoo. For those who are joining us for the first time, the zoo is Nigeria, because it was created by the British for their amusement, where black people run around like headless chicken to the amusement of the British establishment. That's why we call it a zoo. It's not a nation, it's not a country, it has no meaning. No African created Nigeria. Nigeria was created by a wandering British soldier, they recalled from Hong Kong, to stop the eastern advance of the French forces in West Africa. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. That is how they became accidental Nigerians, and they have a flag, green, white, green, to typify their stupidity. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. When we speak the truth, they wonder, how come this is possible? It is possible because we have come to do the will of God in heaven. Now, those who before, and what is paining me is that after a while, you know, the Fulanis, the British will advise them on what to do, who to bribe and who not to bribe, the newspapers to buy over. Of course, they have channels already. And then they start saying, oh, things are not improving. Can't you see they have now changed? You know, people are so foolish. But they say, therefore, state of the nation, we are in a state of emergency. The same thing I told you in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19. Now, after nearly 8 years, you are recognizing what was said in 2012, that the zoo is a hopeless case and must collapse. Hopeless. Must collapse. They say former Minister of State for Defense and the Ogwa of Warri Kingdom, Chief Ronald Osage of 5, is in a sizzling interview in Warri, just from Vanguard, speaks extensively on some issues. And he spoke about the zoo, that the zoo is an emergency. And they say, let's look at the Niger Delta. Some of you don't know that Abia State, Imo State, is also part of Niger Delta. You are aware of that before? So what they're trying to do is to carve us. So South and Southeast did not do them. Bendel did not work. Midwest did not work. Now they're asking him, let's look at the Niger Delta, as if Niger Delta is a separate area from Biafra. This is the typical British divide and rule. They give you names. Niger Delta, South. Despite the fact that you cannot find South on any geographical cardinal point, it doesn't exist. They conjured up one nonsensical name, South, Niger Delta, to give them. Whereas in the northern part of Nigeria, they are called North. No Niger Delta in the north. No North in the north. They are all North. But when it comes to my land, to the land of Biafra, they divide you, they cut you out. You're from Niger Delta, you're from the South, and you stupidly and ignorantly answer to these useless names. Very foolish set of people. He said he's from Nigeria, which includes Imo State. He's in Warri. So people from Equated, they also now related with Warri in that regard. That means, so people now from Imo State who are Niger Delta and Abia, Abia is Niger, I'm also a Niger Delta. I am from Niger Delta. In Anokago. Dear me. Oh dear. Who started all this problem? There is a man called Willings. He's a British man. When the British were about to leave, they were so frightened of the ingenuity of the Biafran people, and in Whitehall in London, they sat down and decided, how do we stop the East? How do we stop the Igbo man from making his cousins feel? How do we stop him? You know what they did? The British now said, oh, we are so concerned about the plight of the minorities. Not, listen carefully, not the minorities in the north, but the minorities in Biafra land. Not the minorities in the west or middle belt. No, their target was east, Biafra land. How do we divide them? You know, a British man is very clever, and knowing how stupid some of our people are, the man quietly introduced what is called the Willings Commission. You know what he was there to do? That he wants to protect the non-Igbos from Igbo domination. A white man. But these same Igbos have been living together with the Shekiris, living together with the Robos, the Sokos, the Efik, the Bibios for thousands of years. No domination. It's only when the white man came, the white man now realized that there could be domination. No? They introduced this. I call it the albatross, the Willings Commission. Once they dropped it, it was the end game. You know, this is how when people say Nnamdi Azikiwe is learned, I laugh at them. If I were to be the leader of our people then, I wouldn't agree to this Willings. I wouldn't agree to it. Azikiwe, you know, anything you can do to give him one Nigeria to be prime minister, he will do it. He allowed Willings Commission. Willings Commission came and sowed the seed of distrust amongst our people till this very day. That's why this journalist interviewing Osejofor is asking him about the Willings Commission. Forgetting that Abia and Imo are part of Niger Delta. Maybe one day they'll replace Biafra with the name Niger Delta. What is the meaning of Niger? Nobody knows. Nigger, black, evil, and stupid. That's the meaning of it. People who are not educated, you didn't go to school, you want to come and argue with those who are learned. How will you survive? Ask Zoo. They call us miscreants, but ask them. How we destroyed them in Washington, the complete destruction. We hold on to whatever nonsense they're saying and we trash it down. Now they understand who they're dealing with. All our education is not in vain. We went to school for a reason, and now we're deploying it. And it's working, isn't it? Who can say it's not working? U.S. lawmakers have written to Malami Obashowore. And all those who are there, we met them. You know, all of them. Talking about Showore. You see the zoo. We told them, see how they are. They've now written. And within less than 24 hours, Malami have said he's going to release Showore and Dasuki. Some of you never knew we're campaigning for Dasuki as well, do you? That is how it goes. That is the way we function. The same way we are campaigning for El Zagzagi, and he too will be freed as well. If you have something against somebody, go to court and prove your case. Not in the middle of the night to come and kidnap somebody and say, we are protecting the sovereignty or integrity of Nigeria. Nigeria, who built Nigeria? Did you build Nigeria? Nigeria is a British colonial investment. Has nothing to do with you. The fact that you're there controlling the 10% of the prices of the oil doesn't mean that you own it. It's not yours. It is not yours. It is not yours. I said the world will listen. They must listen to what we are preaching. Because Nigeria is a hopeless case. Anybody who is a Nigerian, anybody who believes in Nigeria, you are either deceiving yourself or you're a hopeless case. You must be. You must be. And at last, the Christian Association of now they have found their voice. We have done the hard work. That same IPOB they despised. We have gone to America. We have done the hard work in America. And all of a sudden, they're now talking. They're not talking. They're now back the placing of Nigeria on watch list because they're now hiding under USA to say something. When we were saying it before, they said it's hate speech. The kind of wants to break up Nigeria. He wants to sow the seeds of disunity in our polity. He's hitting up the polity. Oyibo. He's hitting up the polity. Today, they have gone round 360 degrees to the position we adopted from day one. They have come round to understand what we are doing. Even the spineless and toothless Christian Association of Nigeria can now speak because of the work IPOB is doing. All those people you're called miscreants, you see? And I love it. I am the number one miscreant, number one. You see? Those miscreants are now showing you the way. Those miscreants that told Tinubu that you are backing up the wrong tree. I told Tinubu you will fail, you will fall, they will use you, they will dump you. Today, it is clear for the whole world to see. They have dumped him. Those miscreants. You know, I know they admire us secretly. Of course, I know they do. They admire us a lot. And they wish they can be like us. But unfortunately, they cannot be because we are Biafrans and they are not. Biafra is a very special race. Special race. Special. And that is why Britain hates us. Britain knows that, you know, any man there more, they go in the spirit. They received the revelation that Biafra is the light of Africa. And Britain chose it upon itself to make sure that that light will never be lit. Because some people in Britain believe, sometimes they wonder how do I know all these things, but I do. They believe that should Biafra rise up in Africa, that the world will come to an end. Ask them, they will tell you secretly. That is why they will do anything in this world to stop the emergence of Biafra. But I said to them that I worship Elohim. Let us see who created the universe, if it is God in heaven or man on this very earth. That is why I know that Biafra will come. There is nothing anybody can do about it. It doesn't matter what, it doesn't, I'm telling you the truth. Before God and before man, it doesn't matter what they do. It's unstoppable, and they know it. Even the cabal in Asorok, they know Biafra is unstoppable. They know that they have considered that Biafra will come. Who is going to stop us? Nobody can. They have not given birth to those who are going to stop us. They know that very well. Now they have seen a type of stubbornness in Biafrans they never knew existed before. They are wondering, oh, but how do we stop them? What do we give them? It's impossible. It is too late. We are Biafrans. Unbribable. Unbuyable. You cannot buy us. Now they know it. The only thing we want is Biafra. The main Christian body in Nigeria, in the zoo, they now agree there is Islamization agenda. There's something that I used to say. They say it's hate speech. Today they have accepted it. Because we see decades ahead. The same Christians, they have their prophets. They have their prophets. They cannot see. They cannot see, they're all blind. All they see is a tithe. Every week, a tithe, pay us tithe. That's all they see. They are blind in the spirit. Blind, completely blind. I told you there was Islamization. Even before you voted Buhari in, I told you what was going to happen. Is it not happening today? Is there anything that I've told you? Everything that I told you, it is happening right before your eyes. Why should I lie to you? Because any day I lie to you, Chukwu Okike Abiama will take away that gift from me immediately. Anything I proclaim comes to pass. Today, now, there's Islamization. Yes. That word is, yes, there is, yeah, the Christian Association of Nigeria, yes. They've agreed. I told them their foot soldiers are Miyeti Allah. They answer from the headsman. They are Miyeti Allah. They are the ones El Rufai Abba Kyari is using to drive fear into your soul so you become cowards, all of you. But I'm very grateful that due to the very wonderful work of my dear friend, Fani Kayode, the man I call my father, Ayode Banjo. And now I add the Alafin of Oyo to that very list of people that I respect and revere in Yoruba land. Collectively, they are now beginning to find their voice. I said it before, without apology, on Radio Biafra for many years. Many Yorubas hated me for it. I said that Yorubas are cowards. I said it many times. But when Danjuma sat in, or should I say, stood in front of them and told them to their faces, you people are cowards, you're not saying anything. They're laughing off, you got up and said, what are you doing? You are all cowards. I referred them to my previous preaching. They said that I insult them. I don't insult anybody. I'm even harder on Igbo people than any other. I just tell you the simple truth. You may not like it, but it's the truth. Because eventually you will see it. As Tinubu is discovering today. The same time, Tinubu's on was only last year I said it. All these things you're doing, running errands for Fulani Cabal, you think they love you? Seriously speaking, do you think they love you? They can't allow you to lead a Juma prayer in the north. You can't lead Friday prayers in the north. You cannot. And you think they love you because you want presidency? You sell your own soul. I'm glad that now he has seen the light. And I believe that he has also repented. This is Radio Biafra. We're live and we are direct. The time now is approximately 26 minutes to the top of the hour, to 9 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. A land I love so much and have sacrificed so much for. Chukwu Okike Abiama knows this. Chukwu Okike Abiama knows. They are working every blessed day with terrorists. The Fulani, you see the army, you see the police. Some of you say, oh, Nigerian police came today. You are a fool. What you're looking at is terrorists in police uniform. Buratai came to Islamize. Buratai came to Islamize. Some of you are so foolish. Their tenure have all elapsed, including Buratai. They have all elapsed. They said, no, the country is at war now. We have war with who? In the south? In Biafra land? War with who is what I ask. Who are you fighting with? Who is this war against? In the north or in the south? You people funded Boko Haram to drive away Jonathan from office. When Ihejirika fought Boko Haram, all of you stood up from the Sultan of Sokoto to condemn Ihejirika. You asked Jonathan to remove Ihejirika and he did. He obliged you. Isn't it very funny? And today, those terrorists attacked Jonathan's home in Otuoke. One person was shot dead. Can Biafrans remember the preaching I made on the eve of elections in the zoo in 2015? And what I told Jonathan, I told him he was going to lose. I told Jonathan that Obama would take him out of office. I told him he was going to lose. Did he not lose? I told Jonathan to go to Enugu and to declare in Enugu that he will support Biafra. He didn't do it. Today, terrorists are chasing him in his village in Bayelsa. Hey, zoo. And to make matters worse, many more are coming. Forget the influx you saw on the video, thousands of them coming in, many, they have sent the advance party. Nigeria police, if you're looking at a Fulani man in uniform, Nigeria police is a confirmed terrorist you're looking at, but with legally issued AK-47 and police uniform. The army is worse. Every terrorist in the north is in the army. Even if they go and kill and they capture them, they put them in the army and they push them down south to continue their killing. Are you doubting me? You're in Abia State right now. Go to Abia, Zone 9, and ask them to bring out the list of transfers, those going to the north and those coming in from the north. You'll be shocked. That's what they're doing. All the checkpoints, that is all. People don't understand it. Their aim, because they know they cannot compete academically. They know they can't. If you allow rotational presidency, they know they will starve to death because they are lazy. They are cursed. The only thing they can do is to move cattle from place to place. That's all they can do. So they need that power to remain relevant. And you never ask yourself this question. What is it that a people without any scientist, no poet, not absolutely nothing, what can they contribute to an economy? Every time they're dragging, it's their turn, they want to be president. What can they bring to the table? What can the Fulani bring to the table? The answer is zero. Buhari, before he died, where's the certificate? I lost it. Which school did you go to? He doesn't know. Jubril, which school did you go to? He doesn't know. Tanko Muhammad, your CJN, where is your school certificate? It was eaten by termites. And some of you are going about saying, I'm a proud Nigerian. Oh dear. I think the worst punishment God can ever give to anyone is to allow you to be born in that place, to be honest. To be a Nigerian is the worst curse that can befall anyone. Go to Abia State. 4 days ago, a group of Fulani killing squad arrived at American Airport by 2 a.m. They have come to take over. You see, Nigeria. They have come to take over Nigeria. They want to sit on the resources in our land. Until they sit on it, they're not going to rest. Do you know the ISIS have risen up again in Iraq? They have started taking over places again in Iraq. Are you aware of that? Do you think these people will stop? Do you think they will ever stop? I'm talking to Tinubu, to all the Yoruba leaders. Do you think that this nemesis from the north will ever stop? It's going to get worse. They are coming in their millions. And there will be no hiding place anymore. When the time comes, I told you so. Go back to all my broadcasts from 2012 to today. I've been warning you about the same thing over and over and over and over again. But you won't listen. You will never ever listen. Some of you were born daft. The Fulani war machine is around. The Nigerian Inspector General of Police, Muhammad Abubakar Adamu, is one of them. The police people you see, that is why in the entire Biafra land is only Fulanis who are police commissioners. Forget the one or two, Zidokon or whatever name the idiot is answering. A puppet, a lapdog. They have used Ojo Zokalo, they put him in prison. They are now chasing Ifeanyi, but they may leave him. They are now dealt with Tinubu. Who knows, they might probe him a year to the end of this administration or this regime's tenure. Who knows? Write it down somewhere. I said that's what I said. They don't understand anything, and they will never know. The Nigeria Police Division headquarters in Aba, in Abia State, has been taken over by these people. They are there. That is the highest level of deception going on. Isiku Police Station in Aba, taken over. The Central Police Station in Omuahia, along Ohavia Road has been along Bende Road has been taken over. Zone 9 Omuahia is gone. Is the Fulani terror headquarters you have. Umwai has Zone 9 is the Fulani terrorist headquarters. There are some Biafrans all over the world. When you tell them about what is happening, they say, my brother lived that thing. You know, the usual way they talk. One day, they will be killed by these terrorists. And then people will say, what is IPOB doing about it? But now we are telling you, you won't listen. You won't listen. The same way I told Tinubu didn't listen. Today they've dealt with him. I told Rogers Okala, who, as I said before, inside is a very good man. Very good man. Inside him is a nice man. But serving the zoo can only bring you shame. Even to the Yoruba leaders. If you serve the zoo, you come back with shame. Once you harbor an ambition, you're finished. Completely finished. But you know, they're like lemons. They keep going over the cliff to plunge to their death. They never listen. You know poverty, what poverty does to the mind. They see that, allure of money sloshing all over the place, being, security vote and all that. They think to themselves, oh my goodness, I need to be part of this fun. And I'll do anything for Alamajiri. And in the end, they are used and they are dumped. As it is now very clear to all. And in the process, the terrorists are coming in, destroying, decimating, pillaging. The same middle belt, they're convinced that Biafra is their problem. Go and kill all of them. Today, they're dealing with them. The same thing why Danjuma killed Irunsi. It was Danjuma that killed Irunsi. He was Irunsi's ADC. His name is Theophilus Danjuma. He's a Christian. But he joined Muslims to kill Irunsi. Very funny, isn't it? Today, they are dealing with their people. Danjuma's people are being put to the sword because they don't understand the mindset of the Fulani North. They don't know it. They tell you, oh, don't worry, we'll obey the law. The law. You know, the funniest thing is they come out and say, oh, our judiciary is strong. We run a constitution. But inside them, they have no intention of obeying the law. The police have made it very clear that they are looking for a Jofo. Whereas a court of law said a Jofo is not a wanted man and can never be. My attorney, say a Jofo. When there is a dispute, some people, I want to ask those of you who are in universities in Nigeria, do you know that in a democracy, when there is a dispute, you go to a court? A resolution tribunal or panel or whatever it is. Are you aware of that? Let me actually ask Nigerians. Do you know what a court of law is there for? Because I don't think that Nigerians actually know what a court of law is. They think that it is the right of anybody with AK-47 to decide the guilt or innocence of a man. Once you are arrested, you're guilty. Are you sure that Nigerians actually know the meaning of a court of law? What law courts are all about? A court of law have looked at the illegal assassination attempt on the life of Ifeanyi Ejiofor from my attorney and determined that nothing should happen to Ejiofor. The police should not arrest him. The police were served with the documents from the court of law. And they turned around and they told BBC, that useless BBC Igbo, useless. They said, oh, we were not aware of it, but you were served the papers. I've been telling BBC Igbo, I don't want to go after BBC Igbo in our land. Because I believe in freedom of expression. Anybody can say whatever they like. But BBC Igbo cannot be supporting the Fulani terrorist North against our people. And we'll let them be. I repeat, BBC Igbo, you will not be carrying Fulani Islamic terrorist propaganda in our land. And will allow you to have peace. You won't have it. The court in Oka sat and the judge determined that Ejiofor is a free man. He's a free man to continue with his court case next week because we are going to Abuja to destroy them in their court of law. That is something they must know. This is Radio Biafra. We are live and we are direct. The time now is coming up to, I believe it is 14 minutes to 9 p.m. in the land of Biafra, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, I'm right. Of course, I am very much right. And as we said before, When they burnt our market in Kano, in multiple places in Lagos, in Benin, in Aba, they said no, some called it arson, some called it other names. So an accident, a canister exploded, gas canister, and it is a very big shame that once again, is a sad Christmas for most traders in Onitsha. As they call it mystery fire from heaven or maybe from hell, destroyed Onitsha market near Hay Bridge. Our heart goes out to those of them who may have suffered in this very terrible, terrible tragedy. Very, very sad indeed. This is Fulani people. That's what they're doing. They are destroying our way of life. They come to our markets and set it on fire. They sell their cattle. And on their way back, they use accelerant, pour it all over the place and set fire to it. If you pursue them, they'll run to Onitsha barracks. Their brothers are there waiting for them. The army and the police in Biafra land and the entire south is there for the protection of terrorists. They have set Onitsha market once again on fire. And some idiot will come up tomorrow and ask us to believe in one Nigeria, that things are getting better. They are building a bridge for you, or they will build a road. It's your turn in 2099. I'm very, very happy that our people no longer succumb to such nonsense. Onitsha market on fire. Who set it on fire? They Fulani, the Janjaweed. That's what they do. Seeking to emasculate us politically and economically. But they will never succeed. Because as we said to them before, go back to all the broadcasts we have made since 2012 and tell me if there's anything we have said that didn't come to pass. If there's anything that we have said that is not in place. Therefore, this very evening, I thank all of you for listening, but before we bring this program to an end, I have a very important announcement to make in terms of the house rules of IPOB, because most of our leadership do not understand this. We have decided to do this and to bring it into place to forestall or to stop any misunderstandings within family meetings and within family units all over the world. People can set up WhatsApp groups as long as you're a coordinator, but let me make this very clear. No national coordinator is allowed to belong to any WhatsApp group that contains more than his or her executive. Allow me to repeat. As a national coordinator, you are only allowed to interact or be in a forum with your executive. You are not to be in any other forum. Allow me to repeat very clearly. You are not allowed to be in any other forum. If it is found, or if we discover that you are in another forum, not the ones where you have the ear and attention of your executive members, you will be expelled from IPOB. Let me make it very clear once again. As a national coordinator, you have no business being in the WhatsApp forum of a local unit. You have no business being in the WhatsApp forum of a region. The only WhatsApp forum you belong to is the one that contains your officers. That and that alone. But once in a while, you may be invited to attend a meeting, in which case you are authorized to participate in that very meeting. But other than that, on a day-to-day basis, you are not allowed to belong to any other forum. It is very, very important. And also, let me make this very clear. When a national coordinator wants to conduct or hold a meeting with IPOB family members in a particular region or zone or unit, you must do so with the consent of the coordinator of that very area. Very, very important, so that they know you are coming, they know you want to phone in, and he or she should be privy to whatever thing that you have to say beforehand. The only people allowed to be in any forum with a national coordinator is the executive of that very country, or the executive of that very region, or the executive of the zone, or the unit. And no dues or levies will be deemed as being approved unless our sister Nena is in the know about it and gives her approval. Of course, you will talk to me about it first as well. Allow me to repeat all over the world. No dues or levies. No dues or levies by any national coordinator or regional coordinator or zonal coordinator or unit coordinator unless approved by Germany. If you go against it, you will be. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you go, you will be expelled from IPOB. Don't say I did not warn you. Please bear that in mind. There are those that think that I'm building a cabal within IPOB will give them leverage or the right to misbehave or go contrary to others. It doesn't matter who you are. Once you don't obey others, you will be expelled from IPOB. Go and ask those that went before you what became of them. We want to be one family. We want to work together towards the realization of this very noble goal, and we want to give the zoo hell. We are not going to do it with people thinking that they can operate outside the command and control structure of IPOB. It is not possible. If you are ill-disciplined, you cannot control yourself, then IPOB is not for you. You must go somewhere else. And with that, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. Here on Radio Biafra is where we propagate the gospel of restoration of Biafra, because we have no other religion other than Biafra. I state this on record, our religion is Biafra. Here on Radio Biafra is where we worship, because Elohim, the God Almighty in heaven, Chukwokika Biama, is our God. From me, from here, good evening. And of course, our website, www.radiobiafra.co. As I welcome you, I hope and encourage you to welcome other people as well. I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you, because Radio Biafra is listened to across the entire 24 time zones of this world, whereas it is evening in Biafra land to those of them in Australia. It is early in the morning to those in Japan, coming all the way to Los Angeles in the United States of America. Across each and every time zone, our people are listening. This is Radio Biafra, the only source of authentic information, the greatest university on the face of this very earth. If you have no reasoning capacity before coming to us, once you have listened to Radio Biafra, believe you me, you will begin to acquire some sense, and that is what we hope to accomplish this very evening. Therefore, I say to you, as I always do, you need your pen and your paper and a bit of common sense when you're coming to us, that you may learn, that you may become educated, that you may become discerning enough to understand the mess that the zoo, the damnable zoological republic of Nigeria, have put people in. After listening to us, you will no longer be the same, because here we speak the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, because unlike those of them that spend their time perhaps serving the zoo, we are relentless. We are doing what we are supposed to do, because Elohim in heaven is our guide, our shield, and our protector. We remain whiter than white and whiter than snow, because this gospel of redemption we must propagate. We have been divinely mandated to spread this very good news regarding the restoration of Biafra, which no human being can stop. They tried to stop us between 67 and 70. They failed very woefully, because today this very name Biafra, this very noble family IPOB, has ensured the propagation of this very message, its relentlessness and absoluteness, its purity. That Biafra must be restored in our time. That is what we have come to do. That is the reason why we were born. That is the reason why we exist. And we are not going to stop nor relent until the sovereignty of Biafra is restored in totality. That is why this very gospel, we must preach it. Before we proceed, we must pray. We must hand over our proceedings to Elohim. On this very holy day of Shabbat, wherever you are, I will ask you, those who understand, accept, and submit to the inevitability of the divine hand of the Creator upon what we are doing, to please bow your heads as we pray, because we must proclaim the goodness of the Most High in the land of the living. That is why we must preach it. That is why we must reverence the divine Creator. And that is why we must do everything we can to ensure that Biafra is not only restored, but in truth and in every honesty. Our hands are clean. We remain whiter than white and whiter than snow, unblemished. Unblemished, I say. Because the work that we are doing is not that of the flesh, it is not carnal, it is not temporal, it is spiritual. It is divine, it is holy. And that is why Biafra will come. O Elohim in heaven, the creator of the living and the dead, he that created everything, but nothing made him. The ancient of days, the beginning and the end, the author and the finisher of our faith, the Lord of hosts, the giver of life. We are nothing without thee. We call upon you to come and preside over this very important landmark program this evening. We ask you in your divine mercy to guide us, to give us the strength, the courage, and the wisdom to continue to do this very critical and important work that only you have determined must be done by IPOB, that your will may be done upon the lives of those that believe in thee. Which we do. We would always sing and give you praise. It doesn't matter what we are passing through. We will sing with joy and praise your holy name. We shall praise thee. Nations must praise thy holy name. We shall sing praises unto thee, and the world will know that the light of your countenance have rested upon the land of Biafra, that sacred piece of territory, that very place that the ancients came from, that very place where they have always known democracy, where men were always born equal before thee and before the temporal laws of the earth. For your mercy is great above the heavens, and thy truth reacheth unto the clouds. We exalt thee, we say, be thou exalted above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. That your children, this very IPOB, this very Biafra, that they may be delivered. Save us with your right hand and answer us, O Elohim, as we pray unto thee. Because we know that you have spoken in your holiness, and we shall rejoice ultimately, regardless of what the enemies are doing, regardless of what the army of darkness is doing along the roads that lead into the sacred land of Biafra, not minding their arms and their ammunition, not minding their wickedness, their savagery and their butchery. We shall prevail over every evil that they visit upon your children or that they even intend to visit upon us. You, only you, God of creation, you will divide Nigeria. You will break it into pieces according to your promise. That was your promise to us. Those that believe in you, you said you will destroy the zoo and it will happen in our time. For Biafra land is yours. That very land of Manasseh, that very land of Eri, that very land, O Elohim, of the ancients is yours. You will destroy the zoo, for that we have no doubt whatsoever. You will lead this very army at the appointed time, and you will grant us victory. If not for thee, O Elohim, our enemies would have swallowed us. If not for you, this very generation would have become like a Mecca, but it is not like that and it can never be. We are not products of the caliphate who cannot be a product of the Janjaweed, who can neither read nor write properly. Give us help in this time of trouble. Sustain those who are illegally detained and imprisoned. Give them faith and give them courage, for they to know that we are doing all we can and fighting for them to regain their freedom. For only through thee are we going to prevail. Only through thee, O Elohim, shall our enemies bow before us. Only through thee shall Biafra emerge. And only through thee shall we proclaim the freedom that has eluded Africa up until this very day. And only through thee shall victory be guaranteed, that your name may be exalted, praised, adored, and worshipped forever and ever, we pray. He said, we proceed very hastily this evening because we have a lot to cover. Make sure you tell those who are around you to join us as we preach this very gospel of redemption. For we are Radio Biafra, part of the IPOB family worldwide, the only name that frightens the corrupt caliphate, the only name that leads the zoo to stumble, the only name that is responsible for the hopeless state of the damnable zoological republic. That very name, IPOB, shall prevail by the grace of Almighty God in heaven. It is not just us anymore. The whole world have now come to the realization that the damnable zoological republic is finished. Everybody is now aware. Even those who never knew before, now they know that the zoo is finished. The same thing that I was preaching for very many years. I told them that nothing good can come out of Nigeria. Only a fool, only an intellectual imbecile, somebody who cannot see, somebody who cannot discern, somebody who cannot reason will ever put or pin their hope on any form or semblance of life or revival from the zoo, because it is dead and will never rise again. I have never seen any country nor heard of one where an Alamajiri is in charge and they have made progress. It has never happened in history, and it can never ever happen. A people who are betrothed to their cattle, people that drink the blood of cattle, people who abhor education, people without poets. They do not have artisans, they do not have manufacturers, they have absolutely nothing. They've contributed nothing, they have taken everything. They have nothing within them to give, nothing sensible to give. That is why the zoo will continue to go downhill, and that is why only the sensible and the wise are doing all they can to extricate the various ethnic nationalities bound together out of evil and wickedness of the British. That must be dismantled for the will of God to prevail upon those who worship him and call upon his name in truth and in every honesty. Somebody have now realized that this very reign, this regime of terror, of they do in the name of Buhari because they are ruling the zoo. Jubril is ruling the zoo in the name of Buhari. I don't even want to get into that. Because when I was looking for meaning to slavery, the entire concept of slavery, that people can come from the Sahel to West Africa to take us as slaves, that people can come from Europe to that people can come from Europe to take us as slaves. When they went to the Americas, they also came for us and took us to the Caribbean and to the North and the South American continent as slaves. One day I was pondering and I was asking myself why that was the case. I then realized that it is because we have defective reasoning capacity. We do not reason very well. And if you're looking for a proof of that, look no further than the issue of Jubril and the dead Buhari, which we shall come to later on, because Aisha, she has done everything she can to alert those who are reasonable enough to understand that the husband is no more, but we have refused to learn. We have refused to do the needful. Therefore, the zoo have continued to spiral out of control into ignominy, to spiral into lawlessness and deceit, to spiral into anarchy, banditry, and chaos, from which it shall never ever recover. But unfortunately, the innocent, the women and the children are bearing the brunt of it, because people have refused to reason or to listen. But this evening we shall do all we can within our capacity to see if there is any way we can enlighten the population, not just within the zoo, but all over the world, but also to bring to the attention what is happening in that hellhole called Nigeria. Somebody said that Buhari's civilian dictatorship has inflicted maximum damage on the zoo's global image. Maximum damage. That's what he said. And as we said before, of course, why shouldn't it be? You were warned many years ago. Most of us warned you many years ago that the zoo will be destroyed, which we are hoping and praying for. And I also said it, that the best thing to ever happen to Biafra was the coming of the late Buhari, the Major General, the dictator, the ill-educated brute that only takes delight in massacring innocent civilians. I said it, and look at where we are today. A lot of progress is being made, and we shall continue to strive forward to make sure that Biafra comes in our time. He was a member of the House of Reps from Plateau State. His name is Honorable Bitrus Kaze. He said that those that rule in the name of President Muhammadu Buhari, or should I say Major General, they are running a civilian dictatorship. I said it when people were telling us we should vote in 2015. I remember saying to them to look at the case of the Islamic Brotherhood in Egypt. I said it, go and look at their record. Anytime an Islamic extremist gets into power, they always change the narrative, they always change the constitution. The existing order can no longer hold. They always veer towards totalitarianism. I have said that. I said it in 2015. Anybody who can dig up any of my broadcasts then will testify to this. Anytime you put into power an extremist, a fundamentalist, as you people have foolishly done in Nigeria with the Fulani cabal, they will always veer towards extremism because that helps them to cover their shortcomings. They are not savvy enough to run a modern government. They are not educated enough to understand the principles of governance within a democracy. They are not polished enough to understand that the rule of law is that very key pillar that holds that very edifice they call democracy. They don't understand it. It doesn't exist in their world. I warned all of you that the Fulani people are feudalists by nature. They run a feudal system. A very primitive feudal system that is incompatible with democracy. Incompatible, irreconcilable. But some of you fail to understand it. When you put a Fulani man in power, you have written your own death warrant. Is it not happening? When they wanted to appoint Tanko, did I not tell you that Pawine Tapa, which is native Dr. Bag, I told you what was coming. I warned you that Sharia law will come. Has it not come now? When they removed Onoyen and put that man in, did I not warn you that Sharia will follow it? Has the Sharia not come now? Is there anything I've told you that has not come to pass? Absolutely nothing. Because we are under divine mandate. Anything I say here comes to pass. It doesn't matter what it is. Once I proclaim it behind this very microphone, on this very hallowed temple, this very radio Biafra, that very thing comes to pass. Those who do not acknowledge what we are doing are those that live in denial. The truthful ones amongst them can see what we are doing. They can say that everything we proclaim is the truth. Absolute truth and nothing but the truth. Today they have seen it. It's the same Tanko Muhammad today not talking about Sharia, and you will do nothing. All you can do is to complain, to whine and to moan. That's all you can do. To wail for no reason. Some even put their hope and their faith in things that I do not understand. I warned you that this was going to happen. It has happened. What are you going to do? Khan will issue a statement, others will talk, they will write, and that's the end of it, and Sharia will come in. They have opened up the floodgates of hell. They are going to bring in their relatives from all over the place in Africa. These are people that shut down the border. That is hurting the economy. The border is shut. The economy is suffering, crippling, and because of this janjaweed, these illiterate savages in the Sahel, Ghana is taking out their frustrations on hard-working Biafrans doing their business in Accra and its environs. Because the Fulani feudal cabal, you need to understand this. People sometimes say, oh, but why focus on them? Because I say some of you are very stupid. That is your problem. When you have appendicitis and you go to hospital, you will tell the doctor to focus on it. If you have fibroid and you go, you ask doctor, please cut it out. It is killing me. You don't abandon the fibroid that is disturbing you to start treating headache. The problem that we, not just us, everybody, this regime of timidity, primitivity, and backwardness is engineered by the Fulani cabal that abhor education, they abhor enlightenment. Do you know what enlightenment is? Some of you who do not understand should go back to history and study the movement of enlightenment in Europe. That was the time that European crowned heads came together and said that reason must prevail. Reason, not superstition. Reason must prevail. From that very day, Europe assumed a position of intellectual preeminence that have dominated the discourse of humanity till this very day. That is why they can go to the moon. That's why they can send probes to the sun. That is why they can go to Mars and land robots on Mars. The preeminence of reason, to be able to reason. That is what we are trying to get some of you to do when you listen to Radio Biafra, to be able to reason properly. And hopefully tonight you'll be able to do so. They said that this very regime of Abakari, that some of you are pretending is Buhari. You pretend. You know Buhari is no more. You know Buhari is dead. But in Saudi Arabia, all of you know this very well, very clearly. But you keep deceiving yourselves because you don't want to prove Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB right. That is your problem, your petty envy and jealousy. Because of that, you're suffering and you're dying and you're suffering. That is why you have no electricity. That is why it's been confirmed openly in the zoo, as I told you, that the shortage of electricity is a deliberate Fulani policy, because they know even if they steal all the oil and gas, once you provide constant electricity to Biafrans, we will be able to build an economy out of nothing. Lack of electricity in the zoo called Nigeria is a deliberate Fulani policy to impoverish everybody, because once you're poor, all that concerns you is what you're going to eat. So even when they steal from you, they give you 4 or 5 naira, you're very grateful for it because you've seen something you're going to eat. How do you think they manage to cover to Colonel Hanez and all the rest of them? Out of hunger. And out of their desperation, or in desperation for their need for survival, they compromise and they sell their soul to the devil. That is what the Fulanis have reduced you to. All of you listening. Your inability to reason is why you are in the mess you're in today. Thankfully, some people are rising up and beginning to complain. They are now complaining. Some people, they say, oh, we are from Niger Delta. We are Niger Delta. We are not part of Biafra. It is the same Fulani-induced poverty that is causing them to say that. The same Fulani-induced poverty that is causing them to denigrate their own people. And I ask them this. So you think that the Fulani want one Nigeria because they love you? That is how foolish some of us are. Very, very foolish. They're into one Nigeria because they own all the oil wells. They give 1 or 2 or 3 Yorubas some as well. So when you hear them talking about one Nigeria, you think they love you. Of course not. They need unrestricted, unfettered access to oil and gas, the proceeds from it. This is a country that imports oil, refined petrol. They export crude oil, they import petrol. And people don't sit down to ask themselves, are we okay at all? There are some things that you do, believe you me, as a human being, you should be ashamed of yourselves, I'm telling you. But your average Nigerian, your average zoo animal cannot reason. They cannot reason. They can never ever reason. How can you have 4 refineries that are functioning, yet you import petrol and kerosene from outside? Are you people okay? Of course not. You're a product of a zoo created by Britain to cage your thinking faculties, not just your body, your mind, but also your soul. Because you can no longer reason. You are not self-aware or self-critical. They are now saying it, and very openly, that they are living in a dictatorship. The same thing that I warned you will happen. They will disobey the law. That is in their nature. It is the way they are. They will change the constitution. They want to rule forever. That is the way they are. Because they suffer from inferiority complex. They understand it very well. They cannot compete. They know they can't compete. What are you going to compete with? I've asked you before. Have you heard of a Fulani inventor that invented anything before? Have you heard of it? That ordinary matches and matches. Have they invented anything in their lives before? It's only to be moving cattle from place to place, pillaging, raping, killing. And some of you move about every day as if life is normal. The same thing you did that made it possible for Europeans to come and basically empty our villages and took us to the Americas to become slaves. The same behavior today. There is no difference. When you see evil happening, you keep quiet. The same behavior exhibited by our ancestors is what we are doing today. The same, and once you do it, you end up as a slave. Once you continue that way, you will end up as a slave. That is what is happening to us today. You see something happening before your eyes. You say, oh no, it's not in my village, it's in the other village. The same mistake that the Yoruba media made, and today they are suffering the consequences of it. You can see where we are today, everybody. Those who were before against IPOB, shouting up and down, what you're doing is wrong, your language is not very good. What is happening to them today? What is happening to them? Are they not lamenting? Is this man here complaining, not from Plateau State, Honorable Bitrus Kazek, is not from Plateau State? Why is he complaining? If things are okay, why is a former lawmaker complaining that a dictatorship is in power? And how do you bring down dictatorships? Through a revolution. There is no other way, because they are impervious to reason. They can never ever reason. Go and check in former Eastern Bloc of Europe how they collapsed, in South America, all over the place. How do you remove a dictator from power? How? And when you talk about removing a dictator, are you going to remove somebody that has the backing of their people? The primitive savage North. Are you going to, when I mean the North, I mean the Fulham? Because houses are developed. They have advanced reasoning. How do you intend to remove them? When everything is tribal and sectional, how are you going to remove them? How? People do not understand. The zoo is always ethnic, it is always tribal, it's always sectional. If you ask some of the Yorubas, why did you not support Jonathan? They said Jonathan did not give them enough positions. But everybody's a Nigerian, no, mind you. Today, this very day, this very present minute, every APC appointment is Fulani Muslim, all of them. They are now doing it in the open because they know all of us cannot do anything to them. Because they understand the mentality of Nigeria. They understand how Nigeria functions. They know that nobody will go outside their tribe, their ethnicity to go and fight for somebody else, fighting for the general good of the people. They know it's not possible. If they want to keep Jubril in power for the next 40 years, they will do it. It's very easy. If this APC Fulani Cabal regime want to keep Jubril, the Sudanese boy, in power for the next 40 years, they will comfortably do it. Nothing will happen. Nothing. All you do is you complain and you come back, HINEC rig elections for them, come to your villages and pick one or two people, give them money. They say, oh, it's our turn. Like Omo Agege, he is doing, it's our turn. And they support evil. And foolishly, as a black person, you follow them and support evil, as usual. But here, we don't condone evil, we don't support it, we expose it. And that is exactly what we are doing. It is not from us. They say we are tarnishing their image, IPOB have ruined their image abroad. No. You ruined your own image because you're evil. You are primitive, you are backwards, you are unreasonable, and you are unlettered. Don't worry, you will see what is going to happen to the zoo. Instead of them to fight what is fighting them, all they are obsessed about is IPOB. And then I'm the kind of what we are doing to them. The army went as far as issuing a statement that IPOB doctored the Boko Haram video where they said 71 soldiers were killed. But the same army buried 71 soldiers. I don't understand it. You claim IPOB lied. We doctored the video. But you also buried 71 soldiers. Sometimes in my life, I keep asking Chukwu Kikabiama, what type of punishment is this? Why put me amongst a people, a species, and this species of I can't understand. They cannot reason. People cannot reason. They have PhD. They have every degree in the world, but common sense is lacking. Some of them, we are reporting it. Channels television, IPOB, doctored a video. It's a fake video. But the same channels, in the same newsreel, is showing the Nigerian army burying 71 of their people killed. And you're telling me that, oh my dear, goodness me. It's not an easy job, you know. Being a black African is not very easy. The level of stupidity we harbor in our body is just unbelievable. You may not like what I'm saying. Some of you may find comfort in saying, oh, I'm black and I'm proud, all that rubbish. But the truth of the matter is that you are the lowest of the low. And until you learn how to reason properly, until you learn how to put 1 and 1 together to give you 2 and not 4 or 8, as the case may be with some of you, your sorry state will continue. You can go on feeling sorry for yourselves. You can go on trying to convince yourself that somehow everything is okay, but it's not. Nigerian army said, listen very carefully, Nigerian army said that IPOB doctored a Boko Haram video, which is a lie, of course. Always seeking to blame IPOB. But the same Nigerian army buried 71 soldiers killed by terrorists. What does that tell about the thinking capacity or lack of it of your average Nigerian? The same people that are saying that IPOB killed, we doctored a video of where Boko Haram were killing Nigerian soldiers. The same people, the same Jubril answering Buhari reacted to the killing of 67 soldiers by terrorists. The same people. And you wonder what type of human beings these people are. You wonder what sort of human beings they are. They are the same people that said that IPOB doctored the video. They are the same people saying that 71 of their soldiers were killed. What does that tell you about those people? What does that tell you about your average Nigerian? And as I told the US government, when I told them in Washington, some of you can remember I don't know how long it's been, I told you that ISIS, they are coming to take over. Do you remember that I think it was published even by the independent newspaper. That very statement that I made. What is happening today? Listen carefully, please. Every terror group in the zoo is being sponsored by the Fulani Caliphate. Every terrorist group, and there are four of them. Four of them. Iswa, the one headed by Al-Bana with the son of Muhammad Yusuf, released by Buhari when he was alive. They are the ones responsible for the killing of their own soldiers. And they have claimed responsibility for an attack on an army camp in Niger that left 71 military personnel dead. The same video that our brother picked up and provided a voiceover, a commentary, warning our people in the army. If you're a Biafran and you're in the army, let me even extend it to the whole of the South. If you're from the South and you're in the Nigerian army, your life is worthless. You will die for nothing. You are fighting, defending those who are behind your back, taking over your towns and your villages, raping your mothers, and slaughtering everybody in sight. But you're busy in the Sahel, in the Sahel, in the desert, in the arid lands of Arewa, fighting for them. 17 of them have been killed. And I bet you they are predominantly Biafrans. Iswa claimed responsibility for the attack. And surprise, surprise, 71 people were killed. The same 71 people that were killed in the video that our brother shot. Or he provided a voiceover. The same 71 dead military personnel that the presidency is mourning. But because it was IPOB that provided the proof needed for it, they said, no, it's fake. It's a fake video. If it's fake video, how come you're burying 71 soldiers then? You claim that video purportedly showing 71 dead soldiers by IPOB is fake. But at the same time, you're digging 71 graves for 71 dead soldiers. And you're telling me that these people are normal. And who did it? The Islamic State, West Africa province, ISWA. They claim credit for it. And who is leading ISWA? He's the son of Muhammad Yusuf. His name is Al-Banawi. And who is Al-Banawi? Some of you don't know. He was arrested, brought to court in Abuja, the same time that we were going to court. And he was released from the courtroom there, he was released. But the Obi and all the rest of them, people who are going about their normal business in Biafra land, they're in detention. But the person responsible for the killing of 71 soldiers, they arrested him, brought him to court, released him. And people talk about fairness, justice, and equity. And I wonder, where is it? Where is that justice? Where is that fairness? Where is that equity? Those who claim that they're politicians, those who claim they're public, commentators, those who claim the opinion, I don't know, should I say, those that mold public opinion, those who influence government policies, where are they? Your people are being kidnapped every day in Aba, in Onisha, in Omwanya, everywhere. In Asaba. In Ikwacha, which the white man named Port Harcourt. In Enugu. For no reason, but the person heading the group that killed 71 soldiers was arrested and released from Federal High Court in Abuja. And people are saying that is somehow there is fairness in Nigeria. It is working. Some of the idiots that argue Nigeria has to be won because of it provides it's kind of counterbalance against regional instability. They're all talking rubbish. And I keep asking them, for how long will this nonsense continue? For how long will Fulani be doing as they please? For how long will they continue to kill innocent people? For how long? I keep asking. Then these are the people, the same people that killed 71 soldiers. They are the ones that tomorrow they'll tell you, oh, they have repented. They have been rehabilitated. They will now join the army and the police. The same people. I have never seen this level of hypocrisy. Unbelievable level of hypocrisy. I've never seen it. All those who are shouting up and down, oh, 2 policemen, they died. They came to Orifite, 2 policemen died. Condolence message to solidarity message to police, to everybody. Where are they now that Fulani people have killed 71 soldiers? Where are they? And these soldiers did not go to storm anybody's house. They were on their own and they were slaughtered. All we did was to show the video. But given that, I don't know, Nigeria, I don't know what's wrong with them. I have no idea. That's you. The video we showed said 71 people were killed. You said it's a fake video. But you went and you buried 71 soldiers. Now who is lying to who? And for what reason? And this is what they do, and they will continue to do it. Some of you do not know, as we are coming on air today, that you know the very educated Onoren. You know Onoren very well. Some of you know him. The one they removed to bring in Tanko Muhammad, and the madman for that matter. I don't know what they put in that bag. That hunter's bag that they carry. Maybe some of you can tell us what they put in it. I have no idea what they put in it. That is Fulani Nigeria for you. That the British are defending something. Isn't it very funny that the case of Showore, all of a sudden the British mission to Nigeria have now found their voice, they can now speak. If it's to do with Biafra, no. Anything that will disrupt the status quo, that will stop the corruption from, feeding off the pain and the suffering of the masses, no. Now they have found their voice, they're speaking once again. This was the go, and I want Chinasa, Mazua Foreman, Amaka, go and look for that very program I did. The lecture I gave on Radio Biafra concerning Tanko Muhammad, the Sharia Chief Justice of Nigeria. I warned you then that they will bring in Sharia. I told you that was why they brought him in. I said it on air. Go and look for it and you'll find it. What is happening today? Because, you see, that is the way they function. They beat you into stupor. Because they know that Britain, because before anybody intervenes in Nigeria, they must first of all ask Britain. Because some of you do not know that after the Second World War, when the United States of America asked Europe to disengage from Africa, want the whole of Europe to get away from Africa, that colonial nonsense must come to an end. There was also a parallel meeting that was held. In that meeting, it was agreed that former colonies of European powers should remain exclusively their sphere of influence. What do I mean by that? As Nigeria is, nobody does anything in Nigeria without British approval. Nobody does anything in Benin Republic without asking France. Nobody does anything in Congo without asking Belgium. You can't do anything without asking these powers. You cannot. Go and try and find out. You can't go into Angola or maybe go into Equatorial Guinea without asking Portugal. You can't. You must ask them. Some of you don't know that what you are passing through now is what is markedly worse than what happened during colonialism. Worse. You are now in the phase of neo-colonialism, where they use local instruments, willing tools within you to run your life into the mud. The same thing that they did with Ohaneze. Appoint some fake people, say they are now your leaders. They are in Ohaneze. They take them to Abuja and to Lagos and throw parties for them, give them a few contracts. Meanwhile, our oil is going in Anambra, in Imo, in Abia, in Ebonyi. Our precious stones are disappearing every place there. In Iguacha, our oil is going. The whole of Delta, the same. Delta State, there is. In Akwa Ibom, the same. And I keep asking people that keep telling me about Niger Delta, show me one oil billionaire you have in Bayelsa State. You name one oil billionaire. The answer is zero. None. But you are busy online writing rubbish against IPOB. We are Niger Delta, all these fools, idiots. Amend Nigeria's constitution, accommodate Sharia law in it. They have spoken and they will do it. They will do it. And what are you going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. You only complain. Oh, we leave it to God. Oh, Khan will say that's Christian Association of Nigeria. Oh, we leave it. We not go agree. Oh, we not go agree. That's all. And you go home and you lie down and you sleep. Instead of you to give credit to IPOB that is doing something, instead of you to rise up and join IPOB and make sure that this impunity comes to an end, or you're busy yapping rubbish as usual. My happiness is that the whole world listens to Radio Biafra. We don't feel sorry for ourselves, and they know that. We don't, because we don't have any time to feel sorry for ourselves. Our stupidity must be exposed. We must. Listen carefully. This is a country that practices common law, enshrined common law, a democracy. All of a sudden, the Chief Justice of that very place, Tanko Muhammad, he now wants the constitution of the country to be amended to accommodate sections of Sharia law. And where did all this nonsense start? It started from my trial, when Binta Nyako said or asked my counsels in the court that they should go and acquaint themselves with Sharia law. IPOB kicked against it. She said it in her own court, that our lawyers should go and study Sharia. How she wishes that they can go and learn a bit of Sharia. He wants Sharia law to be taught at our universities. So University of Nigeria and Soka will have department, law department, and also Sharia law department. University of Calabar, law department, and Sharia law department. That's what he's saying. And they will do it. Are you going to stop them? Who is going to stop them? Somebody should tell me who is going to stop Tanko Muhammad and his crew from doing what they said they're going to do. Are you going to stop them? Are you capable of stopping them? It's only IPOB that can. This is the Chief Justice of a secular nation, so to speak, or so they claim. He is advocating for an amendment of the Constitution to accommodate sections of the Sharia, which means that people are not together, which means there are two systems supposedly working side by side. That can never be one. In Britain, you have Muslims in Britain. Does British law accommodate Sharia? The answer is no. Because Sharia law is a religious law. It has nothing to do with secular dispensation of justice. It's no. Nothing to do with it. But here, everybody is behaving like the three blind mice. They know nothing, they hear nothing. And people are just blind. And they are messing around with us. This is a man that never studied law to start with. He is just an ordinary what they call them again in is it Alakali? I don't know what they call them. Kotuma in a Sharia court. Chief Justice of a Federation. The man who is learned, Onogen, that studied law, went to school, became a judge, became a Chief Justice, everything. They removed him. They brought in this thing from heaven knows where. The gods must indeed be very crazy, I'm telling you. Look at what is coming out of the mouth of a Chief Justice. Sharia law. So University of Lagos, Sharia law department. University of Benin, Sharia law department. That's what you're going to have everywhere. Because they've said it. And on top of that, Arabic must be taught in primary and secondary schools across the entire zoo. I call it a zoo. Some of you call it Nigeria, but I think you're mistaken. It is a zoo. It's even worse than a zoo, to be honest with you. Now you understand why Africa is backwards. We are the problem. Not the leaders. The leaders are not the problem. Ordinary people remains the problem that we have. Not just in Biafra land and the wider zoo, not just in the whole of West Africa, in the whole of Africa, is the public. Forget about the leaders. The same thing that these Fulani feudal lords are doing today, the same thing happened in Europe. Europeans said, no, we can't have this rubbish. The Arabs rose up, Arab Spring, to say all this rubbish must come to an end. Ask yourselves, why can't everybody rise up in the zoo to say enough is enough? Because you are not one people. You are not the same and can never be. There is a saying, I know the world is listening, and of course we prefer to preach in English. But there is an adage where we come from that I think explains, or should I say encapsulates everything that is wrong with the zoo called Nigeria. In our place we say, Izukamana Neji. You cannot have a revolution in Nigeria unless that revolution is Hausa youths against their leaders, their corrupt leaders in the north. Yoruba the same. Biafra the same. Apart from that, nothing can ever work. To expect people to come together from you are in cloud kukuland, it can never happen. That is why this man is bringing in Sharia. Because they know nobody's going to fight them. They know that very well. Nobody is going to fight them. That is why they can do whatever they like and get away with it. Very, very sad indeed. But it is happening. They are now bringing in Sharia. And who is going to stop him? He was represented by the Grand Qadi of Niger State at the ceremony where this nonsense was uttered. The name of that one is Justice Muhammad Danjuma. He's a justice, so he's Sharia. He's the Grand Qadi of Niger State, but he's a justice. They can put him in appeal court, and from there he goes to Supreme Court as a justice of the Supreme Court, delivering judgment on everything, on things that he did not study or read, on things that he is incapable of understanding. But you are in Nigeria. That is the gift they give you for being in Nigeria. They give you a Grand Qadi from Niger State. His title is Justice Muhammad. Justice, full title, Justice Muhammad. How many justices have you seen from customary court? Making it all the way to the Chief Justice of the Federation. The answer is 0. Do you understand the dilemma and the difficulties people are having? Do you see why